This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, I'm Alex Marquardt. Welcome to the CNN Newsroom. We are following breaking news. Iran has launched an attack against Israel. If you're just joining us, dozens of Iranian drones are now bound for Israel, as well as cruise missiles, according to the Israeli news media. This, of course, leaving the entire Middle East and beyond very much on edge. Israeli forces are planning to intercept as many of those aircraft and missiles as possible. The United States has said they will help with those interceptions as best they can. At this hour, however, we do not yet know what the results of these attacks may be. Just moments ago, the White House said that this attack is expected to unfold over the next few hours. It is just past midnight in Israel. We have got reporters and analysts all over the map as we track this news, including MJ Lee at the White House, Jeremy Diamond in Jerusalem, Clarissa Ward in Tel Aviv, and Ben Wiedemann in Beirut. I want to get straight to our Ben Wiedemann, who is in Lebanon. Ben, if you could, please bring us up to speed with the latest. What is Iran using now to attack Israel?
Well, as we heard just an hour ago, that Iran had launched drones in the direction of Israel. Now, we heard also that the United States is going to try to intercept anything that flies in the direction of Israel. Israeli military spokesmen are saying it could take hours for those drones to reach Israeli territory. And as you said, cruise missiles as well, according to Israeli media, have been launched in the direction of Israel. Now, as a result, Israeli airspace has been closed, Jordanian airspace has been closed, Iraqi airspace has been closed. In Israel, of course, we knew even before this news came out about the Iranian launch of drones and cruise missiles that tomorrow all schools and universities in Israel have been canceled. We understand that in Haifa, bomb shelters have now been opened. So essentially, the region is waiting to see when those projectiles reach Israel. Will they actually hit anything? As we know, Israel has the ability, along with the United States, to track them as they fly in the direction of Israel. And we've seen that whether it's the Arrow anti-missile system, the Iron Drone, and other means, whether Israel will be able to actually shoot all of them down before they actually hit the ground. Alex?
Clarissa, to you, we're showing live pictures of that Tel Aviv skyline. One of the major questions is, of course, what the targets are intended to be. Now, there is a sense that if Iran does not want to escalate this, that they won't go, for example, for civilian centers. They won't try to target downtown Tel Aviv where you are. Obviously, we don't know what those targets are going to be, but what is the Israeli government saying to its citizens in order to stay safe? In a way that we might be able to glean what it is they believe those intended targets to be?
Well, essentially, they're saying this is a moment for caution. This is a moment to listen carefully to what you're being told to do. This is a moment not to panic. This is a moment for unity, as you heard Ben Wiedemann saying there. Schools are closed. Universities are closed. Camps are closed. No gatherings of more than 1,000 people. Everyone here being urged to keep a close eye on the news, on their phones, and pay attention to what they're told to do. I do think that the prevailing wisdom had been that Iran was telegraphing this for some time, that they had made it very clear they felt it was necessary to respond to Israel's attack on April 1st in Damascus that killed 7 Iranian officials, Quds forces, according to the Israelis. But now the question is, are they able to retaliate in a way that does not escalate? Are they able to find that so-called Goldilocks spot? And the fear is, of course, that given the backdrop, given the tensions, given the fact that we are really in a kind of unprecedented moment, that there are so many things that could go wrong, that there are so many potentially unintended consequences that could lead us into a regional conflagration that very few people across the region actually want to see. You have had U.S. CENTCOM commander General Eric Kurilla here for 2 days. He just left, talking about how the U.S. will work with Israel to deter any kind of attack. But certainly there is a sense that this is the precipice of a moment that could turn into something much larger if cooler heads don't prevail, and if the region is not able to collectively kind of come together and avert an all-out catastrophe. So certainly tensions are high, but I would not say that we are yet in a sort of panic stations moment. These drones are flying very slowly, as we have heard over and over again. It will be hours. The real question becomes whether they are then accompanied by attacks from Iranian proxies, missile attacks. What those targets could be, Alex, is pertaining to your initial question. We don't yet know. Everybody waiting and watching very closely to see what will come.
This idea of an Iranian retaliation, while also not trying to escalate, is such an extraordinary, difficult needle to thread. And it is one that the United States and its allies, both in the region and in Europe and elsewhere, are trying to make sure that Iran and Israel essentially do thread it carefully in a way to avoid this escalation. I want to get to Jeremy Diamond, who's in Jerusalem. Jeremy, what have the Israelis been saying about how they may respond to this Iranian attack? Because as we're seeing now, this is not proxies yet, perhaps, coming from other countries. This is an attack from Iranian soil, raising the possibility of an Israeli response against Iranian soil.
Yeah, Alex, there's no question that in recent days, Israeli officials have been trying to deter this very scenario, a direct attack by Iranian forces launched from Iranian soil, directed at Israeli soil. And indeed, in trying to deter it, they have been warning that an Iranian attack on Israeli soil in that context would result in an equal response from Israel, meaning an Israeli attack directed at Iranian soil. Now, the question that I have now is if Israel is able to intercept all of these drones or the majority of these drones, does that change the calculus from Israel? But of course, we don't know that this attack from Iran as of yet is limited solely to these drones. We could also see cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, which take a considerably shorter amount of time to actually reach Israeli soil that could still be launched by Iran. I do have some new information for you, though, Alex. Earlier, we reported that it was dozens of drones. I'm now told that the latest Israeli estimate is that there are over 100 drones that have been launched by Iran towards Israeli soil. This is being described to me by sources as a very large-scale attack by Iran, and what we are trying to confirm at this hour is whether or not this involves additional sources of attack by Iran. That could change the game in terms of how much of a response Israel feels compelled to deliver here, but that is something that we will be monitoring very, very closely over the coming hours.
Yeah, we certainly will. It certainly underscores the type of response, the significant response that Iran is carrying out now against Israel. We've been showing that shot of the Tel Aviv skyline. We've gotten used to seeing that picture for the past 6 months, and the interceptions of the rockets coming from Gaza. But what is coming towards Israel right now in terms of those drones and those missiles is a lot more significant than those Hamas rockets. I want to get straight to MJ Lee at the White House. MJ, what are you hearing from the White House?
Well, Alex, as you know, the White House has been on high alert for days and days now, preparing for exactly this scenario that is now currently underway. A senior administration official from here confirming that many drones have been launched from inside Iran into Israel. They expect that number to really be just north of what we had reported coming into this. And just to underscore, of course, the gravity of this situation, President Biden was set to finish out the weekend in Rehoboth Beach. He has now cut that trip short and has just returned to the White House, walking straight back into the Oval Office, where later today we expect him to, of course, convene his team of national security advisors. And they, of course, in turn, have been in close contact with their Israeli counterparts in the region. as well as all of this has unfolded. And we saw moments ago the National Security Council saying in a statement that they expect that this attack is likely to unfold over a number of hours. You know, you take into account just the travel time of some of these drones. And yeah, we certainly expect that this is going to be a late night here at the White House, with the president continuing to get updated as this situation unfolds. I do think it's just worth noting a couple of things that we have been reporting leading up to this very moment that's important from here, our stance here at the White House. You know, U.S. officials had said that they expected that Iran would be directly involved in launching these attacks into Israel, but they had also said that that it is certainly possible that proxies and other affiliated groups could also be involved. So there's that. We also know that Iran was expected to attack multiple targets in Israel, but there could also be other targets, other assets in the region that are also targeted. So it could be sort of further reaching than what we are currently aware of. And then, of course, the idea that the U.S. is ready and willing to intercept any weapons, if feasible, as this unfolds. So you know, we saw the U.S. moving extra forces into the region in preparation for all of this. So this kind of work and preparation has been underway again for days now. And I think it's just hard to overstate how much this state-on-state conflict between Iran and Israel was a scenario that the U.S. had so much hope to avoid, given the possibility of this now ushering in potentially a real new chapter of real volatility and real unpredictability. Of course, I should note the U.S. has also gone to great lengths to try to prevent a situation where Iran is directly targeting any U.S. personnel and assets in the region as well, including directly communicating with Iran. So a lot of moving pieces here. But again, just really have to underscore how much this is exactly that sort of almost worst case scenario that the Biden administration had hoped to avoid.
And we do know that the senior Biden administration officials have been reaching out to their counterparts, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense. Cedric Layton, I want to ask you a technical question, because now we have this reporting from the Israeli media that it's not just these drones, and now we're putting the number at more than 100 attack drones, but also cruise missiles. I don't think there's a number on the cruise missiles just yet. It's going to take hours for those drones to get to Israel. How soon could those cruise missiles get to Israeli airspace, and how much more complicated does this make it for the Israeli air defenses when you've got this combination of weaponry being used in this attack?
Yeah, Alex, that's going to be one of the biggest difficulties and challenges that the Israelis are going to face, because those cruise missiles could basically get to Israeli airspace in about a little less than 2 hours from launch. So they travel at about 5 to 6 times the speed of these drones that we believe the Iranians are using, probably from the Shahed family, the same kind of family that is being used in Ukraine right now. Those drones travel at about 110 miles per hour. Cruise missiles of the type that the Iranians have generally go anywhere from 500 to 620 miles per hour. So that's the kind of difference in speed that we're looking at, and that is definitely going to be a challenge for the Israeli air defense system, and of course the associated radar systems, as well as the intelligence systems that are tied into that.
General Hertling, is there a possibility that if proxy groups, notably Hezbollah in Lebanon, the most capable of all the proxy groups, arguably, and then, of course, you have the Houthis down south in Yemen, is there a possibility that Israel's air defenses, even if supported by the U.S., could get overwhelmed?
Oh, absolutely. And what Cedric has just said, Alex, I think is a critically important point. You know, when you're tracking 100 drones coming in on a swarm like we're seeing, it's relatively easy to determine where they are and when they're going to get there. Suddenly now, as Cedric said, you're going to get cruise missiles potentially arriving earlier and overcome some of the air defense systems. So it's going to distract. And from the very beginning, you know, when you launch drones from 400 or 500 miles away, that first launch was a distraction for what might be coming next. And I think we're seeing that right now. When you add to that the potential for not only Hezbollah and the Houthis in Yemen, but also some PMF forces, some Popular Mobilization Front forces in Syria, on the border with Jordan, inside of Iraq, that could potentially launch as well. You are going to overwhelm or at least challenge that integrated air defense system which Israel has. But that's why the United States has been coordinating so well with them over the last couple of days, and General Kurilla has been in the area to really contribute to this. There's also some potential for launch sites that will come over the sea in the Mediterranean. I'm suggesting that you're going to see some U.S. naval assets there, as well as some Israeli naval capabilities that will intercept. The danger here is, as any military guy will tell you, it's the multiple fronts, the multiple directions, the multiple types of rockets and missiles that are coming in, which will confound any kind of electronic system. And it really goes down to the sensor and the shooter on the ground, the individual human being that's running those systems. These things don't automatically respond. It takes well-trained soldiers and sailors and airmen to make sure it happens well. But yeah, it's going to be overwhelming. That 100 swarm drone attack, along now with however many cruise missiles and potentially rockets and missiles coming out of southern Lebanon, are going to be a challenge for Israel.
They certainly are, and that challenge is coming in just a few hours' time, we believe. All right, I want to ask all our correspondents and analysts to stay with me. I want to bring in Congressman Adam Smith. He is the Democratic ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. The question of this retaliation by Iran, it was not a question of if, but when. And now we are looking at the possibility of not just or the question of what happens in Israel, but then what happens in terms of an Israeli response. So how worried are you right now that there will be a significant escalation?
I think I'm very worried, and I think anyone paying attention to this should be very worried. It's gone back and forth on a number of different levels. Obviously, Israel has been long concerned about Iran sending supplies through Syria to Lebanon to arm Hezbollah. Missiles have been flying back and forth between Hezbollah and Lebanon and Israel for months now. Obviously, there's the fight in Gaza with Hamas as well, and this is escalating. And I think both sides are assuming if they appear as strong as possible, it will force the other side to back down. But there's really no end to that if both sides have that approach. So after this attack by Iran, it's going to be a very dangerous moment to see what comes next.
The consensus by experts and officials until now for the past 6 months was that Iran didn't really want to get involved in this war directly. They were more than happy to see their proxies going after U.S. targets, coalition targets, and of course, Israeli targets. Do you think that that is changing now, that Iran will want a bit more of a direct role in this conflict? Or do you think that this retaliation, at least in Iran's hope, is a one-off?
Most likely it's a one-off, but you don't know. You can't know for sure. Based on the way Iran responded to the killing of Soleimani, when we killed Soleimani several years ago now, it strikes me as a one-off, as, you do this us, we have to have a proportional response to discourage you from doing this in the future. But that's not 100% certain that that's Iran's approach. Now, I heard an analyst earlier say, and quite correctly, that if Iran really wanted to go all in on Israel, they would unleash Hezbollah in Lebanon. That's the greatest threat, because that's right across the border. Israel would not have the hours that they have now to see these drones and then potentially missiles if they coming at them. Iran, to date, hasn't done that. So I think Iran is planning on this being a one-off. But if missiles get through and hit Israel, what does Israel do? Do they strike back directly at Iran? The risk of escalation is high for all of those reasons, even if at the moment, I agree. I don't think Iran wants that full-scale war, but they may well stumble into it.
No doubt, Hezbollah is certainly among, if not the biggest concern right now, aside from what is incoming from Iran. Congressman, what do you think the messaging is from the Biden administration to Israel in terms of a response? Is it to some extent you knew this was coming? If it's not too bad, you just take it on the chin, or will the U.S. Be okay with Israel, say, carrying out a response against Iran proper?
Well, I think the message to Israel is not, take it on the chin, you'll be okay. It's what is in your long-term best interests here. I mean, Israel is sitting in the middle of a very dangerous neighborhood with Iran and Hezbollah and Hamas, among others, threatening them. Do they want to go all in on a conflict? I would say no, and I think the Biden administration will be advising them no, that they are in a vulnerable position and they should look to de-escalate across the board where possible. They still are very strong and able to defend themselves. They don't need to risk an all-out war to prove that point. And I also think it underscores the need to get to a ceasefire in Gaza, to get humanitarian assistance in to Gaza and to have an endpoint to that conflict. Completely admitting Israel's right to defend itself there without question. But things need to calm down, or Israel is vulnerable in the region.
All right, Congressman Adam Smith, ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, thank you so much for your time and thoughts this evening. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for the chance.
And I want to bring in Axios' Barak Ravid, who has been breaking so much news on this story today and, of course, for the past 6 months. Barak, we are now seeing an expansion of the Iranian assault, essentially, with the cruise missiles being added to the drones. We now know it's more than 100 attack drones. What are you hearing in terms of what U.S. and Israeli officials are expecting more from Iran and from elsewhere in neighboring countries?
Hi, Alex. So what I hear from Israeli officials and from U.S. officials that the drones were launched both from Iran and from Iraq and Syria. And at the moment, some of them were already intercepted, especially by U.S. forces. What Israeli officials tell me is that it will be something like 2 a.m. local time when the drones will reach Israeli airspace. That's, I think, something like, an hour and a half from now, more or less. And the Israeli aspiration, I think, and both the U.S. aspirations, to intercept as many drones and cruise missiles as possible outside of Israeli airspace. There was an interesting report in Reuters that said that the Jordanian military is also preparing to shoot down any Iranian drone that enters Jordanian airspace. So I think that's the goal right now, to intercept as many drones as possible before they reach Israeli airspace.
And Barak, what do we know about the back channeling, the private conversations over the past few days between Iran and the United States around this retaliation?
I think we can say, we can be quite certain right now, and we see the numbers of drones and cruise missiles that were launched from Iran, that all the efforts to limit this attack and to make the Iranians maybe recalculate their decision-making failed. The Iranians, during the last few days, sent messages to the U.S. through several Arab countries that if the U.S. gets involved in the fighting between Iran and Israel, then Iran will see U.S. bases and forces in the region as a legitimate target. And I think it will be interesting to see whether the fact that U.S. forces are involved in intercepting those drones and cruise missiles, whether Iran will see this as a pretext for attacking U.S. forces in the region.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. Of course, the U.S. will say that they're helping defend Israel and not going on the offense. But Barak, more broadly, I mean, we haven't really talked much about the conflict in Gaza tonight. How much do you think that this could potentially reshape what we've seen over the past few months?
Well, I think that this war has gone into a new phase, a phase that from day one the Biden administration tried to avoid, of this becoming a regional war. This is now a regional war. Even if this fight between Israel and Iran will die down in, I don't know, a day or two or 3 days or a week, it's a new phase. And when you look at it like that, then the Gaza war all of a sudden becomes a sideshow. And I think that the Israeli plans for, or at least the announcements about an operation in Rafah, this thing is now in the freezer. I don't think anybody will go back to this thing in the foreseeable future. And right now, the focus is only on how to contain this, direct fight between Israel and Iran.
And how do you think that this impacts how the Israeli public sees what is going on? It's one thing for Hamas to fire rockets in the Iron Dome to essentially take them all out and give Israelis that feeling of security. But now you've got Iran, which is a whole different ballgame. So how do you think that changes the Israeli public's thinking? And that pressure had already been growing on Prime Minister Netanyahu because the hostages are still being held.
Alex, I want to tell you an anecdote. One of the most popular Twitter accounts since the war started is an Israeli Twitter account. Nobody knows who's operating it, but it's called News from a Year Ago. And today, when the Iranians, shortly before they fired their drones and their cruise missiles, this account posted a video of Netanyahu from a year ago, where he pushed back on the warnings from the intelligence services that the judicial overhaul that he's pushing is creating damages to Israel's security and is encouraging Israel's enemies to attack it. And back at the time, exactly a year ago, he said, Israel's enemies will never attack us because they know it will be a mistake. And I think that when you put those two together, I think many Israelis look at what's going on. The war in Gaza is stuck. There's no hostage deal in sight. Hezbollah is still shelling the northern border, and Israel is being attacked directly from Iran. I don't think anybody thought that this is where Israel is going to be a year ago.
Yeah, no doubt there's going to be a reckoning for Prime Minister Netanyahu and others once this conflict is over. Barak Ravid, thank you so much. Terrific reporting as always. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again before too long. I just want to note that a short time ago we had a graphic up earlier that said that President Joe Biden would be addressing the nation. That was an error. We just want to clarify that, and we regret that mistake. But I do want to go to MJ Lee at the White House. MJ, what more do we know about what the president is doing with his advisors right now? There had been plans for a meeting of his national security advisors.
Yeah, the president has just returned back to the White House, and he is back in the Oval Office, so going directly to work. We mentioned before that he was supposed to spend the rest of this weekend basically in Rehoboth Beach, but he ended up cutting that trip short so that he could be here at the White House and meet with top members of his national security team, some of whom we have seen coming here to the White House and arriving here, including Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, others, of course, like the Secretary of State, the CIA Director, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. That entire team will be convening here to brief the president on this situation that is unfolding with Iran directly attacking Israel. So far, Alex, we have not heard directly from the president himself since confirmation of these strikes being launched, whether it is a paper statement or on camera. I wouldn't rule out the possibility of that, one of those things in the coming hours or in the coming days, just simply given the gravity of the situation. And it certainly feels like a moment when the American people would appreciate some sort of explanation from the president on exactly what's going on, and particularly the U.S.'s involvement and how this may or may not affect U.S. personnel, for example. So a lot of questions that people have probably as they are watching these events unfold. But again, we are waiting to see whether we will at some point hear directly from the president. But for right now, the task at hand for him is getting a full picture of the situation that is unfolding, and he is going to be meeting again with his top national security advisors, Alex.
And it could be a very long evening for the president and his national security advisors. MJ Lee, stay with us as well as the rest of you. I want to bring in Norman Rule. He is the former U.S. National Intelligence Manager for Iran. Norm, you were in the intelligence community for decades. Few know Iran better than you here in the United States. I just want to start with a broad question of what do you make of what we're seeing? More than 100 drones coming from Iran, as well as, according to the Israeli media, cruise missiles that have been fired by the regime in Tehran.
Good afternoon. This attack is folding out or rolling out in a relatively consistent manner with Iran's doctrine. Swarm tactics, be it drones or small boats in the Persian Gulf, followed by Iran's powerful missile force, and then drawing upon proxies potentially to augment that capacity against an adversary. So in this sense, it's a very consistent behavior by the Iranian government.
So what more could we expect from Iran and its proxies this evening?
Well, I think the question is not only what more, but how long they will play this out. Iran has an embassy in Yemen manned by a senior Revolutionary Guard official. They have intelligence personnel. They've no doubt coordinated with the Houthis. Iran also is certainly coordinated with Lebanese Hezbollah. So I think there's already in place a general plan that has developed over the past week in which they play a role within the limitations Iran has set.
So are you saying you do believe that there will be a role by Hezbollah and by the Houthis in the coming hours?
Very likely. They will need to show that they're standing with Iran at this moment, that they are willing to put some skin in the game. But again, I think for Lebanese Hezbollah, they and also Iran don't wish to undertake steps that could lead to a conventional war, because that war is likely to inflict significant punishment on the various regimes and perhaps end those regimes.
What did you take away about what Iran hopes will unfold in terms of whether the conflict escalates or not from their public pronouncements and the private messaging over the past 2 weeks since that Israeli strike in Damascus?
Well, there seemed to be little doubt that Iran would undertake some direct action against Israel, and that Iran's actions would be thoughtful and based upon its own capabilities and perceptions of adversary weaknesses. So that, again, pushes you towards drones, missiles, some cyber perhaps, and proxies. At the same time, if you're in Tehran, you've got to worry about a potential Israeli retaliation. And Israel's missile, cyber, drone, special operations, and other capabilities are significant. And there are many reports over the years of Israel being able to conduct very significant damaging operations within Iran. So Iran doesn't wish to undertake a campaign that in essence leads to a series of embarrassing domestic defeats, particularly in a world where it has such a terrible economy and such a large portion of its population opposed to the regime itself.
And Israel, of course, has been mired in a war for the past 6 months in Gaza. They've been facing rocket fire and other kinds of attacks from Hezbollah in the north, to the point where tens of thousands of Israeli citizens have had to move out of their homes. We should note, same thing on the other side of the border in Lebanon. What do you think the appetite in Israel or by the Israelis is to broaden this out and to perhaps strike back at Iran after what we see tonight?
There is no evidence that Israel would seek to broaden this into a conventional conflict in the region. At the same time, the nature of Iran's attack, what happens during that attack, is going to dictate Israel's response. There's likely going to be some public and perhaps private back-channel messaging by the various parties to indicate perhaps this is as far as we're willing to go, if this is as far as you're willing to go. But it really comes down to Iran's objectives, and Iran will have to achieve several things. First, Iran has got to punish Israel and show that it defended Iran's national pride as a result of the Damascus attack. But secondly, it's going to want to show that despite Israeli technology and U.S. support, that is able to break through that and punish Israel directly. And after that, I think Iran wants to show that it has cemented its growing regional posture and maintain contact with international players for its international stature. The most important thing here that's happening is that there has been a red line for many years. Neither side would directly attack the other. that red line is being erased. And what that means is even if this conflict ends quickly, we have an open potential for such actions to take place at any time in the future. This is an inflection point for the region.
Why do you think Israel decided to go after this building, which, of course, the Iranians are claiming was a consulate? They killed 7 members of the IRGC, one senior commander who we understand was in charge of Syria and Lebanon. He was not a household name for most of us, like Soleimani was, who was killed, of course, 4 years ago. Why do you think Israel decided to undertake that strike?
Well, there were 7 senior Revolutionary Guards Quds Force officials meeting in one location. They were almost certainly meeting to review or plan existing and future operations directed against Israel's civilians and Israel's interest in other locations. This would have represented a significantly valuable target for the Israeli government because removing those individuals not only limits the damage to those future operations, but it breaks apart the efficiency of the bureaucracy of Iran in managing its various proxies. And it also demonstrates to Iranian and proxy officials that Israel can find them wherever they are and take significant action as a result of their aggressive behavior.
So to what extent is the Iranian attack, do you believe, going to be somewhat reciprocal in that the targets in Damascus were military? This was an official diplomatic building. Do you have any expectation, for example, that Iran would try to go after population centers and civilians in Israel?
Well, generally, Iran's attacks go after only civilian population centers, energy facilities. We saw that in Saudi Arabia through its proxies. Indeed, Hamas's thousands of rockets fired against Israel have almost exclusively gone against civilian targets. But in this case, the situation is a little different. Iran wants to show that it is sort of an equal of the Israeli government as a national government to national government striking significant national security entities. I think most of their targets, if not all of them, will be military and government entities. At the same time, they could miss and hit civilian targets.
The Pentagon hasn't been terribly clear about what assets it is using to help Israel in this situation. We know that more assets have been moved into the region. But how do you think specifically the U.S. is helping Israel knock these drones and these missiles out of the sky tonight?
There have been public reports that the United States has shared geospatial information which would provide information on the number and frequency of launches within Iran against Israel. Likewise, there are reports that the United States has military aircraft that are looking for and shooting down drones and perhaps missiles over Iraq and perhaps Syria. And I think last, the United States would be using its vast and significant military capabilities in the northern Red Sea and eastern Mediterranean to support Israel's air defense operations over Israel itself.
All right, Norm Rule, I'm going to ask you to stay with us. We certainly want to continue this conversation, but right now I want to go to Oren Lieberman, our correspondent at the Pentagon. Oren, I believe the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, he spoke with his Israeli counterpart, Yoav Gallant, earlier today before this attack was underway by Iran. What are we hearing? What are you hearing at the Pentagon?
And General Eric Kurilla, the commander of U.S. Central Command, was just in the region for a couple of days, not only meeting with the senior Israeli military leadership, but also discussing the security situation in the region in anticipation of this attack. The U.S. is very clearly ready to intercept whatever it can coming from Iran, whether that's drones, cruise missiles, potentially ballistic missiles, although we have seen no reports that those have been launched. But the U.S. and Israel clearly on the same page here with trying to intercept as much as possible. So let's break down both from the U.S. side and the Israeli side, what that might look like. The U.S. obviously has forces not only in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan, but also, as Norman Rule pointed out there are U.S. Navy assets in the Red Sea. Now, those have, not only from destroyers, but from U.S. fighter aircraft, intercepted Houthi launches towards Israel going north along the Red Sea. So the U.S. has shown the capability to do this. There are also assets on the ground, aerial defense assets, that could try to pick off and intercept drones and cruise missiles launched, depending, of course, on their route, whether they come across Iraq and Syria. They could also be launched traveling across Saudi Arabia and Jordan. There are different options and different ways and routes for Iran to try to target Israel through these long-range options. Of course, that also depends on what the target is within Israel, whether it would be in the north, for example, in Haifa, trying to target Tel Aviv, which is not only the population center, but also where the Ministry of Defense sits, or, for example, trying to target Dimona, which is the nuclear facility in Israel. So all of these are different possibilities. We have also seen on flight tracking websites on ADSB Exchange that there was a U.S. tanker in the air, an aerial refueling platform that strongly suggests there are U.S. fighters up in the air, so that might be another possibility for trying to intercept some of these drones or cruise missiles before they get to Israel. As Barak Ravid pointed out, the goal is likely to intercept as many as possible before they get to Israel. And then, of course, Israel has its own very capable multi-layered aerial defense system. Long range would be Arrow 3. That's designed to intercept or be able to intercept ballistic missile launches. There's the medium range David Sling. And then there's the short range Iron Dome that we've seen used repeatedly. Now, Iran is very much aware, as is Hamas, as is Hezbollah, that these systems are high quality, but their flaw is that they can be overwhelmed with quantity. We have seen this, and I have seen this on the ground in Israel. A number of rockets are fired, and simply enough are fired that Iron Dome can't get to all of them. Now, there is obviously much more time here to coordinate the response and be able to use not only Iron Dome at short range, but David Sling at a much longer range. But it seems that Iran's goal here is to try to fire so much that Israel can't intercept all of it, and it will overwhelm the systems, all right? Iran is looking for some way to be able to claim some kind of victory here. So that's what we should be watching out for in the course of the coming hours, as we see not only how many were fired, more than 100 drones at this point, and then we're still waiting for a number of cruise missiles, but whether more is fired not only from Iran, whether it comes from Hezbollah in Lebanon as well, and potentially the Houthis in Yemen. Alex, I will point out one more historical bit of context that maybe sheds light on how we can expect this to play out in terms of what we hear from Iran. Back in, I think it was May 2018, Iranian forces in Syria fired 20 rockets at the occupied Golan Heights in Israel. All of those were intercepted. There was no damage on the ground there. I was there on the ground, but Iran then came out a short time later and said Israel was lying and that the rockets had done damage, and then claimed victory. Do we see something like that with what is obviously a much larger attack coming from Iran itself? It's worth keeping that in mind as we see how this evening plays out.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Right now, we know that there are more than 100 attack drones heading towards Israel, along with cruise missiles. So it is a significant amount of firepower heading that way. It is almost 1 a.m. In the morning, of course, in Israel. Jeremy Diamond is in Jerusalem. Jeremy, I understand you have new reporting. What are you hearing?
Yeah, that's right, Alex. I just spoke with an Israeli military official who tells me that the Israeli military intends to try and intercept these drones, more than 100 of which have been launched now by Iran, before they reach Israeli skies. We know, of course, that Israel has been coordinating significantly with the U.S. military, and that U.S. air defense assets could also be deployed to intercept some of these drones. And so the combination of that could mean that the majority of these drones could potentially be taken down before they even reach Israeli skies. We know, of course, that there is a significant lag time, hours between when these drones were launched from Iran and when they are anticipated to arrive in Israeli skies. And so that gives the Israeli military and its partners a significant amount of time to try and intercept them. And the goal is indeed to do so before they enter Israeli airspace. I'm also told that Israel anticipates that Iran may launch additional waves of drones. That may be why the estimates that we got earlier have started to tick up. I was initially told dozens of drones fired, launched by Iran. That has since ticked up to over 100. Additionally, Alex, this Israeli military official would not yet confirm with 100% confidence that cruise missiles have been launched, but he did say that Israel is indeed monitoring other Iranian assets for additional potential types of attacks, indicating that that is certainly the expectation here in Israel, that these waves of drones will not be the only asset that Iran uses as it carries out what is being described to me as a very large-scale attack by Iranian forces directed at Israel. So those are the updates we have at the moment. And we are also, of course, Alex, waiting to see whether this is just going to be coming from Iranian forces directly, or whether Iran will also activate its proxies in the region. I think what's so interesting about this moment that we're in is that for 6 months we have been expecting that if a significant escalation happened to broaden this conflict between Israel and Hamas, that it would come from Hezbollah, where Israel and Iran and Hezbollah have been exchanging near daily cross-border exchanges of fire. But right now, it seems that the major escalation is instead going to come directly between Israel and Iran rather than via Iran's proxy forces. But again, waiting to see whether or not those proxy forces could also be pulled in.
Yeah, it's such important points, Jeremy. I mean, this is such a formidable attack, significant attack by Iran, but they're crossing a huge amount of territory. They're crossing places like Iraq and Jordan, in theory, where there are significant American air defenses and forces that will certainly contribute to the efforts to take down these drones and cruise missiles. I want to note some new reporting from our MJ Lee at the White House. She's saying that President Biden is meeting with his national security team right now to assess Iran's attack on Israel. That meeting is now underway in the U.S. in the Situation Room, according to a U.S. official. General Mark Hertling, I want to get your sense of what Jeremy just reported, that there will now be efforts by the U.S. to knock down these drones and missiles outside of Israeli airspace. How effective could that be?
I think it could be very effective. And first of all, Jeremy's reporting is excellent, but I've got to give kudos to Mr. Rule, because his assessment of the intelligence capability of the sensors, again, I'll go back to that statement I made earlier, the criticality of the radars, the overhead sensors, and even the satellite sensors to determine where these drones, missiles, rockets, cruise missiles are all coming from is critically important. So a combination of the radars on those ships. And if you've ever been on a destroyer or a cruiser, the kind that are like in the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea and even in the Mediterranean, you would know that each one of those ships have multiple radars that can pick up these devices. So it's the sensors that's critical. What Jeremy mentioned about the potential for the U.S. defending the skies over Israel before these systems, whatever they happen to be, whichever type happen to come in first, yes, the U.S. will defend against them. And they have capabilities on the ground like Patriot missiles and other types of air defense systems. So what I'd say, Alex, is the air defenders and the airmen in the sky and the satellite watchers are very busy right now. And they're looking, again, I'll just say it one more time, in multiple directions. The other point that you've made with Barak Rabid, I think, is an important one, because Israel is now going to be faced not only with missiles and rockets coming in from multiple directions, but they're facing a different kind of war. What they have in Gaza is a counterterrorism, counterinsurgency fight. They're seeing the same thing as counterterrorism and rockets coming out of Hezbollah in northern or in southern Lebanon. What they're now seeing is a near conventional rocket missile strike against a conventional force of Iranians with a lot of proxies. When you start dividing up a country's capability, and Israel has experienced this before, where they try not only to do a counterterrorism fight, but also a counterinsurgency and a conventional fight, it gets extremely complex and difficult, and you have the military of that country looking in multiple directions to defend itself. I think, that's what these swarms are trying to do, to black out the Israeli systems, to strike them from different directions, to cause complex attacks. And it's going to be very challenging if these continue, as we've seen in the first couple hours of this fight.
Kim Dozier, I want to bring you into this conversation. I was struck by this statement from the National Security Council that they expect this retaliation by Iran to go on for several hours. They didn't say how many, of course, but they did put a fine enough point on it that they expect this to last for hours and not more than that. I wonder what you make of that and how they would have come to that conclusion.
I think the assumption is that Israel will be able to shoot many of that first volley of UAVs that's headed its way, the armed drones. So multiple volleys will be needed to try to make the kind of example that Iran seems to want to make, a picture that will go across the Middle East and the Arab world showing some sort of massive damage in Israel proper. The problem is that some of the main areas where Iran might want to hit, like Israel's Pentagon, Hakiria, it's in a populated part of Tel Aviv. So if Israel finds that Iran is aiming at that, even if they don't hit it, the push will be on for the kind of response that gets you into escalation. And I'm also taking a step back and thinking about not just the immediate coming hours when we're waiting to see what lands and where, but what this means in terms of, in the run up to this, I and many different Iran watchers have been saying, but a direct strike on Israel would be so new as to be horribly groundbreaking. And then it calls into question all of the other assumptions we've made, like, oh, yes, Iran could make a nuclear weapon. It's got enough fissile material to possibly make 3 nuclear weapons, according to some estimates, but it wouldn't because it doesn't want to trigger an attack. Well, it's taken the kind of step in these past few hours that can escalate and bring on a U.S. response. So we're in new territory on a number of different fronts. And then the next thing I'm looking for is come Monday with the UN Security Council, trying to react to this. What will Russia and China do? Iran has been arming Russia with those Shahed drones that it's probably using right now against Israel for Russia's war on Ukraine. Russia is probably going to hold out against any potential censure of Iran, as it has in the past. And that way, we're going to be seeing this new axis forming or solidifying of Russia, probably China, and Iran against the West, no matter what those missiles hit. Or drones at this point, no missiles so far.
And Jeremy Diamond, we are getting more news about what Iran is firing at Israel. What more have you learned?
Yeah, hugely significant news that will make the news of the drones really pale in comparison, and that is that Iran is now saying that they have launched the first wave of ballistic missiles, firing those at Israel, according to Iranian state media. These missiles travel at a far, far faster rate, with some estimates putting it at about a dozen minutes between when they are launched from Iran and when they could reach Israeli soil. And this was reported in just the last 5 minutes or so. So we could be in a situation where we're hearing sirens in parts of Israel in the coming minutes, if indeed those reports from Iranian state media are accurate. But of course, ballistic missiles would carry a more significant payload and also potentially have a more significant impact within Israel if indeed they make it through Israel's defense systems. Now, we know that, of course, beyond the Iron Dome missile defense system, Israel has a number of other air defense systems, many of which it has tested for the first time during the course of the last 6 months of this war, in part because Iran's proxies in the region have been firing missiles from various directions. Just this past week, we saw Israel test for the first time a sea-based Iron Dome system, intercepting missiles that were fired by Houthi rebels in Yemen. We know that Israel has tested its Arrow defense missile defense system as well. So, there's no question that Israel is prepared for a variety of aerial threats directed at its soil, but this will certainly be the biggest test of all of those air defense assets. We've been reporting, of course, in the last hour that Israel is going to try and intercept these drones outside of its airspace. Whether or not it can do so with these ballistic missiles is another question, but certainly very, very significant news that Iranian state media reporting that it has now fired the first wave of ballistic missiles at Israel directly.
All right, Jeremy Diamond, I want you to stay with us. Norm Rule, can I bring you back in? And please explain to us and our viewers what you think we could expect to see in the coming moments. You heard Jeremy Diamond say there, now Iranian state media is reporting that they have fired ballistic missiles. There's been previous reporting about cruise missiles and drones. So it is almost 1 o'clock in the morning in Israel. What could we expect to see in the coming moments?
Much depends on the reality of those comments. If they're genuine and Israel is able to, with with this U.S. assistance, bring down these weapons, then Iran will be embarrassed that their weapons were not able to achieve anything and may likely continue attacks for that reason. At the same time, if these reports are true, then Israel has got to consider whether it undertakes a counter-strike of some sort against Iran to prevent further attacks, not because it wishes to escalate the conflict, but whether some sort of action, be it cyber, be it a drone, some other operation, could degrade Iran's capability to fire additional ballistic missiles against Israel.
General Mark Hertling, Norm there makes a good point. We should obviously be taking with a grain of salt what we're hearing from Iranian state media here. They're the ones reporting that this first barrage of ballistic missiles has been fired at Israel. We've previously reported cruise missiles and drones. But General Hertling, to what extent do you think that this is a matter of minutes? Can you lay out the timing of what we could expect to see? Because obviously those drones are moving a lot slower than many of those missiles, if they are indeed flying at Israel.
Yeah, we discussed this earlier, Alex, and I think what we're seeing is the potential for those drones to continue the movement toward the Israeli border as Israel prepares for it. And at the same time, the cruise missiles, if they have in fact been launched, could reach there much faster. So the cruise missiles are going to overwhelm the big systems, as Oren Lieberman and Jeremy Diamond both mentioned. Those will be the priority targets at first, to knock down those cruise missiles and destroy them. Then will come the drones, and that will overwhelm the rest of the systems. If it's been synchronized well, and what I suggested earlier might happen, is you'd have a combination of those Iranian drones, Iranian cruise missiles, a sudden launch of rockets from Hezbollah, as Mr. Rule posited, and also some cruise missiles coming out of Yemen that have been launched by the Houthis. They should, if this was a well-coordinated action, they would all hit at the same time. Or if they're sequential, it could also cause significant challenges for the Israeli air defense. And that's why I think you're going to see the United States with their systems in the area helping to defend and actually attack those incoming missiles from a bunch of different directions. But again, depending on the numbers, the directions, and the types, you're going to see a very complex attack, and it's going to be very challenging to the air defenders and the soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the area.
Are these missiles and drones more likely to get intercepted outside of Israeli airspace, or are there more formidable air defense systems inside of Israel?
Yeah, there's an acronym we use sometimes in the military, Alex. It's called DOTS, and that stands for depends on the situation. Again, it depends on where they're coming from. You know, you don't have a solid wall of air defense. We've learned that in Ukraine as we've talked about what they can do. So there is an integrated air defense, a bubble. Israel is a much smaller territory. It's about 250 miles long by 70 miles wide. So you can defend inside the territory better. There are some capabilities to hit outside the territory, both from the long-range missiles, as Oren Lieberman started, the Arrow and the David Sling, can hit outside the boundaries and stop those missiles and rockets from coming in. But you can't stop all of them. It isn't a perfect wall, but you will be able to stop some that are headed toward key targets. The problem is in some of these, if it's a ballistic missile, a ground-to-ground, you know where it's launched from, you know where it's heading, you know its apogee and perigee in flight, you can intercept it. But a cruise missile can go back and forth just like the drones and can maneuver around. So it's much more difficult to use some of the systems that Israel has to hit those moving targets. The ones that go from ground to ground are easy to hit once you pick them up on the radar. The other ones are much more difficult because they fly nap of the earth or they go in circuitous routes. So it's much more challenging from an operator's perspective to knock those down.
And Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon, over the past few days, the head of Central Command, so that, well, we don't have Oren apparently, but I want to go back to Norm Rule. We've seen over the past few days, Norm, General Kurilla, the head of Central Command, which is the area of operation, which is the Middle East, he's been in Israel. What have you made of his activities and his messaging while he's been there? What is the message that the U.S. has been trying to send by having General Kurilla in place?
General Kurilla's presence in Israel is a tangible demonstration that the U.S. is willing to marry together our finest and most experienced regional military personnel with Israeli operators to plan an effective defense that exploits mutual capabilities. And moving back to the point made, the strong point from General Hartling, moving forces that CENTCOM has very effectively and used against the Houthis north to support Israeli systems, as well as the existing air defense systems in the Eastern Mediterranean, required some high-level conversations, as well as probably some understanding of what we could do over Iraq, and perhaps some sense of what regional partners would do. For example, some countries such as Saudi Arabia and Jordan would not want Iranian missiles transiting their territory, Iranian drones. They may not want to be very public about shooting it down, but they have a responsibility to protect their territory. And how that might play out requires the conversations that would draw in the senior-most officials of CENTCOM.
All right, I want everyone to stay with us. Our breaking news on CNN continues right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And tonight, if you are just joining us, dozens of Iranian drones are bound for Israel, leaving all of the Middle East and beyond on edge. There are also reports that cruise missiles as well as ballistic missiles are also headed towards Israel from Iran. Israeli forces are planning to intercept as many of those as possible with the help of the United States. But at this moment, we do not yet know what the results of these attacks may be or what the targets are. We have reporters and analysts all over the map as we track this news. I want to get straight to Jeremy Diamond on the ground in Jerusalem, who has some new reporting. Jeremy, what are you learning about what Iran is undertaking in this retaliation right now?
Well, Alex, over the course of the last several hours, we've been reporting that Iran has launched waves of drones in the direction of Israeli territory. More than 100 drones currently making their way to Israel with multiple hours of travel time before they are expected to hit their targets or to try and hit their targets within Israeli territory. But now Iranian state media is reporting that in addition to those drones, Iran has also fired ballistic missiles. That is a much more significant threat facing Israel for two key reasons. First of all, they represent a more significant threat in terms of the payload that they carry, the impact that they can have if they make it through Israel's air defense assets. But in addition to that, they travel much, much faster than these drones, which were anticipated to take hours before they could reach Israeli territories. And so now, with Iranian state media reporting that Iran has fired those ballistic missiles, we could be significantly closer to a potential targeting of Israeli territory. Whether those missiles will be intercepted or whether they will hit their targets on Israeli soil is another matter. We know that Israel, in addition to its significant air defense assets, has been cooperating very, very closely with the U.S. military, and that both the U.S. military and Israel are aiming to intercept many of these various threats from Iran, not only above Israeli skies, but in fact, I was told by an Israeli military official earlier tonight that Israel is going to try and intercept these drones before they reach Israeli airspace. And certainly they will have that opportunity, as these drones are traveling at much slower speeds than these missiles would. And we know, of course, that the United States has significant air defense assets deployed across the region, including, for example, in Iraq, which is one of the countries over which these drones will likely fly over. But this is without a doubt, Alex, a very significant moment of tension, a very significant inflection point. We have been watching this war unfold over the course of the last 6 months, and one big question has loomed over this entire war, and that is whether or not Iran will come into this conflict, come into direct conflict with Israel, whether or not this war between Israel and Hamas could explode into a much more significant and a much wider regional conflict. And certainly these actions by Iran could point things in that direction. But now the question will be, where exactly do these various threats from Iran hit? Do they make impact on Israeli soil? What are the targets going to be? And then how will Israel respond?
Yeah, no doubt. This is a turning point. This is a new chapter in this war with these strikes on Israel directly emanating from Iranian soil. We're looking at pictures of the skylines of both Jerusalem and of Tel Aviv. It is just after 1 o'clock in the morning there. As Jeremy was noting, these ballistic missiles, in addition to cruise missiles, we believe, and drones, are now flying directly towards Israel. And because of how fast they go, we could see some kind of impact or interception in the coming moments. This could all be coming to a head rather soon, and it is expected, according to the White House, to play out over the course of several hours. I want to bring in our Clarissa Ward in Tel Aviv. Clarissa, this is such a remarkable moment. This is not a surprise attack. We knew to some extent that this was coming, that it was only a matter of when. There were all kinds of different scenarios that were being bandied about. Perhaps the most significant is the one that we are seeing unfold right now, and that is a direct attack by Iran on Israel.
That's right, and it appears to be potentially a significant attack. And so there is a sense that there has been a failure, if you will, Alex, to actively deter Iran from engaging in this. There is a sense of heightened alert at the moment. I think before, everyone had expected that Iran would feel compelled to retaliate in some way. Now I think there's a very real concern that this portends a significant escalation, that we are entering uncharted territory. No one wants to be alarmist here. No one wants to set off a panic. But certainly there is a heightened sense of anticipation. The Israelis have closed the airspace. The war cabinet has been in session. We're staying in a hotel. I just saw a bunch of families who had been leaving for the airport coming back with their suitcases. GPS has been scrambled. I tried to look on Google Maps. It currently says that I'm in Beirut, Lebanon. And everybody is waiting to see what will happen in the coming moments, in the coming hours. We are expecting, as you've been hearing from all the other reporters and analysts, that intercepts or impacts could happen any time from now in the coming moments, and certainly in the coming hours. We know that the U.S. has actively been trying to work with Israel to intercept any missiles or drones before they actively enter Israeli airspace. But there is certainly a broader sense here that we are on the precipice of something very different, something that nobody quite has their arms around yet. Because as much as Iran has telegraphed this, as much as it was expected, there is now concern that it becomes difficult to control what the unintended consequences of an escalation like this could be. So, as I said before, not a sense of panic, but certainly a sense of heightened alert, and I think many people starting to come to terms with the fact that this looks like a broader, larger, and potentially more significant attack than had been anticipated, Alex.
And a major question right now of what Iran's intended targets are. This is, of course, in retaliation for the Israeli strike against what Iran calls its consulate building in Damascus that killed 7 senior members of the Revolutionary Guard, including a top commander. So as Clarissa was just saying, this is the long-expected retaliation for that strike that took place almost 2 weeks ago. We now have reporting from Iran's state media that Iran has fired its first wave of ballistic missiles towards Israel. Israeli media is reporting that cruise missiles have also been fired. I want to show some new footage that we just got into CNN. It appears to show, and we cannot verify this, but it is apparent footage of Iranian missiles crossing over the sky in southern Iraq, heading towards Israel. Again, we cannot verify this video, but you can see those glows in the sky in Basra, Iraq, from earlier this evening of apparent Iranian missiles heading towards Israel. For now, what we know is that it is Iran carrying out this attack on Israel. Ben Wiedemann, I want to bring you in. You're in Beirut, in Lebanon, which is the home of arguably the most formidable Iranian proxy in the form of Hezbollah. Hezbollah yesterday fired dozens of rockets at Israel, which they've been doing for the past few months. What concern is there that Hezbollah will get involved in this retaliation that Iran is carrying out right now?
Well, the concern is very high. Now, we heard from a source very close to Hezbollah a few days ago that the Iranian response to the Israeli strike on the Iranian consulate in Damascus would be Iranian, that Iran's other allies and proxies in the region would not be involved. However, what we've seen is this evening, within about the last half hour, according to Hezbollah, which put out a statement, they targeted with, according to the statement, tens of Katyusha rockets, Israeli air and missile defenses in the Israeli-occupied Syrian Golan Heights. And what we've also seen in the evening is an intensification of Israeli activity, bombardment and Hezbollah counterstrikes along the border, as well as a very intense Israeli air presence over the southern part of Lebanon. So definitely there's a very real danger that even though we heard the intention that Iran would be the author of the response, that its allies could very well become quickly involved in this Iranian-Israeli confrontation. And of course, this has set off much uneasiness here in Lebanon. We understand in the southern part of the country there are queues outside petrol stations, people stocking up. Lebanon has closed its airspace as of 10 minutes ago, and at least at the moment they say it will be closed for the next 6 hours. But certainly Lebanon closing its airspace. We know Jordan has closed its airspace. Iraq has closed its airspace. So really all the countries around Israel are bracing for perhaps something much more than simply an Iranian counterstrike to Israel. This is really a dangerous moment in the Middle East where things could go in a very bad direction if there is not some sort of control by the belligerent parties.
And a number of countries have told their citizens not to travel to Israel and several surrounding countries. In addition to what Ben was saying about Hezbollah in Lebanon, of course, you have the Houthis farther south in Yemen, and then other proxy groups in Iraq and Syria. So Israel is to some extent surrounded by very significant Iranian-backed forces. I want to bring in our MJ Lee at the White House. MJ, the president cut short his weekend to come back to Washington to essentially manage this crisis.
That's right, Alex. And within the last 30 minutes or so, a U.S. official confirmed to CNN that the president was in the Situation Room meeting with his top national security advisors to assess the situation and, of course, figure out what comes next. You know, the White House has been preparing for this possibility for days now, really in the aftermath of the Israeli strikes in Damascus that ended up taking out several top Iranian commanders. And there was a notable line in the statement that we got from the National Security Council, which said that the expectation was that this attack was likely to unfold over a number of hours, certainly suggesting that we expected to see waves of attacks. And of course, we have since seen Iranian state media reporting that not only was it drones that were launched against Israel, but it was also ballistic missiles as well. And the other part of the statement, of course, was a reaffirmation and reiteration of what the president has been saying all along leading up to today, and that is the U.S.'s commitment to Israel's defense and security. And to that end, as we have been talking about, U.S. officials have been very clear, again, leading up to today, that the U.S. would do whatever it could to try to intercept any weapons, if possible, in the region. And that is, of course, a part of why we had seen U.S. assets being moved into the region in preparation for this very kind of scenario. Now, as U.S. officials assess sort of the full scale of these attacks, one of the things that they're going to be watching out for is whether ultimately any proxy groups, affiliated groups end up getting involved in these attacks, with the important caveat that Iran can't always sort of predict or even have full control of what these proxy groups always do in the region. So that could certainly lend to even more sort of unpredictability and volatility in the area. And I think just one more space that is worth watching too, Alex, is how U.S. officials today in these last few hours have been corresponding with and communicating with Israeli officials, their counterparts there. Given that at the end of the day, one of the big goals for the U.S. right now is containing this situation, if that is at all possible. So will they be urging their Israeli counterparts to give a response that is proportional, whatever that might mean for the Israelis? So all of those spaces are worth watching. But again, the top focus right now for the president is getting a clear picture of the situation that is unfolding, and then, of course, figuring out the U.S.'s involvement in all of this. Alex.
And this comes at a moment, of course, where the Biden administration's frustration with Israel, with how it's conducting its war in Gaza, is really quite high. But at the same time, over the past few days, in anticipation of this Iranian retaliation, we have heard President Biden and other top officials repeat over and over again that the U.S. backing of Israel is ironclad, and we are about to see over the course of the next few hours that backing, that support play out as the U.S. is expected to try to help Israel knock down these drones and these missiles expected to come from Iran. I want to get back to our Jeremy Diamond in Jerusalem. Jeremy, we understand that there's a new development. What have you heard?
Yeah, Alex, I mean, in addition to messaging via its military assets, Iran is also using diplomatic means. And we've just gotten a tweet from Iran's mission to the United Nations, which is, I just want to pause on this real quick, Alex, while we verify this account. But we do know that Iran has made clear that this attack is indeed in response to Israel's strike on what they are describing as a consular facility in Damascus, Syria. We know that Israel conducted this strike that killed a senior Iranian commander as well as several others. But so certainly Iran has been trying to telegraph that its response will come in the context of that, viewing that attack on that diplomatic facility as something that is equivalent effectively to its own territory under international law. We are still waiting to see when these Iranian drones and missiles will arrive in Israeli airspace, if indeed they make it to their targets. Israeli officials have been telegraphing throughout the night and over the course of the last several days that their forces and their air defense assets are certainly at a heightened state of alert.
All right, Clarissa Ward, if you're still with me, could you speak to that? All right, I'm going to go back to General Mark Hertling, who is with us. General Hertling, to what Jeremy was just talking about right there, and the fact that Iran says it is carrying out tonight's retaliation because of that strike against the alleged consulate in Damascus, to what extent do you think Iran is going to limit its targeting at official government military targets rather than what we're looking at right now, which is downtown Tel Aviv?
Yeah, it's hard to tell right now, Alex. I would have thought that this would have been a tit-for-tat kind of operation. They hit a consulate, which everyone knew from the intelligence perspective was actually a headquarters of the Quds Force in Damascus. It wasn't truly a consulate, it was a building. But, what we're seeing now with the number of weapons in the air that we have been able to count so far, it just seems to me this is not going to be the kind of strike you would expect as a counter strike. You always have to, in a military operations, there's always an action, then a reaction, and a counteraction. I am very surprised at the number of weapons that Iran has put in the air, both the drones and the missiles against Israel. And again, I think we're going to see more from Lebanon and from the Houthis as well as the PMF forces. So this is more than just an attack to counter one attack that Israel had against the Quds force. Do I think it's going to hit more than military targets? Unfortunately, I do. With this number of weapon systems flying toward Israel, they have to hit more than just military outposts or military facilities or intelligence centers. Some of these are going to likely hit civilian populated areas. And I hate to stir that up and to cause fear, but there's just too many weapons coming across the border for them to not hit locations where civilians are. So yeah, it concerns me. And what also concerns me is how Israel will retaliate if it does.
And I should note, the biggest military target, arguably, inside Israel is in downtown Tel Aviv. The Kiryat, as it's known, which is Israel's Pentagon, is in a very populated, dense business area of Tel Aviv. So if Iran were to go after that target, for example, there could be some significant political damage. I want to bring in Hagar Kamali, who is a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the United Nations. Hagar, thank you so much for joining us. Right now, we know that President Biden has been meeting with top national security advisors in the Situation Room. Could you take us inside that meeting? Obviously, the U.S. has a significant role in this. So what would the president and his advisors be doing in this moment as we await, really, these drones and missiles to get closer to Israel?
Sure. Well, in times of crisis like this, you're going to have all the policy people, all hands on deck, trying to look at the array of options they have and looking at the pros and cons of those options, meaning what are the military responses? What are the contingency plans? What are the red lines that if this happens, what would goad the United States into responding itself? And that is going to be the biggest question here, because Israel is an ally of the United States. It is a non-NATO ally since 1987. It is not written down exactly what would need to happen for the United States to enter a war on Israel's behalf. It's one of those things that is deemed that whatever the U.S. needs to do for Israel's survival, it will do. And so that's what they're going to have to be deciding here. This is, as the general noted, I am also surprised by this response. It feels very disproportionate to me in response to Israel's supposed strike on the Iranian embassy in Damascus. There have been other strikes on Iranian top generals, including in Iran. 4 years ago, Israel, we assume, assassinated Iran's top nuclear scientist inside Iran, and Iran never responded. And so why now? Why this attack in particular? Clearly, they viewed this strike on the embassy as something that was an act of war. Nevertheless, this response is significant, is major, and to me that says that they also are not they don't feel threatened. Iran doesn't feel threatened by the U.S. response. So that's also something the U.S. is going to be figuring out, is what would drag us in, and also what are we going to communicate to both Israel and Iran to try and de-escalate as soon as these missiles are struck down, hopefully, or as the attack is over.
Hagar, I want you to stand by. We need to get back to our Oren Lieberman, correspondent at the Pentagon. Oren, you have new reporting about how the U.S. is helping intercept some of what Iran has fired at Israel.
That's right, Alex. According to two U.S. officials, the U.S. has intercepted and engaged a number of Iranian drones that were launched at Israel. So taking those down, of course, before they were able to reach their target, it sounds like before they were even able to reach Israeli airspace. This had been the plan. The U.S. had committed to Israel to try in whatever ways it could to intercept and stop these launches before they reached Israeli airspace and were able to strike their target. Again, we have now learned from two U.S. officials that the U.S. has been able to intercept and engage a number of those drones. What we don't know right now is a couple pieces of information. First, how many? As of the latest update, there were more than 100 drones launched. So this is an incredibly large barrage that was launched, and it's unclear how many of these were shot down by U.S. forces. Second, we don't know how they were shot down. There are ground-based aerial defense systems that could have engaged the drones, depending on their altitude, their speed, what sort of direction they took, the routing they used to try to get from Iran to Israel. And we also don't know if it was an aerial system, essentially a fighter jet. We know from flight tracking websites that there was a U.S. tanker in the air, an aerial refueling platform, and that strongly suggests There were U.S. fighter jets in the air in the region. Tankers don't simply fly around the Middle East for no good reason. So we don't know how these were shot down. But crucially, the U.S. here stepping in as we expected they would, as we reported yesterday they would try to do, to intercept some of these Iranian drones that were heading towards Israel. Now, we have not gotten word on cruise missiles yet. Those obviously move much faster. Potentially they can be much stronger. We don't know if those were intercepted. So that remains an open question here, something we'll work to find out. But at least from what we know at this point, this barrage, this frankly massive barrage that has been launched by Iran towards Israel, at least some of those drones have been intercepted and picked off before they were able to make it to their target. Alex, one last point I'll make here. We have seen U.S. fighter jets be able to intercept these types of drones, and that from the Red Sea. U.S. F-A-18 fighter jets launched from the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower have been able to intercept Houthi drones and Houthi missiles. So this capability has been shown before in a different part of the region, and it's being shown once again.
And certainly not to downplay what we believe has just happened, but the drones are moving slower, of course, than the ballistic and cruise missiles. So to some extent, those are easier targets, we believe, and there's a lot more firepower that is heading towards Israel. I want to get back to Clarissa Ward. Clarissa, there's a good chance in the coming minutes and hours, certainly, we will be asking you what you're seeing and what you're hearing. We're looking at that skyline of Tel Aviv. Major questions right now about what Iran may be targeting. But I want to ask you about your impression of what Iran has been telegraphing over the past almost 2 weeks since that strike in Damascus. There was a very public message to the U.S. essentially saying, stay out of it.
I want to start, Alex, by just touching on this potential targets, because we have heard from the IDF they are telling people in specific parts of the country to stay very close to secure shelter. They're talking about the Golan Heights. That is territory that Israel seized from Syria after the Six-Day War in 1967 along the border between Syria and Israel. They're telling people in Dimona, which is a nuclear site. They're telling people also in Nevatim, near the air base there. That's where the F-35s are based, crucially. So it does appear that these are strategic targets. Now, we don't know if any of these missiles or drones will get anywhere near those targets. But what we do know is that this is a significant escalation, Alex. And you asked about what Iran has been telegraphing. They have absolutely been telegraphing that there would be a strong response, that there would be punishment. But privately, there has also been, behind closed doors, a flurry of diplomatic activity. And there was a kind of consensus or a belief that cooler heads would prevail, that the ideal objective here was to try to find that Goldilocks spot, that kind of carefully calibrated retaliation that does not devolve into escalation and a full-blown regional conflagration. But as we are starting to see the shape and scale and scope of this assault coming into clear focus, that is raising real questions about what Iran's objective is with this assault and whether at some point Israel will feel compelled to respond, not necessarily out of a direct desire to escalate further, but potentially to act as a deterrent. And so you do see a region really holding tight and looking at the edge of a precipice. This is not a place that we have quite reached in the last 6 months, despite all the focus on the region, despite the ratcheting tensions. And now I think you're seeing an almost, frankly, surprise from many officials, both in Israel and regionally, who certainly expected some type of response, but who did not necessarily anticipate the likes of which we appear to be seeing taking shape in the early hours of this morning here in Israel, Alex.
All right, Clarissa Ward, I want you to stay with us, and I want to get Norm Rule's take on this, what Clarissa just said. Norm, this is not a country, Israel, that is full of shrinking violets. They are well accustomed to incoming rocket fire from Hezbollah, from Hamas. And now you have the Israelis, according to Clarissa, telling residents in certain areas to seek secure shelter in the Golan Heights, in Dimona, which is near a nuclear reactor, Nebatim, that's near a military base. And Norm, on top of that, we are reporting that Hezbollah has claimed that they have fired dozens of Katyusha rockets against an IDF air defense headquarters in the Kaila barracks. That's also in the Golan Heights. So, Norm, when you take all of that together, what does that tell you about what Iran is targeting this evening?
Well, I think we need to keep a couple of basic ideas in mind. Iran needs to punish Israel. That means it needs to show that it has damaged Israeli structures and Israeli territory. Iran is a problem. Israel is very successful at air defense, and the United States has brought in some of the finest military operators on the planet to assist that. So the idea that Iran might expand its attack force might be consistent with that. Second, Iran isn't used to an awful lot of international punishment for its actions. And it sees that Israel and the United States are working together, but there aren't an awful lot of European actors standing with Israel involving military personnel right now, so that you don't really have a reason for Iran to believe there will be a significant pushback by the international community if it chose to expand its force. Last on Hezbollah, I do believe Hezbollah needs to show it's putting skin in the game. But at the same time, Hezbollah is not firing major weapon systems or the type of weapon systems that would risk an Israeli response against Hezbollah leadership.
Mark Hertling, what do you make of the fact that Hezbollah appears to some extent to be getting involved? I mean, this is not new, of course. Hezbollah has been firing rockets daily at Israel. Tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border have had to move out. Now we understand that it's dozens of Katyushas that are being fired. But if Iran were choreographing this, which we believe to some extent they certainly did, is this the stage in this response where the other proxies would now get involved as those Iranian weapons, the drones, the missiles, are getting closer to Israel?
Yeah, I think so, Alex, and Mr. Rule would be the best to ask this, but I actually thought Hezbollah would act much sooner and actually prep the way. You're going to see not only Hezbollah, but also the Popular Mobilization Forces at fronts in other countries probably chime in. It doesn't necessarily mean that Iran is controlling their actions or telling them what to do. What we've seen in the past in this area is they just do it because they want to contribute. Much like we've seen the second front they've opened up as Israel has gone into Gaza. No one has told them to do that. They're just doing it. So, yeah, it's not surprising at all. But again, I go back to what several of your guests have said. This is more than a proportional response. This is significantly greater than a proportional response. And I, for one, did not expect it to be as significant as it is.
All right, I'm going to ask you all to stay with me as we bring in Congressman Jason Crow, a Democrat who is on the Intelligence Committee. Congressman Crow, thanks so much for joining us this evening. You and I have spoken about this conflict many times over the course of the past 6 months. I want to pick up where General Hertling just left off in terms of his surprise about what we're seeing this evening with multiple waves of different kinds of weapons coming from Iran, and now it appears more rocketry, Katyusha rockets coming from Hezbollah. Your reaction, sir, to what we're seeing?
Well, it's a significant response, Alex. There's no doubt about that. I share General Hertling's surprise as to the level of response, both in terms of the quantity and also that they have launched attacks directly from Iran, which is significant given that Iran historically relies on proxy forces and forces outside of Iran to conduct its attacks. So this really signifies a significant shift in their aggression. There's no doubt. So from our perspective, the United States has to make sure that Americans are protected in Israel, that U.S. facilities, U.S. service members are protected. That's our immediate goal. I understand the president is assembling members of the National Security Council right now to look at, what is the full breadth of our intelligence and information about these attacks, and and then what, if anything, we need to do to defend our ally Israel here.
As a member of the Intelligence Committee, what can you tell us about how much was known about what Iran could do following that Israeli strike in Damascus?
Well, I can't tell you much, not because I don't necessarily know, but because we obviously protect our sources and methods. There's no secret to the fact that Iran is an adversary of ours, and that we keep very close tabs on what they're doing, and that we have a close intelligence sharing relationship with Israel. So this doesn't necessarily surprise me, but I would say that the quantity and the fact that they've struck from Iran does signify a major shift in their strategy and their approach here.
After tonight, what do you think Iran's intention is for its role going forward? Do you think it is going to try to carry out this retaliation and then go back and step back and be in the shadows, essentially where it's been lurking for the past 6 months? Or do you think it's now going to be taking on a more proactive role?
Well, Alex, you've identified one of my really big questions here, right? Because the nature of this attack and the size of this attack does, in my view, represent a significant shift in how Iran has historically approached its regional aggression. The question that I have is, has their risk tolerance for a broader Middle East conflict changed recently? Are they now looking for a broader conflict with the United States and our allies? Because, before this, they really haven't been. They have been content to engage in destabilizing efforts, to use their proxies to conduct attacks. They just want to keep the United States and Israel and others off balance and work through their proxy forces and their forces that allow them to have non-attribution, right? That give them an arm's length distance. This is a major shift. So the big question in my mind is, what is their strategy going forward? And are they looking for a broader conflict? And if the answer to that is yes, then of course we have a different situation on our hands. We have to figure out how we de-escalate and prevent that from happening.
Congressman, obviously the Pentagon hasn't put too many details around what it's doing to support Israel tonight. We know that they have moved assets into the region. There were already ships in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden. Are you happy with the level of support? Do you think that the U.S. is going to do an effective job at protecting Israel, helping protect Israel from what is incoming right now?
Well, time will tell that. What I can say is that we have been doing all the things in preparation to defend against an attack that I think were necessary, surging resources into the region. We've had a long time collaboration with Israel on the development of the Iron Dome system, which is a jointly developed system. This is a system that the United States and Israel has put a lot of time and effort and resources into, and I'm very glad that it exists because it's going to protect Israelis, it's going to protect Americans living in Israel. So we have long-term preparations that we've put in place, as well as the shorter-term surge of resources. But we're going to keep a close eye on it, and I'm going to get the first available briefing that I can, and I will see what, if anything, I would push the administration to do differently. But right now, all I have to say is I am very glad that President Biden is in the White House, and he has a very serious and very competent group of national security advisors who know what to do and know how to handle this. And I know that they will take the right steps, at least in the interim.
All right, Congressman Jason Crow, thanks so much for joining us this evening. We know that you are watching this very closely, and we'll be in touch as this unfolds. I want to go back to Jeremy Diamond in Jerusalem. Jeremy, a fairly significant bit of news out of the Iranian side. They are claiming that their retaliation is essentially over. What more are they saying?
Yeah, Alex, this is that tweet from the Iran's mission to the United Nations that I wanted to ensure that we verified before bringing it on air. But Iran's mission to the United Nations, at the same time as these launches have taken place, as this escalatory military action is taking place from Iran, Iran's mission to the United Nations is trying to tamp things down, saying that this attack that it has carried out tonight is in response, a direct response response to Israel's strike on its consular facility last week, and now saying the matter can be deemed concluded. I certainly think that a number of high-ranking Israeli officials, namely the Israeli Prime Minister, will certainly disagree with that notion, but Iran is also including a warning in this tweet, saying, however, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. So also a warning there to the United States. But it is interesting, Alex, of course, as Iran is communicating through its military means, communicating through more than 100 drones and reportedly some missiles, which it has now launched and fired in the direction of Israeli territory. It is also communicating through very public diplomatic channels, trying to suggest that it has carried out this attack, which is quite a large-scale attack, in order to respond to an Israeli strike last week, and now saying that this matter can be deemed concluded. Israeli officials, of course, in recent days have made very, very clear that should Iran carry out an attack on Israeli soil, that Israel would indeed respond in kind. Of course, we will have to wait to see how many of these drones and potentially missiles actually make it onto Israeli territory, and to what extent that shapes a future Israeli response.
All right, Jeremy Diamond in Jerusalem, thanks very much. I want to get back to Norm Rule. Norm, you have been deciphering Iranian messaging for decades. What do you make of this message from the Iranian mission at the United Nations, in which they say that this matter is deemed concluded, and then warning that should the Israeli regime, they say, make another mistake, that Iran's response will be considerably more severe? Does that mean that this is over for tonight?
It is likely over from the Iranian perspective, but a couple of points remain. First, Iran does not seek a conventional war, because a conventional war or even a longer-term conflict involving Israel in Iranian territory would embarrass the regime, as Israel, in essence, destroyed a number of tangible, visible sites within Tehran itself. The second point is Iran needs to punish Israel, preferably by showing damaged territories in Israel, or at least claiming that to its own people for its domestic narrative. But at the same time, Iran has now crossed a red line. It has said we will attack Israel directly when we believe doing so has a good reason. Well, that cat is out of the bag. And what they haven't done is they haven't allowed, in essence, Israel to be able to do the same thing against Iranian territory itself, other than the alleged consular building, a Quds Force Intelligence Center. And I think we are in a new place in the Middle East, no matter what Iran has said.
All right, Norm Rule, please stay with us. Lots more to discuss, but for the moment, I want to bring in Jonathan Conricus. He's a former spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. Jonathan, our viewers certainly will recognize you from the past few months of discussing the Israeli war with Hamas. But tonight, this is a different conflict, or at least a different side to this conflict that we're discussing. What do you make of that message just now from the Iranian mission at the United Nations saying, all right, essentially we fired what we were going to, and now it's over?
Yes, thank you for having me. I would say not quite. That's typical Iranian. The attack is very out of form and not Iranian, because they are now, for the first time, masks are off and they've attacked Israel from sovereign Iranian soil, and they will face the consequences for their attack. The consequences, of course, will depend on how much damage is done in Israel, as your previous guests have very eloquently said. But I don't think that Iran gets to say both to launch an unprecedented, massive attack against Israel with more than 100 drones and ballistic missiles from various locations at Israel, and then to say, you know what, that's it. That doesn't make any sense, and I think that Israel already has contingencies ready in order to retaliate against Iran. And I think that we are actually on day one of a new Middle East, where Israel, the US, and Sunni states in the region who are peace-oriented and prosperity-oriented have an opportunity here to finally address the root cause of instability, violence, and terror in the Middle East, and that is Iran. And by Iran stepping out, yes?
Sorry, I just wanted to ask. Sorry to interrupt. I wonder if you have heard of anything happening in Israel tonight. We have reported that the U.S. Had intercepted some of those drones. Those were the first wave of weapons to be fired by Iran. Clarissa Ward also reported that Israel is telling residents of certain areas, particularly around military areas, to seek shelter. But have you heard of any strikes, any impacts, or any interceptions inside Israel itself?
Yes, you also alluded to it before when you spoke about Hezbollah rockets that were fired from Lebanon towards the Golan Heights and towards the border between Israel and Lebanon. Most of those incoming rockets and UAVs were intercepted, and that's being looked at now. But as unfortunately has become the norm over the last 6 months, Israel is under attack from various locations simultaneously. And there were alarms and explosions in northern Israel. I am not aware of any reported damage to military or civilian facilities in the Golan Heights in Israel. And there were alarms in the south as well, the area around the Gaza Strip, but no reports of casualties or any damages. But another night from that perspective in Israel, what is very different is, of course, that the Iranians are attacking with a very large-scale attack, which we have addressed here, which really is a game changer. There is no talking this back, and there is no saying that from an Iranian perspective that we've done this now and that's it. Let's call it fits. That doesn't work. That's not how business in the Middle East works. And I think that we are in a watershed moment in Middle Eastern history.
Yeah, it certainly is. Iran has been very careful, I think, to telegraph, including in this latest statement, that this was this retaliation for the Israeli strike in Damascus. But no doubt, Iran carrying out such a significant attack as we believe is unfolding right now. These are live pictures. It's unclear exactly what we're looking at, but you can see those streaks in the sky. They look like shooting stars. They could quite easily be missiles, but I don't want to speculate too much. Let's take a listen. Nick Robertson, if you can hear me, Nick Robertson in Jerusalem, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Seeing intercepts in the sky, heard third big detonation. I'd see a lot of tracer fire and rockets. I've seen at least a dozen rockets, tracer fire, intercepts lighting up the sky here.
This is a familiar sight for you, Nick, and for those of us who've been following this war.
It is.
Nick, does this look the same as the Iron Dome intercepts that you've been seeing for the past few months? How different is this?
It's a little different. It's hard for me to assess. There's the sirens now. Guys, are we on air?
And those are the sirens. Nick Robertson, you are on air. Those are the sirens that are sounded by Israeli authorities to warn residents, in this case in Jerusalem, of incoming rocket fire. What you're looking at there, live pictures of Jerusalem, the hills of Jerusalem, just before 2 o'clock local time in the morning. It has been several hours since we first reported that Iran had launched more than 100 drones at Israel from Iranian territory, followed shortly thereafter by cruise missiles, and then a wave of ballistic missiles. It has just been a matter of time until we believed that that combination of firepower would be arriving at Israel's doorstep. We know that the U.S. has helped intercept some of those drones. I believe these are the first sirens for this evening, indicating that there may be some incoming drone or rocket fire. Nick Robertson, if you're still there, is there anything more you can tell us about what you're seeing?
We're continuing to see Multiple intercepts in the skies above me, coming from multiple different directions. It's hard to determine what is potentially an incoming missile and what is an intercept at the moment. So I'm just going to back up and look out here. That's a bright white light flying in here. That just got intercepted. So coming in from this side, it appears to be well, that was a bright white light, so that appeared to be the incoming missile. I saw it intercepted. The siren's now gone off. I'm searching the skies here to see more intercepts. I'm hearing barrages of what sound like Iron Dome interceptors, but more in the distance. That perhaps that phase of missiles that was intercepted over Jerusalem close to us, that phase of missiles is moving through now and being intercepted somewhere else. But those explosions that we could see in the air behind me, and I'm hearing multiple detonations again of what sound like intercepts in the sky. I am not, and I should be very clear about this, I am not hearing the sound of impacts. I am not hearing the sound of things hitting and detonating on the ground. What we're hearing at the moment are the detonations of the outgoing, it sounds like Iron Dome intercepts. We're seeing the intercepts in the sky, and we're hearing the detonations associated with those intercepts in the sky. But I have to stress, it's a little hard to pick out the precise dynamic of what's happening. That was another white flash. And I'm seeing more, more amber orange tracer fire, possibly intercept missiles in the sky above us and behind us here. So this is ongoing. That was another big detonation and rumble there. This is an ongoing situation. I would say, while we've been talking here, we've witnessed 20 to 30 perhaps intercepts. Now, we don't know what's being intercepted in the skies above us, but I hadn't that bright white light that I told you I saw tracing through the sky over here a couple of minutes ago. I haven't seen something like that in the skies here above Israel. It was not something that we've witnessed around Gaza. So I would estimate, and this is an estimate because at the moment there's a level of uncertainty about precisely what we're seeing. But I would estimate that that bright white light that flew slowly across here was potentially an incoming missile of some description, and it appeared quite large. It was certainly not what I'm familiar with in terms of the amber light that you see, the amber glow that you see with the interceptors. And the interceptor did intercept with that bright white light. But again, stressing, it is difficult to assess. I'm not hearing many explosions, or they're distant explosions at the moment. So it is hard. It's hard to precisely assess what we've just witnessed here. But it seemed like a phase of missiles, and I'm hearing distant intercepts in this direction. It seems like we heard a phase of missiles pass through, and the intercepts are happening perhaps elsewhere on the outskirts of Jerusalem right now.
Yeah, these are remarkable images. If you're just joining us, it is just before 2 o'clock in the morning in Jerusalem. Our Nick Robertson is right there on the ground. We've been watching these incredible scenes play out in the skies above Jerusalem. You can see right there those streaks, those glows in the sky. Nick has been describing what appears to be interceptor rockets going up, presumably to try to take down anything that may be incoming. Of course, these are similar scenes we've been play out over the past 6 months as Hamas and other groups inside Gaza have been firing rockets all across Israel. But Nick, I think it's important in this moment to remind everyone that this is a far, far different kettle of fish, if you will. The rockets, the missiles, the drones that are being fired by Iran tonight are far superior, far more deadly and damaging. And you can hear those sirens going off again in Jerusalem. And Nick was just describing those interceptions. Nick, what are you hearing aside from the sirens? Have there been more of those explosions?
We are seeing more of the explosions. And the missiles that are coming from Iran are way different from what Hamas has fired out of Gaza. Hamas's rockets are not directional. They fire a handful or a few dozen, and they're mostly readily intercepted. And they're like, in a way, they're oversized metal tubes that might look like the metal tube of a lamppost that you would have standing at the side of the road lighting a highway. These missiles are different. These Iranian drones are directional. They are able to fly by GPS coordinates, which we know the IDF is blocking. Tonight they've said that. But they have precise information loaded inside them to hit precise targets. They have a lot more explosives than Hamas's rockets. Hamas's rockets, if you will, are dumb rockets. They fly in a general direction and land in a general area. These drones go to specific targets. That's what they're aiming for. And they can pack a far more powerful punch. Now, we don't know everything we're seeing right now. We don't know all the missiles that are in the sky. We know that Iran, in its arsenal, also has cruise missiles. The interceptor systems here would be able to intercept them. Israel has a range of interceptor missile systems, but this is a dynamic and ongoing situation at the moment. But as you say, everyone here and the audience should fully understand that these weapons that are coming into Israel's airspace and flying over densely populated civilian neighborhoods like Jerusalem are weapons that can be far more devastating than anything Hamas has fired into Israel over the past 6 months.
And Nick, I just want to underscore this remarkable moment, because we have heard just moments ago from the Iranian mission at the United Nations saying essentially this is over, that their retaliation for the Israeli strike against that building in Damascus last week, as far as they're concerned, it's over. But it's really just getting started where you are. It's been several hours since we've been on the air reporting this Iranian attack against Israel. And there is this delay where you have several hours for the drones to get to Israel. And so what you are experiencing now, just before 2 o'clock in the morning in Israel, may just be the very beginning of what Israel is going to be going through for the next several hours.
The IDF briefing an hour or so ago said they believe that the wave that we've talked about incoming to Israel, that is perhaps the wave that we've just seen flying over and being intercepted, is only one, they suspect, of what could be several waves. So the expectation is there is more to come, that the IDF has told people to stay in their shelters in both the north and in the Golan and in Dimona and other locations in the Negev desert. So it is clear, and Alat as well, they've told them to stay close to shelters there, right in the south of the country. So it is clear that these barrages of weapons are coming to multiple, the IDF believes they're coming to multiple different locations and may come in multiple ways. Now, the IDF said they wanted to intercept as many as possible outside the country. Clearly, many have got inside the country and are incredibly, if you consider where Jerusalem is in the geography of Israel, we don't know where these weapon systems crossed the border, but they have, by the time they have reached Israel, will have been in Israeli airspace for many minutes. So they will have been flying over Israel, the West Bank, for a period of time, perhaps coming from the north, perhaps, but they will have been in Israeli airspace for some time. And it is only here that they're getting intercepted. Now, that may be because Israel is determined it should use other assets to patrol its borders for perhaps other types of missile systems. We don't know how Israel is dividing up its sophisticated air defense systems and choosing what to target and where to target it. But I don't think anyone was expecting to see intercepts, so many intercepts over Jerusalem. Again, a densely populated city. That, I think, is not something people were expecting. But to stress again, we have not heard any impacts on the ground here where we stand tonight. We don't have reports yet, as I understand it, of casualties from in and around the Jerusalem area. So perhaps these were missiles passing to somewhere else, intercepted over here.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. So far, we at least at CNN have not seen or heard any reports of impact or damage or deaths and injuries on the ground. Nick Robertson in Jerusalem, I want you to stand by. I'm going to go quickly back to General Mark Hertling. General Hertling, what do you make of what Nick was just describing? Obviously, the sirens are that we've heard that before, but he was talking about things that he has not seen before in the past 6 months in terms of the interceptions and the explosions. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I wish I was inside the Integrated Air Defense Center of Israel right now, Alex, because you'd have a better feel for that. You don't know, but from what I'm seeing from the picture and Nick's description, I would suggest it's probably not Iron Dome intercepts. It could be aircraft intercepts or even Arrow or David Sling intercepts. But it's now, I'm looking at my clock, and it's 3 hours since the reported first launch of the drones. That would have given them enough time to get to Jerusalem, I think, Jerusalem being more toward the eastern side of Israel. So, this could certainly be some of those drones. The Iron Dome is not as effective against drones as it is against rockets that have a parabolic strike shape. So I would guess that this is some other system, perhaps even aircraft shooting them down. And even looking at the video right now, it appears that it doesn't have the telltale Iron Dome launch and intercept, but it could be, it appears that it's being launched from in the sky itself. So this could be either Israeli or U.S. aircraft intercepting some of those incoming devices.
General, we only have about a minute left, but I'm looking at the timing of this, and we first got the reporting about the ballistic missiles just over an hour ago. Those go pretty fast. So where do you expect those are right now? Is that what we could be seeing in terms of the interceptions? Yeah, it certainly could be. And these would be the targets that would be more high value to the Air Force to knock down. Plus, it's almost like an air-to-air engagement because those cruise missiles do take on a flight pattern of a Learjet or a smaller jet, whereas the drones are moving about the speed of, as I said before, a Cessna aircraft. So you would have aircraft intercepting some of those cruise missiles. It certainly could be a cruise missile that's entered into Israeli airspace. All right, General Mark Hertling, everyone else, I want you to please stand by. We have much more coming up. Our special live coverage of this breaking news in Israel continues right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Wolf Blitzer in Washington. We're following the major breaking news at this hour in the Middle East. Fears of a wider regional war are heightened once again in one of the biggest escalations we've seen since the Israel-Hamas war began just over 6 months ago. Our team on the ground in Jerusalem hearing explosions and sirens just moments ago as intercepts are happening in the skies above. Dozens of Iranian drones are heading for Israel right now, maybe more than 100. It's a very, very delicate moment, very, very dangerous indeed, and reportedly waves of ballistic missiles from Iran are heading towards Israel as well. They are more deadly and they fly much faster. Both Israel and the United States say they will aim to intercept as many of these drones and missiles as they possibly can. But this much is already certain. These attacks directly from inside Iran, and indeed the suspected attack from Israel, to which Iran says it's responding, have these two nations, both with a lot of military power, as close to all-out war as we've seen in recent memory. And that could have far-reaching implications within the region and certainly well beyond the region.
Our reporters and our analysts are standing by. They've been covering this from all over the world, including our Nick Robertson in Jerusalem, Clarissa Ward in Tel Aviv, Ben Wiedemann in Beirut, and both retired Colonel Cedric Leighton and David Sanger here with us here in Washington. Let's start with our chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward. Clarissa, some dramatic scenes in Israel tonight. What are you seeing?
Well, here in Tel Aviv, we haven't heard the sirens. We have heard distant booms of intercepts in the distance. You heard from our Nick Robertson, seeing some of those intercepts lighting up the night sky. I do think it's very important to emphasize that so far, we do not have any indication that there have been any impacts. We are hearing from the IDF. They have told people across the nation to be very vigilant. They have told people in certain areas to stay close to protective shelter, to go immediately to the shelter if they hear the sirens, to wait at least 10 minutes. And they have focused primarily on the areas of the Golan Heights, Dimona, Eilat, Nevatim. These are strategically relevant and important sites. They are the home to the Nevatim Air Base, which is where the F-35 fighter jets are based. Dimona, of course, where there is a nuclear reactor. And everyone essentially really kind of holding their breath now, Alex, and waiting to see what the night will bring. We expect there to be waves and waves as this attack could go on for many hours. We in this hotel went down to the lobby. We saw a number of people had brought their pillows down to the lobby. They wanted to know where the shelter was. The people in the hotel told them that wasn't necessary at this stage. We saw people who were coming back from the airport because the Israelis have closed Israeli airspace. And there is a sense, most importantly, as Wolf just touched upon, that this is an unprecedented moment in this conflict. It is one that many had desperately hoped to avoid. The Iranians have telegraphed that it is now over in their eyes, but it remains to be seen how the Israelis will take that claim, what their response will be, whether there will be some kind of a retaliation, whether that is a direct attack or an attempt to deter further attacks. A lot of moving parts and a lot of anxiety about what could take place next.
Clarissa Ward, thank you very much. Clarissa Ward's in Tel Aviv for us. I want to go to Jerusalem right now. Nick Robertson is on the scene for us. Nick, and we all heard the sirens going off in Jerusalem. As someone who's covered these kinds of situations in Israel over the years, it's pretty unusual for the sirens to be blasting over Jerusalem. Normally, when Arab countries or various proxy groups launch rockets and missiles towards Israel, they aim towards Tel Aviv or Haifa, but not necessarily Jerusalem, given that it's a holy city for Muslims and a lot of Arabs live in Jerusalem as well. So it's pretty unusual that the sirens are now first going off over Jerusalem as opposed to, let's say, Tel Aviv.
It is, Wolf. Again, I'll restate it. I don't think anyone was expecting that for exactly the reasons that you say, re-emphasizing again, of course, that we're not aware of any impacts on the ground here, any casualties in Jerusalem. But it does appear that those weapon systems that were being intercepted, those Iranian missiles that were, and drones or whatever they were, again, we don't have details on what they were, that were intercepted in the skies above us here this evening, that they perhaps were not intended to target here. The likely possible target here could be obviously the Knesset, but again, that is the densely populated area. But we don't know that. We don't know what's being targeted, so they may simply have been flying through to somewhere else. But just to fly them over a city like this with so many hundreds of thousands of people, dangerous in itself. And I think one of the things that I'm reflecting on what we've seen here this evening and trying to understand what we've witnessed, these intercepts, we were seeing them come from multiple different directions. So it was hard to triangulate what was incoming missile or drone and what was intercept. But one of the large incoming missile systems that appeared to sort of glow white, that was something much bigger, much more different than what we've seen coming, let's say, from Gaza. And again, to re-emphasize that these missile systems flying over this city and around Israel tonight are much more dangerous, have much more explosives on board and have specific targets programmed into them. This makes them incredibly dangerous. But again, this is potentially, because it's gone quiet here now, the first wave that we've witnessed, and the IDF has said they expect there potentially to be more waves. But to your point, that these came in over this city is quite staggering, Wolf.
It certainly is. It's quite dramatic that all of a sudden the sirens are going off in Jerusalem, which means if people who are in Jerusalem, whether they're Israelis or Arabs or whoever they are, that's a warning to them. Go into a bomb shelter or a safe room where you're staying right now, because you don't know where those missiles are going to be landing, what they're going to be doing. Even if there's an interception, the Iron Dome, let's say, if they intercept these incoming rockets or missiles, once they're exploded in the skies, they come down, and I've been there when I've seen the shrapnel, the metal that comes down, and that could be extremely dangerous to anybody who is outside who happens to be on the ground. So I want you to be very careful over there, Nick. We'll get back to you. Oren Lieberman is joining us right now. He's getting some new information on these Iranian drones that are being intercepted by the United States. What do we know, Oren?
Wolf, it is an ongoing effort by U.S. forces in the region, in Iraq, Syria, and perhaps elsewhere, to continue to try to intercept these drones. This has been a process that has played out over the course of at least a couple of hours here since the first reports of Iranian drones being launched came into us. We reported in the last hour, according to 2 U.S. officials, that U.S. forces had intercepted a number of these drones, and now we know that process is ongoing. We got a short statement from a defense official just a short time ago. I want to read this to you here. It says, "In accordance with our ironclad commitment to Israel's security, U.S. forces in the region continue to shoot down Iranian-launched drones targeting Israel. Our forces remain postured to provide additional defensive support and to protect U.S. forces operating in the region." Now, what's not clear at this point is what types of U.S. forces and military assets have been used to shoot down this drone. There was a tanker, an aerial refueling platform that we saw on flight tracking websites some time ago. That's indicative of U.S. fighters up and active in the region. Of course, a tanker wouldn't simply be flying around, and certainly not under these current circumstances. So it's possible that these were intercepted by U.S. Aerial fighter jets, or it's possible that they were ground-based aerial defense systems that intercepted these drones, or both. That's the type of information we're still looking for at this point. But crucially, that effort to continue to intercept these drones that have been coming in for some time now, and we see the interceptions over Israel, that effort is ongoing by U.S. forces in the Middle East. Wolf.
Yeah, the Israelis are clearly relying a lot on the United States to help intercept a lot of those incoming drones with rockets and missiles on board, as well as those cruise missiles that may be coming in as well. This is a joint project from the United States and Israel. And it's significant, Oren, the head of the U.S. Military Central Command was just in Israel coordinating with the Israeli military. Tell us about that.
He's in Israel and has been fairly often since the beginning of the war some 6 months ago, but this trip, this latest trip, was moved up. He remains in the region, but crucially, he was in Israel for a couple of days, meeting with senior Israeli military leaders, the Minister of Defense, the IDF Chief of Staff, to coordinate a response and to make sure that the Israeli and U.S. militaries are on the same page here, that they're communicating, that they know what options they have available in terms of defense. There's obviously farther out the U.S. assets, and you hear there the sirens warning of incoming fire. There are obviously the U.S. assets in Iraq, Syria, and elsewhere. And then there's Israel's own layered aerial defense, the Arrow 3, which is primarily, but not only, a ballistic missile defense system. The David Sling, which is more of a medium-range aerial defense system, very similar to the U.S. THAAD missile defense system that we've seen positioned around the world. And then, of course, the short range is the Iron Dome. Wolf, you and I, Nick Roberts, and so many others have seen that. But the question is how best to layer that, how to coordinate the U.S. and Israeli response to make sure you catch as much of this as possible. It very much looks like Iran was trying to overwhelm the quality of Israel's aerial defense systems and U.S. aerial defense systems with quantity, simply overwhelming these systems. And we've seen that happen in the past. The U.S. and Israel, it seems, trying to coordinate their response to make sure they intercept as much of this as possible before it gets to Israeli airspace. And then, of course, if needed, intercepting over Israeli airspace as well.
Israel's air defense system, as you and I well know, is very, very intense, very sophisticated between the Iron Dome, the Arrow, David Sling. They've got a lot of major capabilities. And when they're backed up by the United States, which has significant military capabilities, anti-aircraft capabilities in the region right now, it's a very, very impressive. But when those sirens go off in Jerusalem and the folks over there, hundreds of thousands of people hear those sirens, their immediate instinct is to rush off into a bomb shelter, protect their kids, protect their families, and stick it out inside those bomb shelters, which are in every major building in Israel right now. We'll watch that unfold. Oren Lieberman's at the Pentagon. I want to go to the White House right now. Our correspondent MJ Lee has been monitoring what's going on. I take it President Biden has been huddled in the White House Situation Room in the West Wing of the White House with his top national security advisors. Give us the latest. What are you learning, MJ?
Wolf, initially this was supposed to be a quieter weekend here at the White House. President Biden was supposed to spend most of the weekend in Rehoboth Beach, but he ended up cutting that trip short and returned to the White House earlier this afternoon. And I am told by a White House official that he remains in the Situation Room right now with his top national security advisors to assess this situation and, of course, figure out what comes next. You know, the White House has been preparing for this very possibility for a number of days now in the aftermath of those Israeli strikes in Damascus that took out a number of top Iranian commanders. And you'll notice that in the White House statement that we got earlier tonight, it said and reiterated the U.S.'s support for Israel's security is ironclad. And to that end, as Oren was just reporting on, that is why we are seeing, of course, the U.S.'s involvement here and working to intercept some of these weapons that have been launched by Iran. And it is a part of why, of course, we saw in recent days the U.S. moving extra forces into the region and getting them in position in preparation for exactly this kind of scenario. And I think, Wolf, it is also just worth underscoring that this state-on-state conflict between Iran and Israel was exactly the kind of scenario that U.S. officials had very much hoped to avoid, given the real volatility and unpredictability that this could potentially usher in. And I think that is why one thing that we should be watching out for very closely in the coming hours is any indication of what U.S. officials are advising Israeli officials to do in response to these attacks that Iran has launched. You know, at the same time that we are hearing from the White House, and it is being reiterated that the U.S.'s commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. At the same time, the U.S. also wants the situation in the region to very much be contained. So again, those conversations that have been going on over the last few hours, the last several days, certainly worth keeping a very close eye on, Wolf.
MJ, stand by at the White House, and we'll check back with you often. Obviously, the president meeting with his top national security advisors. Right now, they've been meeting for hours and hours. This crisis is continuing, and it looks like it's about to get even worse. We'll see what happens. But MJ, stand by. I want to bring in Fred Pleitgen right now. He's our correspondent who recently was in Iran. You've done a lot of reporting from inside Iran over the years, Fred. Give us a little sense of the Iranian mindset right now, why this is happening.
Well, I think it's a very calibrated response from the Iranians, and certainly something that seems to have been in the works for a couple of days. We've heard the Iranians essentially telegraph this with a lot of the phone conversations that the Iranian foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdollahian, has had with some of his European counterparts, but also, of course, with some Middle Eastern counterparts as well. And if you recall, Wolf, in 2020, when the U.S. assassinated the top Iranian general, Qasem Soleimani, we heard something very similar from the Iranians back then as well. Actually, I was in Iran then, and I was called in to the Supreme Leader's military advisor, and he said to me, look, the Americans killed one of our top generals. We are going to respond, and it's then up to the U.S. whether or not it concludes there. And certainly if we're looking at the statement now that we saw from the Iranian representative to the United Nations, it seems very similar, where we keep that hearing that sentence that we've repeated a couple of times on the air here as well, the Iranians saying the matter can be deemed concluded. That doesn't mean that their retaliation is over yet, but essentially what the Iranians are saying here is, look, you attacked our embassy. You killed a lot of our top military officials inside that embassy. We are going to retaliate, and then it's up to you whether the matter has concluded or not. So certainly what the Iranians seem to be saying here is that the ball is now in Israel's court, whether or not it's going to strike back, and then possibly, obviously, the situation getting even worse. I think one of the other things, though, Wolf, that we're also seeing, and which certainly I've seen over the past couple of years as I've been reporting from Iran, is that a lot of Iran's, especially missile systems, but their drones as well, are a lot more capable than many people in the West think. I mean, one of the things that we have seen over the past couple of years is the Iranians capable of shooting down a U.S. Reconnaissance drone over the Strait of Hormuz. But now also, if we look at this drone and missile strike now, some of those images that Nick Robertson has been bringing us with those drones and possibly also cruise missiles as well, making it all the way into Israeli airspace, and clearly also putting Israel's air defense under pressure, at least as well. We heard from Oren, of course, that the U.S. is also apparently involved in trying to shoot some of those projectiles down. That certainly does seem to show that the Iranians have, first of all, a pretty large arsenal that they can fire at the Israelis and at anybody else, but also that the accuracy that the Iranians seem to be achieving appears to be considerable as well, if there's several areas in Israel that are under threat of being targeted. So certainly the Iranians, on the one hand, showing that they can retaliate, but also showing that they are very capable of hitting targets very accurately over a long distance, which is, of course, something, Wolf, as we've been reporting, and as you know very well, the Iranians have been developing for quite a while. That missile program that they have and the drone program that they have, those are really the cornerstones of their modern military, with which they say they can put the U.S. in the Middle East under pressure, and clearly Israel as well, Wolf.
Fred, very quickly before I let you go, in that statement that the Iranian permanent mission to the United Nations released, it was a pretty lengthy statement and very detailed. But one thing jumped out at me. I want to get your assessment of what the Iranians are threatening right now. They said in the statement at the end, it is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. That's in all caps. U.S. must stay away. So
yeah.
what is the Iranian threat to the U.S.? If the U.S. continues to intercept incoming drones, missiles, or ballistic missiles, or other Iranian targets coming towards Israel, what are the Iranians going to do? Attack the United States?
I don't think they're going to attack the United States, but one of the things that the Iranians have been telling me over the past couple of years, and this comes from people in the Revolutionary Guard, but also in the Iranian military, is that they've been saying, look, the U.S. needs to understand, with all of their assets in the Middle East, that next to almost every American outpost, next to almost every American base, or at least in the vicinity, there is a militia out there that is loyal to Iran, or at the very least has ties to Iran. So the Iranians certainly believe that they can put the U.S. under pressure in the Middle East. We saw that after Qasem Soleimani was assassinated in 2020, when the Iranians fired back at an airbase in Iraq, the Al-Assad airbase. They gave ample warning before they did that, but they were able to target that fairly easy from Iranian territory. So, of course, the U.S. has assets in various places in the Middle East, and the Iranians are saying those assets could be under threat if the U.S. continues to assist Israel. Now, of course, the U.S. is not going to stop assisting Israel, and I think that the Iranians are very much aware of that as well. But I think as far as this strike here is concerned, the Iranians are saying, look, they don't want the U.S. to get involved, at least as far as some sort of retaliatory strike if the Israelis chose to do that. I think some of the messaging that we've seen tonight from the Iranians has been pretty remarkable, where they've come out and said that any country, if the Israelis now want to strike back, any country that opens their airspace for that, or their ground space for that, would be under threat from Iran as well. So certainly the Iranians are messaging that they are extremely serious about this, while at the same time saying that they're giving Israel an off-ramp and saying, look, these are the strikes in retaliation for the hit on the embassy. It's up to Israel now whether or not it ends here, Wolf.
All right, stand by. We're going to get back to you, Fred Pleitgen, with his expertise on what's going on in Iran right now. I want to go back to Jerusalem. Nick Robertson is on the scene for us. And Nick, I understand something pretty extraordinary. You're seeing fighter jets circling overhead Jerusalem. Is that right?
High in the sky, Wolf, you can just pick them out in the dark, up there, waiting, loitering, flying loops in the night sky above Jerusalem. It appears that they're waiting for the possibility of more intercepts to come. We're not hearing any more sirens, we're not hearing any more intercepts, but the fact that those fighter jets are flying in the sky over Jerusalem at this time is unusual. It is clearly related to what's happening here right now. The intercepts that we saw before, General Hertling suggested that he believed that they were being, some of the intercepts we were witnessing were intercepts by fighter jets. The fact that we're seeing the fighter jets up there now certainly brings additional credibility to his already very credible words. But I think that's what we're witnessing here tonight. Multiple layers and levels of Israeli air defense systems systems. But again, the fact that these missiles, these Iranian missiles, could reach this city a relatively long way inside of Israel, even with the United States aircraft in the air giving additional support, and potentially we may learn more in the coming hours about additional support from friends and neighbors in the region about how their airspace may have been used to defend Israel. But the fact that so many intercepts were necessary over Jerusalem is a mark of just how many missiles Iran has fired here, and the fact that we didn't hear any direct impacts that we're aware of yet indicates how successful Israel's air defense systems have been so far this evening, it appears. But of course, IDF very clear, they are expecting more waves of attack overnight tonight, Wolf.
And I take it the Prime Minister and his cabinet, his war cabinet, they are meeting right now. They're dealing with this crisis, coming up with potentially an Israeli response. What are you learning on that front?
They are meeting, Wolf, and this, of course, will be a key factor that the Prime Minister will have to give all due consideration to. Clearly, the Iranians are trying to get in ahead of it and say, look, we struck you because you struck us. But at the moment, you know, even if there was pre-advanced coordination or messaging by the Iranians to U.S. officials, the sort of thing that was going on prior or after the United States killed Qasem Soleimani in January 2020, even if that was going on, this is still going to be a very, very big and consequential political decision for the Prime Minister, who has a propensity to want to project power. A war cabinet or a governing cabinet that feels the need, with military commanders who feel the need to project that power, to continue to signal to Iran that it cannot act in this way, and particularly view the threat of their big proxy to the north of here in Lebanon as an ongoing threat. So this is going to be a very, very big decision facing the Prime Minister, and he will be evaluating it in that room right now as he watches and learns about how the IDF and the other services here in Israel are handling this very big threat from Iran tonight, Wolf.
Huge threat going on right now. We'll see what the Israeli response is going to be, and I assume it will be intense at some point. We'll get more on that. Everybody stand by. Our special live coverage of this situation in the Middle East, and it's a horrible situation, will continue right after a quick break.
There's debris in the sky.
Parents, husbands, and wives gone.
I wish I could have done something differently. You can just make it better for those that follow.
Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight, 2-part finale, tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett, Out Front, weeknights at 7 on CNN.
The Vietnam War, it's over. Your job has just begun. This is counterintelligence. Sounds intense.
What are you concealing?
What if I told you that I was a communist spy?
This is your assignment. See it through.
How did you become this?
The Sympathizer, streaming exclusively on Max.
To get the full story, be unafraid.
The will to fight, how important is that?
Seek truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, weeknights at 8.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and a new fiber blend with a prebiotic.
So my daughter tells us you're in television.
You can say streaming, Dad.
And you're $40 a month for live sports, news, and entertainment? Sling's quite a catch.
Mom, please.
What? We love that you found someone that is so smart with money.
Unlike that last bloated bundle you brought home.
Why can't you just be happy I can stream my favorite channels for less?
This family has values.
Sling is value.
$40.
Sling, the live TV you love. Sling.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to nirmatrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
It's a thing of beauty.
Deliveries happen.
Hello? We didn't order that.
You sure you don't want to take it for a bounce?
We're good.
Keys.
Frazzled happens.
Hey, did you check your jacket? You're my hero.
Close calls happen.
What? Not today.
All good?
All good.
You set the alarm?
This happens.
Done.
Exit delay started.
That happens.
Socks. No.
Bottom of the knife. Charlie zipped the bat and the pitch.
Oh, let's go!
Home happens. Be there with Ring. Learn more at ring.com.
When you're the leader, disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened happen?
By being prepared for anything.
Serve pros like it never even happened.
I'm Elizabeth Wagmeister in Los Angeles, and this is CNN.
This was only moments ago in Jerusalem, when the sirens were going off as these missiles and these rockets from Iran were flying overhead, and Israel's air defense system, the Iron Dome, among others, was going off to try to intercept as many as they can. But all the folks who live in Jerusalem were hearing these sirens, and when you hear these sirens in Israel, as I can testify, you go into a bomb shelter to try to protect yourself, to protect your family, your kids, and everyone else. This is just moments ago. We don't know if any of those rockets or missiles from Iran, from the drones or the cruise missiles actually landed and caused any significant damage or injured people, killed people, but we will be finding all that out very, very soon, we are told. But this is moments ago, a very dramatic moment over the skies of Jerusalem. Ben Wiedemann is joining us right now. He's joining us from Beirut. Normally, Ben, I would have anticipated that if the Iranians were going to retaliate against Israel for Israel's strike against those Iranian generals in Damascus, Syria, I would assume that one of their proxy organizations, like Hezbollah, where you are in Lebanon, or the Houthis in Yemen, would have done the work for the Iranians. This is really the first time that Iran, I believe, has launched strikes against Israel from Iranian territory themselves. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's correct, Wolf. This is the first time. This is certainly a turning point in the decades-long hostility between Israel and Lebanon now. But we do know, for instance, that Hezbollah made it clear very soon after the April 1st Israeli strike on the Iranian consulate in Damascus that the response to that attack, we heard this from Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, as well as other sources close to Hezbollah, that the response would be strictly Iranian. And that is what it has been so far. Now, this evening, we know that Hezbollah put out an announcement that they had fired what they said were tens of Katyusha rockets at Israeli air and missile defense positions in the Israeli-occupied Syrian Golan Heights. And we also know from sources close to Hezbollah that the intention is that if it escalates beyond the immediate Iranian response that we've been seeing in the last few hours, that indeed Iran's allies and proxies in the region would become involved, would escalate. But at the moment, what we're hearing from, for instance, the Iranian permanent mission to the United Nations, that they consider that this is it. This is the conclusion of their response. Now, of course, missiles and cruise missiles and drones are still perhaps on the way, but the Iranians have made it clear that as far as they're concerned, that's over. But in the preceding days, we have also heard the Israelis basically saying, if Iran attacks from Iran, Israel, then Israel will respond. And this is now the real question, is what comes next? Will the Israelis respond strongly as they have vowed to do? If that's the case, then there is a real danger of a major region-wide escalation involving Iran and all its many allies in the region. Wolf?
Ben Wiedemann in Beirut for us. Ben, stand by. I know you've covered this region for a long time. We'll get back to you. I want to go back to Nick Robertson in Jerusalem. We've been showing our viewers, Nick, the video from just moments ago, the sirens going off over Jerusalem. You can see some of these rockets, these missiles flying overhead, some of Israel's air defense system, the Iron Dome, among others, going off, intercepting some of these rockets and missiles. You're getting some new information. What else are you learning? What else are you seeing right now?
Yeah, I'm hearing fighter jets off in this direction. I was just telling you a few minutes ago about fighter jets that were circling above us. But what we saw about a minute ago was a bright red light shooting off in that direction. And then you could hear the sound of a fighter jet sort of turning on its afterburners, it appeared, and zooming off towards the distant horizon. It gave the impression that the fighter jet had just got instructions. There's something out in that direction. Get out and meet it fast. And I'm hearing the sound of the jet again. So it could be that the jets that we're seeing here are moving off to another area to where they're seeing another wave of drones coming in. But there are several jets I'm hearing circling here at the moment. This is a new situation for us to try to assess here. It's very clear that the fighter jets are involved in shooting down these slow-moving drones and other missiles that are incoming. It's a very effective tool for the Israeli Air Force to do that. And so the fact that we're hearing the jets again right now over Jerusalem seems to indicate that there may be another wave on its way here at the moment. Of course, if that happens, Wolf, we can expect to hear the sirens. I'm not hearing a new siren alert go off at this time. It is very quiet here. As you know Jerusalem very well. This is a city that often has a hubbub in the background, traffic, people talking, even late at night, even on tonight on a Saturday night, you would hear that. It is very quiet tonight. Very few cars out on the streets, and I think that's perhaps why we can hear so clearly the fighter jets above us, Wolf.
All right, Nick, stand by. We're going to get back to you. In the meantime, be safe over there. We heard those sirens going off. They're not going off right now, but moments ago we were showing our viewers the videotape. A very, very scary moment over the skies of Jerusalem right now. I want to go to Alex Marquardt, our national security correspondent. Alex, the president has been meeting with his advisors, his national security advisors over in the Situation Room at the White House. They released this picture. You just see this post from President Biden. I just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad. And tell our viewers right now, Alex, what we know about the U.S. military's involvement in trying to prevent these Iranian drones and cruise missiles and other rockets from coming in over Israel. What is the U.S. exactly doing, the U.S. military?
The U.S. military and the U.S. intelligence community, Wolf. In that photo, what you were seeing was the director of the CIA, Bill Burns, speaking with the president. Next to him was Avril Haines, the director of national intelligence. And those are two people who have been focused for the past 2 weeks on trying to figure out what Iran would do in retaliation for that Israeli strike in Damascus. How would Iran seek revenge against Israel? And it is arguably the most dramatic option that Iran chose tonight of the various scenarios that could have played out. Iran tonight directly attacking Israel from Iranian soil. In anticipation of something like this, the U.S. military had moved more assets to the Middle East. We understand that they strengthened air defenses. Of course, there are U.S. troops and U.S. air defenses all across the Middle East. There are also a number of naval ships in the Red Sea, in the Gulf of Aden, in the Eastern Mediterranean, all in anticipation of what we saw tonight. But, Wolf, we have been talking to our sources for the past 2 weeks trying to figure out what Iran would do, and it really only came into focus yesterday that Iran could indeed carry out tonight's attack from Iranian soil. CNN reported yesterday that a number of military assets, including drones and cruise missiles, around 100 cruise missiles, were being moved in Iran. That was certainly an indication of what we saw tonight. And I'm really struck by this, the two facts, Wolf, that Iran is claiming that this is over. That's according to their mission at the United Nations. At the same time, Israel and the U.S. in the support role very, very much dealing with what is still incoming. Those drones. We believe they're also cruise and ballistic missiles. It remains to be seen whether Iran is done firing everything that it intends to. So far, as our correspondents have noted, it does not appear that anything has hit its target. No craters, no blasts, no destruction, death. But this is far from over. Despite those Iranian claims, what you're hearing there, those sirens, those interceptions, Israel is still very much in a defensive posture. So we will see what Israel decides to do in the coming hours in terms of a response. We will see whether Iranian proxies decide to take up a supporting role with what Iran is doing right now. But no question, Wolf, we are turning a corner here. This is a new chapter, not just in this war, but in terms of the animosity, the rivalry between Israel and Iran. Wolf?
Yeah, you're making a very, very important point indeed. A new chapter in this entire situation. Alex, before I let you go, we know the U.S. military is involved in helping the Israelis shoot down, destroy these incoming Iranian drones and these cruise missiles, these rockets. Is the U.S. doing that outside of Israel or the West Bank, for that matter, as they're coming in over Jordan or they're coming in over Syria or Iraq? Are U.S. military capabilities going after these drones and these other missiles and rockets over these territories as well, or waiting until they get closer and closer to Israel?
There is certainly an intention, Wolf, to try to strike down whatever they can before it gets to Israeli territory. There are U.S. troops in Iraq, in Syria, in Jordan, and then, of course, in those various bodies of water that I mentioned. And so there is every intention to use a huge variety of anti-aircraft systems, aircraft themselves, to try to intercept the variety of weaponry that Iran is sending at Israel tonight. Those drones, however slow-moving, those are certainly among the easier things that can be taken down by the United States and Israel. We got reports before those sirens went off, before we saw those interceptions in Israel, that indeed the U.S. had already helped to take down some of those drones beyond Israeli airspace. It is not exactly clear what path those drones and those missiles are taking, but you do have these American assets arrayed all across the Middle East and all across the region to make every effort possible to try to strike down what they can before it gets to Israel. Wolf?
And I assume that was a source of a great discussion that the commander of the U.S. Military Central Command had with the Israeli military over these past few days. At what point would the U.S. try to destroy incoming rockets and missiles? And what point would the Israeli air defense system over Israel proper, would they take charge over that mission, which is clearly a very, very sensitive, important mission as well? Alex, stand by. We're going to get back to you. We're told, by the way, that the president's meeting with his top national security advisors in the White House Situation Room has concluded, but we're also told it could reconvene later. They're watching all of this very closely. The stakes for the United States right now are enormous. Obviously, the stakes for Israel are enormous as well. I want to bring in Aaron David Miller right now, former State Department Middle East negotiator. You've been involved in this region for a long time. Aaron, give us a sense, a historic sense of what is going on right now, the fact that Iran, with a huge military capability, is launching rockets and missiles against Israel from Iranian territory, and they're not simply relying on their Iranian proxies, whether Hezbollah or the Houthis or others, to do the work. They're doing it directly themselves. Give us a sense of how significant this is.
You know, not to trivialize, Wolf, but it reminds me, and thanks for having me, it reminds me of the line from Wizard of Oz when Dorothy says to her little dog Toto, "We're not in Kansas anymore." And frankly, I think this is quite extraordinary, historic. You know, Israel and Iran, as you know, Wolf, have been at each other in what the Israelis describe as the campaign between the wars, shadow wars, Israelis striking Iranian nuclear scientists, cyber attacks, both against Iran and against Israel, attacks on Iranian shipping, and strikes, as we've seen in Damascus, on top Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps commanders. But this, a direct attack using drones, cruise missiles. The Iranians claim ballistic missiles. I don't know if that's accurate. You would have thought the cruise missiles would have preceded the drones, and no reports about the kind of missiles that the Israelis and the Americans are tracking. So I think this is extraordinary. Whether it's transformative, I think, Wolf, depends right now on how the Israelis are going to respond. I'm reminded of 1991, when the Iraqis, Saddam Hussein, launched 43 Scud missiles at Israel. And then Secretary of State Eagleberger was sent by Bush 41 to try to persuade the Israelis not to respond. Shamir, in what was an extraordinary act of restraint, agreed on the assumption that the Americans would take care of the rocket launchers that launched the Scuds, which they did eventually. This time, however, Wolf, I think it's going to be very difficult for this Israeli government, because even if there are no casualties, even if there's no damage, the Iranians have set a new precedent. Essentially, now, from now on, if the Israelis go after IRGC members, wherever they are, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, even if they're on quote, Iranian sovereign territory, Iranian military installations or embassies, now you have a precedent for the Iranians striking Israel. The question is really, I think, what the government is going to do, and then if in fact they do strike Iran proper, will the Iranians respond, and will Hezbollah, which could inflict a much greater level of pain, I think, quickly on the Israelis with their inventory of high trajectory weapons, what does Hezbollah do? So that's the key question right now in my mind.
And if Hezbollah does that, and as all of us know, Hezbollah does have a huge number of rockets and missiles in their inventory in southern Lebanon, which not only could reach Haifa, a relatively northern part of Israel. Kiryat Shmona, the town along the Lebanese border, has already been evacuated. Tens of thousands of Israelis have left Kiryat Shmona. But those rockets and those missiles that Hezbollah has in South Lebanon, they not only could reach Haifa, but I'm told they could reach Tel Aviv, and some of them might even be able to reach the southernmost point of Israel, Eilat. What do you know about that?
I mean, you remember, Wolf, the summer of 2006, which was the last major confrontation between Israel and Hezbollah. The Middle East's most preeminent military power, Israel, the northern half of that country from Haifa to the Lebanese border was shut down for 33 days. And that was when Hezbollah had a relatively crude inventory. Now they have anywhere up to 150,000 high trajectory weapons of varying ranges, lethalities, and precision that could cover most of Israel. And that raises a very serious question about Israeli deaths and casualties, and an Israeli response in Lebanon, which is going to be directed against Lebanese infrastructure with many, many, many Lebanese deaths and casualties. So in coming days, or maybe even sooner, Wolf, that's to me the critical issue is, is Benjamin Netanyahu going to be restrained, picking up enormous points with the Biden administration if he were not to respond? Easing U.S.-Israeli tensions, which are already eased. Any thought of conditioning or restricting military assistance to Israel as a consequence of what's going on in Gaza, I think is now gone. And one last point, Gaza is now secondary. And the tragedy here is any prospects of an Israeli hostage for prisoner deal, I think already very slim, is going to be very, very difficult to put back on track because Hamas will wait to see how much regional chaos Iran and Israel can cause, which is precisely what they want.
Yeah, this is really a dangerous moment right now in the Middle East, and those of us who have covered it for a long time appreciate what potentially could go on. In the olden days, and let me get your quick reaction, Aaron, in the olden days, an Israeli government would launch what they used to call a preemptive strike, let's say against Hezbollah in South Lebanon, try to use their air power to destroy as much of Hezbollah's missile and rocket capability as possible on the ground. I anticipate, though, that is not necessarily going to happen this time, but what do you think?
I mean, I think the Israelis, again, with one front war in Gaza and another in Lebanon, the Israelis are prepared, and they've had 16 years to prepare. I think if Hezbollah opens up with its inventory, the Israelis will mount a massive ground, sea, and air campaign. And unfortunately, Hezbollah will suffer, but worse still, the Lebanese public is going to suffer.
Right. The people of Lebanon will suffer in the process as well. All right, Aaron David Miller, we'll get back to you. Thank you very much. Dick Robertson is in Jerusalem for us. We're now hearing about an injury on the ground as a result of the interception of these rockets and missiles coming in from Iran over Jerusalem, the shrapnel coming down and injuring someone. What do we know about that?
A 10-year-old boy, Wolf, south of Jerusalem in the Negev area. So not in the city, but of course the danger is there. Very severely injured is what medical authorities are saying at the moment, that he has injuries to his head. Now, these do appear to be shrapnel injuries from the interceptor missiles. And I remember standing in Sderot watching the interceptors perhaps a mile and a half away, and then quite literally a minute later, you could hear the shrapnel from intercepts a mile and a half away tinkle to the ground, tinkle as they impacted the tarmac road that was close to us. The shrapnel could travel such a distance, and when we went out to look at it and see what it was that was tinkling on the ground, these were lumps of metal that would cause severe injuries, and that's what appears to have happened here. So not an injury to this 10-year-old boy as a direct result of a missile itself, but the interceptor, which of course is why the IDF is telling people in those areas, the area where he is, that they need to stay close to their shelters, close to their protected areas, because even though these bigger missiles coming from Iran are being intercepted, the shrapnel from the interceptions themselves can be dangerous and tragically dangerous as well. And this boy obviously been taken to hospital now, and his condition, though, is severe, Wolf.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. I was in the border between Gaza and Israel a few years ago when another war was going on, and I remember standing there and the Iron Dome would go off and destroy an incoming rocket or missile coming into Israel. But the shrapnel, the metal that came down from that destroyed missile, it was so powerful. There were huge holes in the ground, and I could only imagine if some of that hit a person, the damage that could be done. So it's one thing to see those missiles destroyed, because if they're not destroyed and they hit a populated area, it could kill a lot of people. But it's another thing, once they're destroyed, they got to come down, all those the metal and the shrapnel, and potentially could kill people on the ground as well. Stand by, Nick. We're going to get back to you. Colonel Cedric Layton, retired U.S. Army, is joining us right now. You're our military analyst. What's your assessment of what's happening on the ground militarily and over the skies, and not only of Jerusalem but elsewhere in Israel?
Well, Wolf, one of the big things about this is that this is really a change, as Nick was mentioning in his reporting and Alex had mentioned as well. This is going to really change the way in which the armies of the Middle East face each other. There's going to be a different style of warfare. There's going to be, in essence, using swarms, what the Iranians have talked about for a long time. Now they're actually putting this into practice. And we're seeing, I think, maybe they've learned some lessons from Ukraine, where some of the things that have happened in the Ukrainian war are now being used, transferred by the Iranians to Israel. And I think the key thing here, Wolf, is that with the way in which the Iranians are doing this, they're kind of doing a multi-layered attack. That multi-layered attack is going to have a major impact on how air defense systems are structured as well. Right now, the Iron Dome, Arrow, David Sling, those Israeli systems seem to be fairly effective, very effective actually, against the Iranian attacks as far as we know at the moment. But clearly this kind of volume that they're dealing with is going to impact how these systems are designed and how intelligence is integrated into their radar picture.
Because the Iron Dome is very effective, the Arrow air defense missile system very effective, David Sling, another system very effective. But if hundreds of these armed drones are coming in and cruise missiles and other sophisticated rockets, it gets pretty complicated.
It really does. And because one of the key things that you have to think about is if you're going to be a military operator, like a radar operator, for example, and you're looking at an incoming picture, you see what's going on. You see all the different inputs that you get, and you have to discern which one of these is something that you have to attack, which is something that you can let go or ignore, which are things that you can postpone until later. And those are decisions that have to happen in basically split seconds. And that's where, you know, systems like the AWACS, Patriot missile batteries, and of course the Israeli versions of all of that really play a large role.
A significant role. David Sanger, our friend from the New York Times, is with us, a CNN national security analyst. One thing that worries me, and I hope I'm worried about it, but let me get your thoughts. Iran is pretty close, I'm told, to developing a nuclear capability. How close are they right now? Because if Israel retaliates, none of us knows what Iran might do.
Yeah, what we know about this, Wolf, is that the Iranians shipped most of their nuclear fuel out after the 2015 agreement with the Obama administration. After President Trump decided to pull out of that agreement, they have slowly begun to build back up. And they probably have enough now for about 3 nuclear weapons. But it would take them probably 6 months, maybe a year, to actually fashion it into a weapon. I think the bigger fear here now is that if we are really at the cusp of a new age, one in which there are direct strikes back and forth between Israel and Iran, the temptation for Iran to race ahead with the nuclear program could be pretty high. Until now, they've been moving steadily, slowly, but they haven't been racing toward it as far as we can tell. And that's been an interesting bit of restraint. There's a second thing we're looking for, and it gets really to what Cedric just said. If it turns out that these waves are one and done, and that a few hours from now we're not seeing more coming, then I think it's a signal from Iran that they had to go out and do something, but they don't plan to get into a situation where the Israelis are under pressure to go take the next step. If, on the other hand, this is followed by cruise missiles and others, that it truly is an effort to overwhelm the system, then that's a very different thing.
What if it's followed by proxies like Hezbollah or the Houthis taking aim at Israel?
Complicates it a lot, and particularly complicates it because President Biden and his aides have been on the phone to Prime Minister Netanyahu and others saying, let's let tonight be it if there are no significant casualties.
Yeah, and that statement that the Iranian mission at the United Nations put out basically said that the matter can be deemed concluded right now.
So that's a really important signal that I'm sure in the Situation Room they're looking at.
Yeah, they're looking at it very, very closely. Lots at stake right now. Everybody stand by. Our special live coverage will continue after a very quick break.
Tomorrow, a night of space. First on The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper. The James Webb Telescope. Are we alone?
followed by the two-part finale of Space Shuttle Columbia, The Final Flight. Tomorrow, starting at 8 on CNN.
Engineered to minimize noise and built for adventure, which can also be your own quiet cabin in the woods. The fully electric Q8 e-tron, an electric vehicle that recharges you. How we get there matters.
Do you think that our democracy is at risk?
We have to be very concerned.
Why do you think he's doing this, and can he be talked out of it? Do you think he's guilty?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, weekdays at 4 on CNN.
Make your first move with battery power made by Steel. Right now, save $50 on the FSA 57 battery trimmer set. Real Steel. Find yours.
Known as a passionate artist. Known for loving the outdoors. Known for getting everyone together. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 16 types of cancer, including certain early-stage cancers. One of those cancers is triple-negative breast cancer. Keytruda may be used with chemotherapy medicines as treatment before surgery, and then continued alone after surgery when you have early-stage breast cancer and are at high risk of it coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, headache, light sensitivity, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems. If you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant, receive chest radiation, or have a nervous system problem.
Keytruda is an immunotherapy and is also being studied in hundreds of clinical trials exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you.
File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
So, we learned about Spectrum's advanced Wi-Fi. We talked about Spectrum Internet, state-of-the-art security features. But today, you're gonna learn something different because our guest is a legend. He's literally shaped the way we think about the internet. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We know that Spectrum delivers the most reliable internet speeds.
Woo! The most reliable internet speeds. You're not gonna find that in a book.
I wrote a book about it.
You don't need to read it, because you just heard it.
Want the most reliable internet speeds? You want Spectrum One.
Fact versus fiction with Bathfitter. Fiction, it's too expensive to remodel your bath. Fact, with Bathfitter's tub-over-tub process, you'll get the bath you want to fit your budget. Bathfitter, it just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. We're following major breaking news over the skies of Israel. A wide-scale aerial assault is going on right now with waves and waves of drones and missiles streaming in from Iran, directly from Iran. Our team on the ground in Jerusalem has been hearing explosions. The sirens have been going off over these past several moments as U.S. and Israeli forces have reported intercepting multiple Iranian attacks. But we still do not know what the ultimate impact of this latest Iranian barrage will be, not the immediate damage inside Israel, nor the response that it might bring next from the Israeli military. Our reporters and analysts are covering all of this, and we have reporters everywhere watching all of this unfold. I want to go right to our chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward. She's joining us from Tel Aviv. Clarissa, we heard the sirens going off. We saw the rockets being intercepted by the Iron Dome over Jerusalem. What are you seeing over Tel Aviv, the largest city in Israel?
Well, we had been hearing, Wolf, a lot of jets in the sky. It is quieter now. People are bracing themselves for ongoing waves of drones and missiles and intercepts potentially going throughout the night. a lot of concern as to what this portends. People really, I think, just taking in these extraordinary images that we're seeing, particularly over Jerusalem, of those intercepts, over the Al-Aqsa Mosque itself, one of the holiest sites in Islam, and trying to grapple with what this portends for the region more broadly. We are expecting to hear from the IDF spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, any moment now. Israel has closed its airspace. It has advised residents throughout the country, but particularly in several key areas. I can hear another jet now in the distance, to remain close to a shelter, to be vigilant, to stay close to their phones, to make sure that they're following updates. Schools have been closed, universities have been closed, and everyone really just bracing themselves for what comes next, because as we have discussed previously, Iran is now declaring this a fait accompli. They have achieved what they set out to do, and it's now over. But really, until we see the scale and scope of the damage or destruction that may or may not come as a result of this unprecedented aerial assault, it is far too soon to say that this is over and done with, not by any stretch of the imagination. So certainly tensions here very high and across the region as people wait to see what these future waves could bring, Wolf.
Yeah, a lot of nervousness going on right now. So just to be precise, I take it that Ben Gurion Airport, international flights in and out of Ben Gurion Airport outside of Tel Aviv is now shut down. Is that right?
We have seen people in this hotel coming with their suitcases. They had tried to go to the airport. They were told, don't even bother going, because as long as you have cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones in the skies, of course, they are not going to be allowing civilian aircraft to land or take off. We also saw a lot of people in our hotel gathering in the lobby, carrying their pillows, asking where the shelter was. A lot of nervousness, as I said, hotel staff telling them that wasn't necessary at this stage. And again, just to underscore, Wolf, we haven't heard of direct impacts yet. We don't have a sense of any significant casualties yet, though there is a report of one 10-year-old girl in the Negev area who was seriously injured. And so at this stage, the intercepts do appear to be remarkably effective, but that does nothing to detract, I would argue, Wolf, from the seriousness of the moment in terms of how this could quickly now escalate into that regional conflagration that everyone had been fearing and had been hoping to try to avert.
Clarissa Ward in Tel Aviv for us. Clarissa, stay safe over there. We'll be in close touch with you. I want to go to Jerusalem right now. Nick Robertson, of course, is on the scene for us. Nick, for viewers who may just be tuning in right now, tell us what has been going on the last hour or two over the skies of Jerusalem, a city that's holy to Muslims, Christians, and Jews. What's been going on over Jerusalem?
Wolf, there were fighter jets flying in the skies and all number of red tracers of what appeared to be incoming Iranian missiles being shot down in the skies. The intercepts were coming from multiple different directions. There were perhaps we saw 30 to 40 intercepts. You could hear the detonations. You could hear detonations coming from other parts of the city. You could see at times what appeared to be missiles flying low and steady through the air and then being intercepted. It appeared that fighter jets were doing much of the intercepts that were ongoing, but there did sound like the detonations of Iron Dome type intercepts going on in the background. I'm hearing jets above, but there were some very loud detonations and of course the sound of sirens, and you could hear on the streets as well the sound of people panicking when all of this was happening. Now, there have been no indications we've had so far that despite all those intercepts above this densely populated city that has both Jewish populations, Arab populations here as well, that there were no casualties that we're aware of so far. Of course, the IDF spokesman will be bringing an update on that. But I think one thing that I'm reflecting on now, Wolf, of course, we've all been here. We've spoken over the many months now since Hamas's horrendous and horrific October the 7th attacks, and how shocked Israelis are and how traumatized many of them still are, that their security could be so impacted, and the security dynamic that they felt, and the security pact with the government that they felt they had, that people in Israel would be safe from attack from outside. Hamas blew that apart on October 7th, but Iran is doing that again tonight. It is another level of attack, taking perhaps that precariousness, that concern that Israelis have about an outside power being able to bring death and destruction to them. That is going to reach another level tonight, it seems. Again, we've talked about the crossing of a Rubicon. We've talked about the dynamic of Iran now targeting directly into Israel. But when you think about that in human terms, about the way people living here are going to feel about this new level of threat and how they already were impacted by Hamas on October 7th, I have to reflect that this is, of course, now going to be part of what weighs on the mind of Prime Minister Netanyahu when he considers his next move and how to respond to Iran, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be some sort of Israeli response. It's unclear what that will be. But this situation could clearly escalate dramatically in the coming hours. There's no doubt about that. And Nick, stand by. Be safe over there in Jerusalem. I hate to have to say be safe in Jerusalem, but we see what's going on in Jerusalem right now. I want to go to Oren Lieberman. He's over at the Pentagon for us. I understand, Oren, you're getting some new reporting on what the U.S. military is up to?
Some new information here. We know, and we've reported over the course of the past couple of hours, that U.S. forces have intercepted drones that were fired towards Israel by Iran. It's unclear at this point where those were intercepted, so potentially Iraq, Syria, maybe even Jordan. And then the assets used. The military hasn't gone that far to say that yet. It could be fighter jets that have been up over the region in all likelihood, because we saw an aerial refueling platform.
Oren, hold on for a moment. I hate to interrupt you, but the IDF spokesman is speaking in English right now, giving a briefing. Let's listen in.
Our planes are in the air. Tonight, wide-scale attack by Iran is a major escalation. Together with our allies and partners, we are operating at full force to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel. We will continue to fulfill this mission. Questions, please.
CNN is asking, what type and how many projectiles have been fired towards Israel tonight so far? And how many drones and missiles have been intercepted? And can you specify by region?
The event is still occurring, but until now, over 200 different kinds have been fired to Israel. Killer drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles. We have already intercepted a vast majority of the threats by Israeli systems and with assistance from our partners. We are still in the event, our planes are still in the air, intercepting targets, and we are ready for any threat that will come to Israel. We will do everything we need, everything, to defend the state of Israel. Thank you very much.
All right, so there you heard Admiral Daniel Hagari, the spokesman for the IDF, saying Israel will be ready for any threat. But he did say over 200 killer drones, missiles, cruise missiles have been fired by Iran towards Israel. But he says the Israeli air defense missile system has been very effective in shooting so many of them down, intercepting them, as he pointed out. Nick Robertson, let me get your thoughts on what we just heard from Admiral Hagari.
Yeah, he said we're still in the moment of this. There are still fighter jets in the skies. We're still working at maximum capacity. He said we're working with our allies, ballistic missiles as well. He mentioned there, as well as the drones, as well as the cruise missiles. So a full range of missiles has been fired. It does feel as if we're in something of a lull from that first wave at the moment, but he makes it very clear that this is an ongoing situation, that they're still working. speaking, he did not give details about how precisely Israel is working with its allies and partners. We know that the United States has been involved in shooting down some of those missiles coming inbound to Israel. But earlier in this evening, we were told about dozens of drones. Then it was over 100 drones. And now we know it's 200 or more, multiple different types of missiles. Let's break it down for a second here. The drones are the slowest. They can take perhaps as long as 9 hours to get here from Iran. Then you have the cruise missiles that are faster, fly low, but could take as long as 2 hours to get here from Iran. And then the estimated time that it takes for a ballistic missile to get here from Iran is 12 minutes. And we've been seeing a lot of video popping up on social media, and of course we're verifying it and checking it. But it does appear to me that it is the ballistic missiles seem to be the ones that are connecting with the ground and having the large explosions. Of course, Iran will have planned precisely how it was going to try and overwhelm Israel's air defense system. Now, Daniel Hagari, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesperson, did not say that the system was overwhelmed. He said that it's been working at maximum capacity with the allies, but he did not give us, that I heard yet, a battle damage assessment of what has been hit. And of course, this will be closely guarded and controlled information, because it is not in Israel's interest to tell Iran what has been hit. But we do know that some of those missiles were not intercepted from the videos we've seen, Wolf.
Yep, we'll get that full assessment in the hours and maybe even days ahead. We'll see what exactly happened, but it was significant. He said over 200 of these rockets and missiles from Iranian drones, these cruise missiles, others have now been fired towards Israel. And he said the Israel air defense system is working well to intercept all those missiles and rockets. We'll stand by. We'll get some more information. Nick, we'll get back to you in a minute, but I want to go back to the Pentagon. Oren Lieberman, I interrupted you to hear what Admiral Hagari was saying, but give us a sense of some of the new reporting you're getting now about the U.S. military's involvement in what's going on between Israel and Iran.
The U.S. forces have intercepted a number of drones. We don't have a total number of that yet. Even Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari wouldn't go into specifics yet because this is ongoing. I will point out two things here very quickly for you, Wolf. First, Hagari was specific in his wording. He said the interceptions have been done by Israeli systems and partners. He didn't specify by the U.S. We know the U.S. is involved, very possible here, and he's leaving the opening here for other countries being involved as well. Of course, if you're firing from Iran heading west towards Israel, you almost certainly have to overfly Jordan. There is good military cooperation between Israel and Jordan, so that's a possibility for partnerships involved as well to intercept these launches here, as well as some other countries with which Israel has relations and with which there can be some very deep military cooperation. It's also worth pointing out that we've spoken to two U.S. officials here who say that at least as of right now, the launches they have seen over the past several hours, U.S. forces in the region have not been targeted and they have not suffered any injuries or casualties. That's a significant statement. It tells you where Iran is aiming here. Iran has not activated its proxies in Iraq or Syria to target U.S. forces, at least to this point, according to the officials. We saw them launch more than 100 attacks on U.S. forces before February 4th. Those fell off very quickly, especially after the attack that killed 3 U.S. service members in Jordan. And at least as of right now, in this massive barrage we're seeing launched from Iran towards Israel, U.S. forces have not been the target. Wolf, of course, I will update you if there's any change on that.
Oren Lieberman is at the Pentagon. And Oren, I think you're absolutely right. When Admiral Hagari spoke about the partners who were helping Israel, he didn't mention who those partners were, but we all know the United States is deeply involved in this. He also said something I thought was significant. In describing the drones, he called them killer drones. Is that something Pentagon officials are talking about as well, these killer drones, as he said, coming into Israel directly from Iran?
They haven't described them here as killer drones, but the Pentagon is, of course, very well aware, and so is General Eric Kurilla, the commander of U.S. Central Command, in Iran's essentially expertise in drones, whether it's the Shahed drones that we have seen Russia use in Ukraine or a number of other types of drones they have. This is one of Iran's key capabilities, effectively an asymmetric capability. You can use these fairly inexpensive drones, launch them, control them over long distances, And if they can hit their target, they can have deadly, devastating effects. The U.S. has been watching the development of these drones very closely, and the launch on this evening of those drones. Israel as well knows how effective these drones can be. We've seen them play out firsthand. The Houthis use very similar types of drones, acquiring the technology very often from Iran, and we've seen the devastating effect those drones have had. So the U.S. is very well aware that these can be killer drones, even if that's not the common vernacular they use to describe these.
Yeah, that's what Admiral Hagari was calling them, killer drones. I thought that was significant. Oren Lieberman, stand by. I want to bring in the former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren, who's joining us right now. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. What's your assessment right now on this current situation? Is it about to calm down, or is it about to explode?
And I don't think anybody has the answer to that right now. There are several factors here, Wolf. One is the degree of damage and death that will be wrought on Israel by the drones, killer drones. They explode. That makes them killer drones. And the cruise missiles. Cruise missiles, of course, are a much greater threat. Israel and the United States have developed a very sophisticated anti-drone and anti-cruise missile system known as David Sling. And it has been proven in combat in certain cases, but not in this massive scale. The question is whether the degree of these missiles, the amount of them coming at Israel from different directions, will overwhelm that David Sling system. And there will be significant damage and death in the state of Israel, in which case Israel will have to respond. Then there's the broader question. We for many years have been playing by Iran's rules. Iran has these proxies shooting at us, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah or Palestine Islamic Jihad, the pro-Iranian militias in Iraq, and we shoot back at the proxies, and you shoot back at the proxies. Proxies hide behind civilian populations, and we get branded as war criminals. And in each round of fighting, Israel gets condemned, but Iran gets away scot-free. So Israel has long tried to change the rules of those games and hold Iran responsible for what its proxies are doing. I'm sure the attack attributed to Israel last week against the consulate section in Damascus was part of that effort to change the rules of the game, because Hezbollah now is outfiring Hamas in terms of rockets aimed at the north. There's 60 to 80,000 Israelis who can't go back to their homes. The entire northern part of the country is uninhabitable. You've got to change the rules of the game. So yes, we don't know what this wave of rockets and drones is going to do to the state of Israel, the degree to which we and our allies can defend against it. But at the end of the day, we're still left with the Iranian game, which is to use proxies to destroy us and, frankly, also attack American interests and international interests in the Middle East. I think those rules have to be changed.
Do you think Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, which is a clear proxy of the Iranians, will get involved? They have thousands of rockets and missiles in their inventory over there that could cause enormous damage, and many of those rockets and those missiles, they not only can reach northern Israel, Haifa, for example, but they can reach Tel Aviv, even further south, all the way towards Eilat, we're told.
They can. It's between 150 and 170,000 rockets. They are longer range, more accurate, in many cases heavier rockets that are those in the possession of Hamas. Hamas, I've always said, is a tactical threat to the state of Israel. They committed horrible atrocities on October 7th, but they didn't really threaten the existence of the state of Israel the way that Hezbollah can. But that's an intolerable situation for any sovereign country to face that type of threat on its northern border. You and I are old enough to remember the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, and Kennedy was willing to go to a world war to prevent missiles being put off the coast of Florida and Cuba. An intolerable situation for any sovereign country, and to have that that sort of Damocles over our head constantly, and people not being able to go back to their homes in the Galilee. That's a situation that has to change, preferably not by military means, by diplomatic means. But at the end of the day, we have to defend ourselves.
How would you assess the U.S.-Israeli relationship right now? You're the former Israeli ambassador to the United States. You know Washington well. We heard the statement that President Biden put out, meeting with his national security team in the White House Situation Room, that the commitment to Israel is ironclad. But give us your sense of how ironclad this commitment is.
Oh, that did not surprise me at all. I expected that to happen. I'll never forget what President Obama said in the Oval Office on my last day in Washington. He said that if Israel was ever attacked by Iran, by Hezbollah, facing thousands of rockets every day, the United States would always come to Israel's aid because that's what the American people expect. And I think the American people still expect that. The question is, would America go onto the offensive? And that I would rather doubt. I think America will help defend Israel's skies, and we have agreements to that effect. The United States, I mentioned this David Sling system. America has other anti-missile systems, the THAAD system, the Aegis system, the Patriot system. These are very effective, and they can help guard Israel's cities. The decision whether Israel is going to mount a counterstrike, what that counterstrike might look like, and to what extent, what would be the volume, what would be the scope of that strike, would be Israel's decision, not that of the United States.
And do you anticipate there will be a counterstrike by Israel?
Again, it's going to depend largely on the extent of the damage done by this first wave of Iranian drones and cruise missiles. In any case, we are in the Middle East, and impressions and deterrence count for an awful lot here. I don't think Israel can be struck in this way on such a massive scale and not respond in a significant way.
Michael Oren, the former Israeli ambassador to the United States. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue this conversation down the road, to be sure. Thank you. I want to go back to Alex Marquardt, our national security correspondent. Alex, it's notable that the Biden administration is making it very clear it is standing by Israel in a very strong way.
Foundationally, Wolf, the Biden administration is not going to walk away from Israel. It is still the closest ally in the Middle East, and I think President Biden has every intention of continuing what they've been calling ironclad support for Israel. I think it was interesting what you just heard there from Ambassador Michael Oren, who talked about the possibility of Israel striking back against Iran. That is certainly something that the United States does not want to see happen. They don't want to see Israel taking the fight to Iran because obviously that could significantly expand this conflict. And Wolf, this retaliation by Iran is coming at a really interesting time when the relationship between Israel and the United States is getting a lot frostier because of the war in Gaza. You've heard critiques by President Biden much stronger than they have been in recent months. Just recently, he said that the way that Prime Minister Netanyahu is carrying out this war is a mistake. He called the attack on the World Central Kitchen staffers that killed 7 people outrageous. But at the same time, when you started to get the sense that Iran was going to carry out tonight's attack against Israel, you started to hear what we've heard from President Biden in the past, that this relationship is ironclad and that they were ready to defend Israel as best they could help by moving assets into the region. Iran, meanwhile, Wolf, made it clear that this is just about Israel. And they essentially said to the United States, butt out of this. You're not part of this, and you shouldn't get involved. But the United States continued to say we're going to support our enemies, or our allies, and that support is ironclad. We are seeing that same messaging tonight again, Wolf, from the Iranians, from that mission to the UN, saying that this was all about what they called the rogue Israeli regime, and the United States must stay away. So one question I have is, in the Iranian mind, does this count as the United States staying away? They had a very clear role in what we're seeing tonight in helping take down those drones and supporting Israel to take down those missiles. So will Iran see that U.S. involvement tonight as something that is proactive against them? Will Iran start up those attacks through its proxies to go after U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria? And then another question, Wolf, is to what extent does this play into the pressure on Israel to end this war? Because you can certainly imagine a situation in which the U.S. will say to Israel, hey, look, you guys are getting attacked by Iran now. This isn't Hamas anymore. This is a much more significant series of attacks. And by the way, I think the pressure from the Israeli people is going to mount as well. Wolf?
Yeah, I suspect you're absolutely right, Alex Marquardt. Stand by. We'll get back to you. Everybody stand by. Much more of our very special live coverage right after a quick break.
There's debris in the sky.
Parents, husbands, and wives gone.
I wish I could have done something differently. You can just make it better for those that follow.
Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight, 2-part finale, tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
Hello, Mia. Are you ready to meet your demise?
Man, we really need to upgrade your trash talk.
Nice shot. Take her.
Who programmed you? I'll see you tomorrow.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is. 100 innovative companies, 1 ETF. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Weeds. I have you surrounded.
Take your lawn back!
With Scott's Turf Builder Triple Action, it gets 3 jobs done at once. Kills weeds, prevents crabgrass, and keeps it growing strong.
Get a bag of Scott's Triple Action today. It's guaranteed.
Feed it, lawn. Feed it.
Have you heard? Sling TV offers the news you love for less. Wait, you look and sound just like me. Actually, I am you. Because I'm the same news programs on Sling for less. You mean you're me, but for less money? A lot less. I'm all your favorite news programs and more on Sling, starting at just $40 a month. Everything great about me, but for less money, which makes me greater, don't you think? It's the same news for less, starting at $40 a month.
Sling. COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to nirmatrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
I'm Manu Raju on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
علينا يا اولاد يا اولاد يا اولاد يا ابوي على المكلتين على المكلتين.
That was moments ago in the Negev in Israel. Rockets coming in, missiles coming in from Iran. The IDF spokesman, Admiral Hagari, saying more than 200 have so far been fired in Israel, and he calls them killer drones, cruise missiles, and other rockets and missiles coming in. The Israeli air defense missile system, backed by the United States, of course, is dealing with this enormous escalation in this situation between Israel and Iran. I want to discuss what's going on with a former Israeli National Security Advisor, Eyal Hulata, who's joining us right now. Eyal, thank you very much for joining us. Give us your assessment of what is happening right now and what is likely to happen in the hours and days ahead.
Thank you, Wolf. Happy to be here tonight. These are very grave circumstances, of course, to go live on your show. The amount of rockets that Iran has fired on Israel is unprecedented. And the fact that they fire directly from Iran to Israel on such large amounts and distributed areas and also different weapon systems, nothing like this has ever happened before. This is Iran crossing all lines of things that are conceivable as we've seen before. Now, so far, it seems that Israel's defense systems are capable of intercepting those rockets, and of course with the enormous aid by CENTCOM, U.S. Forces that are doing a lot to intercept them even before they reach Israeli airspace. I think it's important for the audience to understand just what would have happened if Israel did not have such air defense systems. All of those rockets that have been intercepted over the skies of Jerusalem, of Tel Aviv, of the Negev, of Haifa, all those would have hit civilian neighborhoods, causing enormous amount of damage. At least so far, it seems that our weapon-assisted defense weapon systems are able to intercept them, and that's of course very important. But we should remember what could have happened if we didn't have all those systems, of course.
How do you expect, what do you expect, Eyal, if you can give us your assessment? How do you think Israel is going to respond to this?
Well, I think we need to see how this night ends and how tomorrow and the day after continue before we know. It seems already, I mean, the cabinet is convening in the Kriya tonight, and the messaging coming out of that is that Israel will respond. And I have to say, I would be surprised if it wouldn't. If I was National Security Advisor at the moment, I would strongly advise to respond. The only reason, as I said before, that we didn't have civilian damage in Israel is because of our air defense. But Israel should not be punished twice. What Iran did is unacceptable. It's beyond any conceivable responses or attacks. And of course, Israel must respond. In what way, in what manner, these are things that I'm sure will be very carefully deliberated before a decision is made. But Wolf, I think it's important also to note that military response is not the only thing that needs to happen here. I sit in Washington as a fellow in the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. We talk a lot about what is necessary to do with Iran and the scope of international pressure. We need to recall that the sanctions on ballistic missiles have been lifted just a year ago during 2023. Those are the same ballistic missiles that were fired, and other missiles, of course. Those sanctions were also against drones and cruise missiles. All of those are the arsenal of the Iranians. I think it was important not only to ask what should Israel do at the moment in response, but what should the international community do when Iran is allowing itself to do something this unimaginable and to use so many missiles against civilian targets in Israel. Maybe it is time to restore those sanctions. Maybe it is time to do something more serious at the Security Council, of course, with U.S. lead and all of the European other partners involved in it.
You know, after the Israelis launched that strike against that Iranian consular building in Damascus, killing those top Iranian military commanders, we anticipated that there would be some Iranian retaliation. I, like many others, thought it would come from some of the Iranian proxies like Hezbollah in South Lebanon or the Houthis in Yemen. Were you surprised that this Iranian military response has come directly from Iran, and these rockets, these missiles, these drones weren't launched from Syria or Iraq or Lebanon, but were launched from Iran, from inside Iran? Did that come as a surprise to you, Eyal?
I must admit that it does come as a surprise, also on the volume. We need to recall, Israel attacked IRGC officers while they're in Damascus plotting how to continue and expand the attack of the proxies against Israel. This is what Israel did in Damascus. By the way, I don't think it was a consulate. I think it was a house that they were housing, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Iran is usually attacking diplomatic sites in Argentina. Just it just happens to be that a few days ago they concluded that Iran bombed the Israeli embassy in Argentina about 30 years ago. But what Israel did was attack IRGC officers while they were plotting to expand the attacks on Israel. A retaliation like what Iran did, or a response like what Iran did on civilian targets in Israel, is just beyond what is proportionate or conceivable. Yes, I was surprised. I guess they did it because they thought that Israel is vulnerable and they can do it now, and maybe that Israel will not respond in a proper way. But I think what's more important, just to remember that President Biden told the Iranians not to do it, and they did it anyway. So I guess what Iran was defying was not only Israel, but in fact also the United States and the international community. And that's a big problem that we need to think about, and also to see how we react to it so this doesn't happen again.
A former Israeli National Security Advisor, Eyal Hulata. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it very much. A very dangerous time in the Middle East right now. I want to go back to the White House right now. MJ Lee, our correspondent, is standing by. MJ, I'm told you have some news out of the White House involving a phone call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
That's right, Wolf. Our understanding right now is that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be speaking tonight. Of course, an incredibly crucial and important conversation, given that this is the U.S. and Israel talking as all of this is unfolding at the highest levels, and as the U.S. is trying to get a full picture of the scope of these attacks. And then, of course, very importantly, get a sense of how Israel plans to respond. You know, as we have been talking about so much in the last few hours, one crucial and overarching goal for President Biden in the coming hours, in the coming days, is going to be an attempt at containment. This situation that we have seen unfold tonight is precisely the situation that U.S. officials had very much hoped to avoid, and is something that actually U.S. officials had hoped to avoid even going back to the initial Hamas attacks on Israel on October 7th. The possibility of a wider regional conflict erupting had always been on the minds of U.S. officials, and they had been watching this space very carefully. Now, what we see the president sort of trying to juggle now, of course, is his repeated statement of support for Israel's defense and security, but again, trying to do what the U.S. can do to advise Israel to not take action that might end up having a spillover effect. Now, it's entirely unclear right now, as we try to get a full assessment of this situation, what containment might look like, because we don't know what Israel's response might be in the coming hours and days. Again, you know, as soon as we have a readout from the White House on President Biden's conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister, we will bring that to you. But it is hard to overstate, of course, the importance of that conversation, given the gravity of the situation right now. Wolf.
MJ, very quickly, earlier tonight, there was some speculation that maybe President Biden, would go before cameras and address the American people on what's going on between Israel and Iran right now. I take it that has gone away, right?
That is not our understanding, at least right now. But Wolf, I have to say the situation is certainly really fluid. You know, the president did meet with his national security team in the Situation Room for at least a few hours. And when that meeting concluded a little while ago, a White House official was quick to say, even though that meeting is over, that group could reconvene later this evening. Again, just stressing sort of the fluidity of the situation. But as you talk about and think about President Biden and whether or not he might at some point find a way to address the nation, whether that's in a paper statement or at some point speaking before cameras, I think it is also just really important to keep in mind the politics that are at play for this president. The eruption of the Israel-Hamas war, of course, has been an incredibly challenging issue for this president, and he has seen his support erode among some key constituencies as he has declined to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, something many of his supporters would like to see him do. So again, all of that sort of feeds to this overarching sort of goal and mission and hope that we were talking about before. This administration, many U.S. officials, certainly the president himself, wanting to make sure that they can do what they can to try to keep this situation contained.
MJ Lee, our senior White House correspondent. MJ, I know you're going to be busy. We'll stay in very close touch with you. Thank you very, very much. Right now, I want to bring in Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida. He's a key member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us. I know you're a strong supporter of Israel. What's your reaction to what Iran has now decided to do to launch these killer drones, as the Israeli military calls them, these cruise missiles, these other rockets, directly from inside Iran towards Israel?
No, thanks, Wolf. Thanks for having me. I'm literally at a bat mitzvah at the moment, which is what Iran is trying to destroy. Make no mistake about it. This is a unprecedented attack from Iran direct into Israel proper. It is beyond proportional based on their response. Hundreds of missiles into Israel, and by the way, not on a government or targeted site like Israel did, but on civilians and on holy sites. The images of Israel's defense systems protecting the Temple Mount, just to show the irresponsibility of the Iranian regime. And so, obviously we have to see how this all unfolds still, because it's still in real time. Hopefully, there are no lives lost in Israel. It's clear that the allies, along with the Israel systems, are doing their job. But this is what we all feared, Wolf, after October 7th, that Iran would try to take advantage of the situation. We know the Houthis and Hezbollah, their proxies, have been doing that for months now. Hundreds of missiles and rockets from the Houthis and from Hezbollah destabilizing the region. And we're going to need everyone at the table rallying around Israel and figuring out now what to do with Iran.
Congressman, do you anticipate that Israel will now respond to what Iran has done?
Well, I mean, one of the things we've seen Israel do in the past is when attacked, they go after the sites that attack them. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that they will attack, missile silos and sites from where these things were launched, not Iranian citizens, which is what Iran is now doing to the state of Israel. But that's still unclear, Wolf. I think we have to wait to see what damage Israel sustains. But this is not a proportional, not even the realm of proportional. This is a clear provocation. This is Iran trying to draw Israel into a war. But Israel needs to do everything it can to defend itself. It'll gather the intelligence, working with the Americans, working with its allies across the region. I think you're seeing a number of nations come together in real time as this attack is unfolding to help Israel in its time of need, and the United States obviously being its #1 ally. And so, look, President Biden is doing a great job. He's been doing a job. His message has been clear that he will stand with Israel, ironclad, period, no daylight. And so they'll make the best decisions on what the next steps are.
Yeah, this is a very, very sensitive, dangerous moment right now. We'll watch it together with you, Congressman Jared Moskowitz. Thank you so much for joining us. Go back to the bat mitzvah now, and we'll continue this conversation down the road. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody stand by. We're going to have much more of our special live coverage right after this quick break.
Sure. Sure. Yo.
Are you ready? Four all-star teams return for a waterfront redemption showdown.
We're gonna bring it.
But only one will make a splash.
I think we nailed it.
Rock the Block season finale, Monday night at 9 on HGTV.
AI is redefining work. Artificial intelligence is supercharging our own human intelligence, and that's what will move business forward. Machine learning, robotics, and generative AI are increasing productivity, accelerating decision-making, and impacting our lives at work and beyond. AI's real value is in how companies use it to empower their workforce and earn trust with customers. To maximize your AI and HI investment, turn to SHARP.
Kate made progress with her mental health, but her medication caused unintentional movements in her face, hands, and feet called tardive dyskinesia, or TD. So her doctor prescribed Austedo XR, a once-daily TD treatment for adults. Austedo XR significantly reduced Kate's TD movements. Some people saw a response as early as 2 weeks. With Austedo XR, Kate can stay on her mental health meds.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking reserpine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
Ask your doctor for Austedo XR.
I was born to live in the limelight, but psoriasis kept me in the shadows until I got clearer skin with Bimzelx. Most people got 100% clear skin. some after the first dose.
Serious side effects, including suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and lowered ability to fight them. Liver problems and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to.
Start to get yourself back with Bimzelx.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx today.
What causes a curve down there? Is it Peyronie's disease?
Will it get worse? How common is it? Who can I talk to? Can this be treated?
Stop typing, start talking to a specialized urologist because it could be Peyronie's disease, or PD. It's a medical condition where there is a curve in the erection caused by a formation of scar tissue, and an estimated 1 in 10 men may have it. But PD can be treated even without surgery. Say goodbye to searching online. Find a specialized urologist who can diagnose PD and build a treatment plan with you. Visit makeapdplan.com today.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Eucora. Help maintain a healthy urinary tract with Eucora.
I've been having UTIs for 10 years. At Eucora, we make UTI relief products. We also make proactive urinary tract health products. Eucora is a lifesaver. Try today at eucora.com.
That was about an hour or so ago. The skies over Jerusalem, incoming drones and rockets were coming in towards Jerusalem, and the Israeli Iron Dome anti-missile system went up and intercepted those drones and those rockets coming in. Potentially could have caused a lot of damage. We're watching all of this unfold. Kimberly Dozier is with us right now. Kimberly, you're our global affairs analyst. Give us your assessment of what we're seeing, we're hearing, what's going on.
Well, what is extraordinary is how many Rubicons have been crossed tonight. We didn't think Iran would fire directly onto Israeli territory. At least that was the common wisdom, because it didn't want to trigger some sort of global response. We didn't think that Iran would launch over Jerusalem, where it risked one of those missiles getting knocked out of the sky and hitting the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is one of the holiest sites of Islam. And it means that it calls into question everything else we thought about Iran and its potential actions, possibly to arm itself with nuclear weapons, which it hasn't taken, a step it hasn't taken yet. At this point, we've got a few hours more to watch what is coming in, because ballistic missiles arrive right away. The cruise missiles that got fired take 5 to 6 hours, and then the drone swarms that they launched in waves, that could be arriving up to midnight our time. So we've got a few more hours to see where those things might hit, and that will determine the strength of Israel's response. But of course, Israel's already promising to respond.
Yeah, they'll respond, but they want to see what kind of damage, if Israelis have been injured or killed in the process, that will impact what the Israeli response is going to be.
And so far, we've had pretty one minor injury reported to a child in the Negev, some damage reported by the Israeli Defense Forces at least one of their bases, but no major mass casualties. We don't know if that's because the defense system was so good or the aim was so poor. But you can bet what Iran is doing right now is watching everything that happens, the impact of this, so that next time, and this makes it more likely that there will be a next time, they will know how to time it better to cause more destruction.
Let me bring retired Colonel Cedric Layton, our military analyst, into this conversation. Air Force Colonel, let's talk a little bit about Iran's capabilities of aiming these drones, these missiles, these rockets towards Israel. Do you think when they aimed towards Israel, they didn't necessarily realize that they were going to be going over Jerusalem, a holy city, not just to Christians and Jews, but to Muslims as well?
Well, I think they knew that, in general where they would be going. Jerusalem is such an important area for them, not only for the Muslim religion, as you mentioned, but for all of the monotheistic religions. But the key thing is the precision of their aiming capability. And Wolf, if you look at how they do this, there are some weapon systems that they have that can be pretty precise, including the fairly primitive drones with their fairly primitive engines that are basically like lawnmower engines. But they are able to do certain things with them. They can guide them in a certain way in real time, and that does make a difference. Their missile systems have improved quite a bit in terms of their ability to hit specific targets. So they knew generally what they were doing. I think what their main problem, Wolf, is that they didn't sequence things in the way that we would have expected. And to Kim's point, there are so many aspects to mounting a campaign of this type that you would really need to sequence these things based on the timing of the weapon system, the capability of the weapon system, the rapidity with which the weapon system can actually hit a target, and the distance that it can cover in a certain amount of time.
David Sanger, I know you're doing a lot of reporting on what's going on. What are you hearing from your sources?
So the key here is not just the capability, as Cedric points out, or the timing, as we've heard from Kim, but the signaling. And if it turns out that most of this is over now, that there are dribs and drabs coming in, but most of it is over, then the statement that the Iranians turned out that said this closes the matter is intended, in fact, probably to close the matter.
They don't want to see Israel retaliate.
They don't want to get into a direct conflict with Israel or with the United States. But as Kim has pointed out, they've really changed the game here by attacking directly from Iran. We haven't seen that in many, many decades, and certainly never in a time when Iran has had the kind of capability, missile reach, precision, or even since the invention of the drone. So it's a big deal. But the conversation that's been taking place so far between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu, Jake Sullivan and his counterpart, his national security advisor, Secretary Austin and others, have all been about, to the Israelis, look, you started this with an attack in Damascus that killed a number of IRGC members. You knew they were going to respond. Let's let the response sit. And yet the pressure on the Israelis to escalate again is going to be pretty high. So yet again, we're going to be in one of these tests between President Biden's influence on the Israelis and whether the Israelis will take some American advice and wind it down.
Because the pressure from within Israel itself is going to be intense on Netanyahu to respond big time.
And within his war cabinet, with some, incredible hardliners there, you can almost hear in that phone conversation the president's going to have with Netanyahu, you can bet Netanyahu will say, well, I agree with you, sir, but I'm under great pressure politically to keep my own government together, so I'm going to have to go do something. So the trick here is, for the Iranians and for the Israelis, how do you satisfy your various constituencies at home? Because the Iranians are divided on this topic as well, while avoiding an escalation that turns into all-out war.
Do the Iranians know that if there is a full-scale war with Israel, and the United States for that matter, they would lose big time?
Well, they've got to know that the chances are that that could end the current regime there. The question is how big that goes. Now, the other side of this gets to what Kim was describing before. So far, the Iranians have built up their nuclear capability in the past couple of years in reaction to President Trump's decision to pull out of the Iran nuclear deal. Before he made that decision, they didn't have very much nuclear material around, certainly not enough to make a bomb. They've now got enough for 3, and they're chugging forward, but not as fast as they could. One thing they could do to escalate here is go full bore on the nuclear program.
Yeah, that worries me. I'm sure it worries Colonel Layton and Kimberly as well. All right, everybody stand by. We're going to have much more of our special breaking news live coverage right after this.
The special 2-hour Titanic premiere of How It Really Happened. Sunday, April 28th at 9 on CNN.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett, Out Front, weeknights at 7 on CNN.
Hey, Lexus, show alternate routes.
Technology that's ready for the road ahead. The Lexus NX.
Weeds. They have you surrounded. You just gonna stand there? Or are you gonna take your loan back?
We're gonna take it back.
We're gonna take it back. With Scott's Turf Builder Triple Action, it gets 3 jobs done at once. Kills weeds, prevents crabgrass, and keeps your lawn growing strong. Glorious!
No.
Get a bag of Scott's Triple Action today. It's guaranteed.
Feed it, lawn. Feed it.
What is Circle? Circle is the fuel you need to take flight. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle, available at Walmart and drinkcircle.com.
Get your backyard ready for any occasion with the help of quality battery tools by Steel. Only at approved Steel dealers. Right now, save $50 on select AK system battery tool sets. Real Steel.
To get the full story, be unafraid.
The will to fight, how important is that?
Seek truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, weeknights at 8.
If you always wanted a sleeper sofa, now is the perfect time to shop at Rooms To Go. Start with a great-looking sofa at a great price. Then add a sleeper to the sofa for an extra $199. There are dozens of fabulous styles, colors, and fabrics to choose from. Buy your favorite sofa, then upgrade it. Add the versatility and function of a comfortable sleeper for an extra $199. Just $199. That's right now during the Rooms To Go Sleeper Sofa Sale.
Jake Tapper, weekdays at 4 on CNN.
To the ones left waiting for something new and kept us wanting more. MLB Tuesday on TBS is here. Braves, Astros. Coverage begins Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. on TBS and Max.
Do you think that our democracy is at risk?
We have to be very concerned.
This is a damning report for the president. Why do you think he's doing this, and can he be talked out of it? Would Republicans be willing to support this aid package? We need a functioning legislative branch. Are you willing to let people in the West Bank vote? Why do you think so many Republicans have downplayed this? Do you think he's guilty?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, weekdays at 4 on CNN.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's finding out something unexpected. I relish all of our conversations. It's context. The economy is by far the top issue for Americans in this election. Curiosity. Does someone else need to jump in the race? And above all, it's about sharing that so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett, Out Front, weeknights at 7 on CNN.
Every night, we are going straight to the source.
We begin with the breaking news tonight.
Going inside the biggest stories.
Where is the common ground between you and the Senate and the White House?
Sharing the latest with you.
The Source with Caitlin Collins, weeknights at 9.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. We're following major breaking news over the skies of Israel. A wide-scale aerial assault is going on right now with waves of drones and missiles streaming into Israel from Iran. Our team is on the ground in Jerusalem. They've been hearing explosions, sirens going off as U.S. and Israeli forces have reported intercepting multiple Iranian attacks. but we still do not know what the ultimate impact of this barrage will be, not the immediate damage inside Israel, nor the response that it might bring next from the Israeli military. Our reporters and analysts are covering all of this. We have them located all over the region as well as here in Washington. I want to go to our chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward. She's joining us from Tel Aviv, first of all, right now. We saw the sirens and the missiles being intercepted over Jerusalem. What are we seeing there in Tel Aviv?
We continue to hear Wolf drones and jets overhead, but the Homefront Command is now telling people that they do not need to stay close to those shelters anymore in some of those key areas that had been under a state of high alert before. I don't know if you can hear that in the distance, a jet, pretty loud one. I can see it up there. So the sense is that for now, at least, things are a little calmer, a little quieter. Of course, that could change. You could see that alert return, people being told once again to be near to a shelter. But for the moment, it seems that the majority, the vast majority, I should say, of the, according to IDF spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, 200 different types of cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones, killer drones, as he referred to them, have been intercepted, most of them outside of the country. There was some damage, according to the IDF, to a base in southern Israel. We know of one 7-year-old Bedouin girl who was injured in the Negev. She is receiving treatment for those injuries, that as a result of those intercepts that we have seen going on throughout the night, but certainly feels a little bit calmer and a little bit quieter here as people wait to see what else may unfold throughout the night, Wolf.
And the Admiral Hagari, the spokesman for the IDF, said Israel is ready for any threat, and they will continue to be ready. We'll see what the Israeli response will be. Clarissa, thank you very much. I want to go to Nick Robertson in Jerusalem right now. I take it things have quieted down a bit in Jerusalem. We're not hearing the sirens going off or the intercepting of the incoming drones or rockets or missiles. Is that right?
It feels much calmer, Wolf. We can still, as Clarissa is hearing fighter jets there over Tel Aviv, we are still hearing them in the skies over here. And given what the instructions now from the Home Command that people do not need to stay close to their shelters, it does feel as if the situation is changing a little bit. In fact, what we're hearing around here now are the birds waking up in the morning. So it's no longer the sort of panic of people shouting on the street, the intercepts in the skies, and the fight and the noise of the fighter jets. It does feel much quieter. People in this city will not have expected to have seen so many intercepts overhead in such a densely populated area. So when they are waking up in a few hours' time here, this is this new reality that they're going to be confronted with, now a very significant new reality for them. And of course, as we're now hearing that the Prime Minister's, that the Security Cabinet has deferred to the Prime Minister's much smaller War Cabinet to make a decision about how Israel should respond. So that perhaps will come in the coming hours. But the impact of what's happened across the country on the psychology of the population is going to be something that's going to weigh on their decision, as well as the pressure and the conversations that will likely come from the United States and from that during that phone call from President Biden with Prime Minister Netanyahu that is expected not to escalate this further. But it's hard to tell at this stage. The first phase of analysis by the IDF indicates very little damage of any significance, but it is hard to estimate at the moment the decision the Prime Minister will ultimately take.
But as you know, Nick, the Israeli military has done the math, and they realize that those drones are relatively slow. It could take 8 or 9, maybe even 10 hours for one of those drones to get from Iran, from a base in Iran, all the way towards Israel, going past Iraq and Syria, maybe Jordan, over towards Israel. So these drones or as Admiral Hagari called them, these killer drones, they could be arriving in the next few hours as well. It hasn't been 9 or 10 hours yet.
It hasn't been at all, and I was struck by what General Hagari, rather Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari said in his press briefing, that there are still intercepts going on, that is still happening, that the fighter jets that we're hearing in the skies are still involved in that, and of course, as is said, 10 cruise missiles and dozens of drones intercepted outside of Israeli airspace. And as we're not hearing the intercepts here at the moment, perhaps they are going on over the borders before they get to Israel. But the fact that the Home Command has effectively put people on notice that they can be a little bit more relaxed, they can, of course, turn that around in moments. It is a very, very effective alert system here, not just with the sirens you hear, and I hear another jet speeding through the sky there, and a second one directly above me speeding through the sky. It is a very sophisticated system that can pinpoint a threat and let the population in that area know very, very quickly over their cellular phones. That jet is quite low, that's heading off into the distance above me now. So what we heard from Daniel Hagari may still be playing out, despite the fact that the population has been put a little more at ease for the moment, Wolf.
Yeah, he said that over 200 of these Iranian drones, he called them the killer drones, have been intercepted successfully by the Israelis. We'll see what happens in the next few hours. The situation clearly is continuing right now. Nick Robertson in Jerusalem, thank you. I want to bring in Fred Pleitgen right now. He's done a lot of reporting from inside Iran. He's spoken to all the top Iranian officials over these past several years. There's a statement that just came out, I'm sure you saw it already, Fred, from the Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. Among other things, it said this, and I'm quoting now from the IRGC statement: any threat by the terrorist state of America and the Zionist regime from any country will be followed by a reciprocal and proportional response from the Islamic Republic of Iran to the source of the threat. A clear warning to the U.S. if it helps Israel deal with these incoming rockets and missiles, the U.S. will pay a price for that. What's your assessment as someone who's been to Iran? You were just there a few weeks ago, and you've spoken to these Iranian officials.
Well, first of all, I do think it's a direct threat towards the U.S. by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And I think one of the things that the Iranians have been saying, Wolf, is that the U.S. obviously needs to watch out, especially in the region there, in the Middle East, with the U.S. bases that it has in that region. The Iranians obviously saying that they have their proxy forces on the ground. And of course, tonight, they've also shown that they're pretty powerful in the air as well. Certainly, one of the things that we've been hearing here as we've been talking about all this and broadcasting and seeing some of the images is that not many people would have expected the Iranians to be able to launch that many projectiles towards Israel, talking about drones and of course missiles as well, and especially for having so many of those actually reach Israeli airspace and penetrate very deep into Israel, then obviously being taken out by the Israeli forces, but of course the U.S. helping with that as well. So the Iranians, I think it's a twofold threat that we're seeing from them right now, coming from the Iranians. On the one hand, they are saying that the U.S., of course, they don't want them to help the Israelis at all. But I think the Iranians are already looking forward to what could happen next. It's been quite interesting to see some of the messaging that we've been seeing out of Tehran. We've seen some from Iran's representative to the representation to the UN saying that the matter could be concluded here, or that the matter could be deemed as being concluded. Obviously saying the Iranians believe that the Israelis struck them, struck the embassy, killed a bunch of Revolutionary Guard top personnel inside that embassy compound, even though the Israelis obviously say they didn't consider that to be an embassy compound. The Iranians now saying we've struck back and it can end here. But then, of course, you also have that threat from the Iranians telling the U.S. not to get involved in all of this. And, of course, Wolf, we've been reporting about this matter over the past a little over a week since it happened. And we have seen the Iranians on several occasions, be it the foreign minister, be it others, telling the U.S. or urging the United States to stay out of this, to stay away. And that's the exact messaging that we're seeing tonight again. One of the other things that we've also been picking up, Wolf, is that the Iranian foreign ministry has put out a statement also in the middle of the night, which is quite unusual for them, calling their actions tonight, calling the strikes by the Iranians, calling their targeting of Israeli territory self-defense, and saying they believe that it's covered by the UN Charter. I want to read you some of that statement of what the Iranians put out. They say that if Israel strikes back, and this is what they're referring to in that statement, they're saying, quote, if necessary, the Islamic Republic of Iran will not hesitate to take more defensive measures, so they're calling all this a defensive measure, to protect its legitimate interests against any aggressive military actions and illegal use of force. So the Iranians are saying that they consider the attack on their embassy compound in Damascus, which of course Israel has not claimed responsibility for, that they consider that to be an aggressive act, and they consider this their retaliation. And again, the Iranians are saying it could end here, but of course right now the messaging is that the ball is in the Israeli court. At the same time, the Iranians are telling the U.S. to stay out of it, especially with the threats that the Iranians could make very real for the U.S. in the region. Of course, the U.S. has a lot of military assets in the Middle East, and the Iranians are saying they have a lot of proxy forces near those military bases, Wolf.
Yeah, and the statement that the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, just put out, it said it will hold the United States responsible for what it termed the evil actions of the Israeli government. So they're clearly warning the United States, if the U.S. does get involved in helping Israel at all, the U.S. will pay a big price for this. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think they're saying. And it's a threat that we've been seeing from the Iranians really over the past couple of years, and a threat that they've also made good on a couple of times. If we look, for instance, back towards the Trump administration, and even the months before the U.S. assassinated the IRGC Quds Forces top general Qasem Soleimani, you had some incidents between the U.S. and Iran in the Persian Gulf, where the Iranians then shot down a U.S. Global Hawk drone. That, of course, or a Hawk drone, that, of course, was the Iranians displaying that they are not to be messed with, and that they also have military that is capable of hurting U.S. assets. There were very few people at the time who thought that Iran's own Iranian-made air defense systems would be capable of taking down U.S. assets. The Iranians proved otherwise. Then afterwards, after Qasem Soleimani was assassinated, they struck a U.S. base, the Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq, where very few people believed that Iran's ballistic missiles were as accurate as they turned out to be. And now tonight, the Iranians have once again demonstrated that they've made a lot of progress, it appears, as far as their cruise missiles are concerned, ballistic missiles are concerned, but also the drones as well. And I think one of the things that we've seen from the Iranians is that they've really put a lot of effort into that drone program. In fact, I was a couple of years ago at an Iranian drone show as part of one of their military days, and they were talking very openly about the fact that they believed that drones were one of those weapons that they could use to really take the fight, especially to the U.S. In the Middle East. So clearly now, threats from the Iranians, again, the Iranians are saying, look, the U.S. bases are there, Iranian proxy forces are there as well, but of course drones are a big threat to those U.S. assets in the Middle East as well, Wolf.
Yeah, this is a very, very tense moment right now. Fred Pleitgen, thank you very much. We'll get back to you. Jim Sciutto is with me here in Washington. We're watching all of this unfold. This whole situation could explode big time, or it could calm down.
No question. Listen, this is an escalation. It's an Iranian attack attempting to strike Israel. The defenses largely worked, it seems. That's why the damage assessments to date, and you show very little damage on the ground there, and the IDF saying it intercepted the vast majority of missiles.
At least so far.
At least so far, and there could be more to come. But we also do know that the U.S. did already participate, that it was shooting down some of these drones and missiles before they got close to Israeli territory. We should also note there was some concern prior to this that Israeli proxies might target U.S. forces in the region, and that does not appear to have happened.
Iranian proxies.
Iranian proxies target U.S. forces in the region, which they have done before multiple times, and as you know, as U.S. forces have died. They did not in this case, which was a deliberate decision by Iran. Certainly bold, aggressive, blatant to attack Israel, but they chose in this circumstance not to directly target U.S. forces. And there's an enormous number of U.S. forces, not just ground forces in the region, but of course U.S. assets that have moved into the region prior to this, which Iran did not strike. And that's a deliberate decision not to confront the U.S. directly now, despite the kind of rhetoric we're hearing from them. And this warning the U.S. away, let's be clear, the U.S. is highly involved in Israel's defense tonight. They moved assets into the region, ships, etc., to be able to scan the skies for threats exactly like this and help Israel take them out before they reached Israeli territory. And our understanding is that U.S. assets did take down some of these drones prior to reaching
And I think it was significant
Israel.
that the commander of the U.S. Military Central Command, which is responsible for the entire Middle East region, has spent the last several days in Israel coordinating and projecting what the U.S. and the Israelis would do if Iran did launch this kind of a strike.
Absolutely. They were preparing for this. They were pre-positioning forces for this to help defend Israel and also to help make clear to Iran that the U.S. was in position and could strike back if the U.S. were to be targeted directly, which, again, we should emphasize Iran did not do here. They've done before, they did not do tonight, and that's a deliberate decision. I think you can also say that those preparations from the Israeli side, in conjunction with the U.S. and other partners in the region, Saudi Arabia involved, largely worked, right, in this defense. That's not to minimize or downplay the severity of this attack, but those defenses held. And we should note, folks I think are familiar with the Iron Dome, which is really the low altitude defense system for Israel.
The drones are going to be intercepted by the Iron Dome.
Iron Dome, but some of the other threats that were intercepted by Arrow, which is a higher altitude defense system. You have the David Sling, which is for medium range missiles. You have a multi-layered defense with the U.S. involved as well, and that multi-layered defense appears to have worked tonight. Now, Israel's going to retaliate. I've been speaking to Israeli officials. It's clear that they will. The question now is, what does that retaliation look like? And like with any attack like this, you're always concerned about escalation ladders, because one side attacks. You have this, what we presume to be an Israeli strike in Damascus against the Iranian officials a number of weeks ago. You have this Iranian response, Israel response, and it's watching that escalation ladder to see how high each level goes, and that's the concern, right, is that can easily accelerate.
This could explode into a full-scale war, and who knows?
It could, but we also, there's been a relatively consistent assessment, going back to October 7th even, when there were great concerns about escalation beyond, that as involved as Iran is, that the U.S. has assessed consistently it does not want a direct war with the U.S. Right. Even Hezbollah does not, the assessments has been, want a direct war now with Israel. So there are assessments that they want to attack, they want to exact a price, they don't want it to escalate. That doesn't mean it doesn't go there, right? Because these attacks and the escalation can have a momentum of their own. But that's something to plug into the broader assessment as we look at next steps.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous moment, to be sure, and we'll see what unfolds. I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, MJ Lee. She's over at the White House for us, doing a lot of reporting. How is the White House, MJ, assessing what is actually happening tonight?
Well, Wolf, I'm actually just getting this reporting right now that President Biden is on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I know we reported some while ago that they were expected to speak tonight. But again, our reporting right now from a source familiar is that the two leaders are now on the phone. So we will bring you that readout as soon as we get it. This comes after the president actually reconvened his national security team for a second time in the Situation Room. That first meeting earlier in the evening had lasted some 2 hours. And then given the fluidity of the situation, that team was brought together again in the Situation Room. And Wolf, what I'm being told by a U.S. official is that the U.S.'s view broadly right now is that what we saw unfold over the last several hours, Iran's attacks on Israel, were wholly disproportionate to the Israeli strikes in Damascus that prompted this retaliation. And that view by U.S. officials has been an important factor in all of the discussions that have been happening in the White House tonight, both in terms of figuring out the U.S.'s calculations going forward, and then importantly, of course, how U.S. officials plan on advising their Israeli counterparts about potential next steps. Now, to be clear, when I'm talking about U.S. officials seeing what Iran did as being disproportionate, nobody here is claiming to know what the full scope and what the full assessment is of those attacks. That assessment, of course, is currently ongoing. But what the recognition here at the White House tonight is that getting that full assessment is going to be a huge factor in the way that the U.S., again, potentially advises their Israeli counterparts on what they might want to do next. Now, as we keep in mind that the president is again currently on the phone with the Israeli prime minister, just remember that this is a tough juggling act for the president right now. As we saw from the White House's statement earlier in the evening, he is trying to reaffirm the U.S.'s commitment to Israel's defense and security. Ironclad is the word that he has used over and over again. But at the same time, as you were just talking about with Jim, the prevention of a broader regional conflict, that has been such an important goal for this administration going back to October, and something that they have been really sensitive to. So you can certainly imagine that this is going to be a point of discussion for the two leaders. We're going to be really looking carefully at what language is used when we eventually get that readout from the two leaders' phone call, to see if there are any clues as to which way the president may have sort of leaned in terms of his conversation with the Israeli prime minister about, again, Israel's potential next steps.
Yeah, those statements and the statement that will come out after the president's phone conversation with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be important. But as they say, actions speak louder than words. And U.S. actions right now in supporting Israel have been very, very powerful and dramatic, especially the use of air defense systems to intercept incoming Iranian rockets and missiles and bombs heading towards Israel and destroying them in the skies even before they reach Israeli airspace. Very significant actions unfolding by the United States. And certainly this has been in the works for several days as the U.S. and Israeli militaries have been coordinating potential reaction strategy in the face of an Iranian attack. We're staying in close touch with you, MJ. We'll get back to you as soon as we get a formal readout from the president's conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Much more in the meantime of our special live breaking news coverage right after a quick break.
Houston, you are go for the burn.
There's debris in the sky.
Parents, husbands, and wives gone.
If you work in spaceflight, this is the worst possible thing that could ever happen.
Thousands of pieces of debris are now pieces to a puzzle. They should have had that test on day one.
I wish I could have done something differently, but I can't undo that. You can just make it better for those that follow.
Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight, 2-part finale, tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
Amelia, turn off alarm. Amelia, weather?
70 degrees and sunny today.
Amelia, unlock the door.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Jen.
Why not?
Did you forget something?
My protein shake.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is.
You're so dramatic, Amelia.
Bye, Jen.
100 innovative companies, 1 ETF. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Do you think that our democracy is at risk?
We have to be very concerned.
Why do you think he's doing this, and can he be talked out of it? Do you think he's guilty?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, weekdays at 4 on CNN.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at Viking.com.
I did have hearing aids from another company. I was just frustrated. I almost gave up. With Miracle Ear, it's all about service. They're personable, they're friendly. I'm very happy with them.
We provide you with a free lifetime of aftercare, meaning free checkups, cleanings, and adjustments.
I see someone new, someone happy. It's really made a difference.
Call Miracle Ear at 1-800-MIRACLE and schedule your free, no-obligation hearing evaluation today.
Weeds. I have you surrounded. Take your lawn back! With Scott's Turf Builder Triple Action, it gets 3 jobs done at once. Kills weeds, prevents crabgrass, and keeps it growing strong.
Get a bag of Scott's Triple Action today. It's guaranteed.
Feed it, lawn. Feed it.
For moderate to severe Crohn's disease, Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Control of Crohn's means everything to me. Ask your gastroenterologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about our honeymoon. What about Africa? Safari. Hot air balloon ride. Swim with elephants. Wait, can we afford a safari?
Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning.
Or put the money towards a down payment.
On a ranch?
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
You can see rockets and missiles, armed drones coming in from Iran towards Israel. The Israeli air defense system intercepting a lot of them. This is video from earlier tonight that was unfolding in Israel. We're watching all of this unfold. I want to bring in the former United States ambassador to the United Nations, John Bolton. He was also President Trump's national security advisor. As you know, Ambassador, Israel's ambassador is calling for the UN Security Council to immediately convene following these attacks. What's your assessment of what's going on right now?
Well, nothing's going to happen in the Security Council, that's for sure. I mean, what we had tonight was a massive failure of Israeli and American deterrence, massive failure, a 200 ballistic missile, cruise missile, drone failure. And I think, notwithstanding that there appears to be very little damage, fingers crossed until we get the final assessment. And thank God if the death toll is low or non-existent. And while we're at it, let's thank George W. Bush for getting out of the ABM Treaty of 1972, unleashing American missile defense capabilities. But once we see what the damage is, I think it's incumbent on Israel and the United States to reestablish deterrence in a major way. And I think that means, by definition, Israel's response, and there should be a response, should not be proportionate. It should be far stronger, because when deterrence fails, to reestablish it, you have to teach the adversary that any gain they may hope to get by any future attack will be more than outweighed by the damage that will be caused. So I hope President Biden isn't...
Well, I was just sorry for interrupting, but give us your assessment of an appropriate Israeli response to what Iran has now done.
Well, what Iran did tonight that I think was most significant was the firing of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles from its territory directly at Israel. Almost certainly at this point, none of those missiles contained a nuclear warhead. But you never can tell when the next firing, the next salvo of ballistic missiles might contain a nuclear warhead. So I think among the many targets Israel should consider, this is the opportunity to destroy Iran's nuclear weapons program. And I hope President Biden is not trying to dissuade Prime Minister Netanyahu from doing that. And if he succeeds, and if at some future point the Ayatollahs are able to pull off what former Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon called a nuclear holocaust, history will know who to blame.
So just to be precise, Ambassador Bolton, you're recommending that Israel launch an airstrike to try to destroy whatever nuclear capabilities the Iranians might have? Is that what I'm hearing?
Right. I think they should go after the nuclear fuel cycle activities that are well known. Their locations are well known. And I think that would be the appropriate target, because right now Iran has demonstrated it is not restrained by any concern about a direct attack on Israeli territory from its attack. It has, by its own admission, fired ballistic and cruise missiles. And the only thing that has saved Israel is this amazing technology. Next time, if the attacks come from a different location, containing nuclear warheads, Israel might not be so lucky. This is not time to play academic games and message and signal. This is a question of power. People say they're concerned about a wider war. The wider war began on October the 7th. That was not an Israeli war against Arabs or Palestinians or Gazans. It was Iran's attack on Israel using the Ring of Fire strategy. That's the strategic environment Israel faces right now. And the main cause, the puppeteer, the puppet master, is Iran. And if you take away their nuclear capability, that would be a dramatic hit to the regime, maybe enough to topple it.
Ambassador, my colleague Jim Sciutto is here with me in Washington. He has a question, he has a follow-up question for you. Go ahead, Jim.
Ambassador Bolton, given, and you know as well as we do, that Hezbollah and its enormous missile arsenal, many thousands of rockets and missiles, is intended in part by Iran to be a pressure point if Israel were to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. And I wonder, given the size of that, an order of magnitude bigger than it was, say, during the 2006 war, whether you believe Israel can today fight what would be a multi-front war, Gaza in the south, Hezbollah in the north, Iran to the east, and if you would then envision the U.S. directly involved in such a conflict.
Well, I think for the foreseeable future, Gaza is not going to be a principal battlefield, and it's certainly not something that's going to engage full Israeli military power. I think Hezbollah put pressure on Iran. It's one reason why the Iranian counterstrike took almost 2 weeks after the Damascus strike by Israel to say, you need to put skin in this game, Iran. So I'm not at all sure what Hezbollah's response would be to Israel taking out a nuclear power that hasn't done a thing for Hezbollah. The Israelis clearly have thought about what to do to neutralize Hezbollah. Perhaps their response, which also would be a pretty big problem for Iran, would be to go after Hezbollah now. My point is there are a number of steps Israel can take. Passivity at this point for Israel would be a big mistake. I mean, I think from the Israeli point of view, they should remember what Winston Churchill said in World War II, without victory, there is no survival.
How close is Iran to actually having a nuclear bomb?
Well, I think about 72 hours that they can get if they send a wire transfer to the central bank of North Korea in Pyongyang and give the North Koreans enough time to put a couple warheads on an airplane and fly them to Tehran. You know, there's a lot of talk about how close Iran is compared to how close they were 4 or 5 years ago or before the Trump administration pulled out of the nuclear deal, all of which assumes perfect knowledge of Iran's nuclear weapons program. I think we should have enough experience with faulty intelligence by now not to be so sure, not to know how much of Iran's uranium enrichment program is really being conducted under a mountain in North Korea. The fact is they're very close. The fact is the nuclear deal of 2015 was flawed from the start by allowing Iran any uranium enrichment capability whatever.
Ambassador Bolton, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue this conversation down the road.
Glad to be with you.
And we're going to have much more special coverage coming up from the region. We have live reporters on the scene. Also, I'll be speaking with former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger. He's got some strong thoughts on what's going on right now between Israel and Iran. Much more of our special breaking news coverage right after this.
There's a new ally in the fight against climate change.
This is blue carbon.
This is blue carbon. We just need to protect. Nature will do the rest.
Blue Carbon, a CNN film, Sunday, April 21st at 9.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's finding out something unexpected. I relish all of our conversations. It's context. The economy is by far the top issue for Americans in this election. Curiosity.
Does someone else need to jump in the race?
And above all, it's about sharing that so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett out front, weeknights at 7 on CNN.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID,
Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to nirmatrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
A wide leaf filter? It's well designed, efficient. I appreciate that.
Leaf Filter's technology keeps debris out of your gutters for good. Guaranteed.
What more could you ask for?
Call 833-LEAF-FILTER today or visit leaffilter.com.
So, we learned about Spectrum's advanced Wi-Fi. We talked about Spectrum Internet, state-of-the-art security features. But today, you're going to learn something different because our guest is a legend. He's literally shaped the way we think about the internet. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We know that Spectrum delivers the most reliable internet speeds.
Woo! The most reliable internet speeds. You're not going to find that in a book.
I wrote a book about it.
You don't need to read it because you just heard it.
Want the most reliable internet speeds? You want Spectrum One.
Hey, what's up there?
Oh, I switched to H&R Block, doing my own taxes online. Kind of winning taxes. I was able to file free, and it was so easy to do on my own. So long, TurboTax.
Wow, I gotta make the switch.
You really should.
Tired of TurboTax? You could file free and easily do your own taxes online with H&R Block. It's better with Block.
I'm Rafael Roma at the Georgia State Capitol in Atlanta. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Rue La La. Iconic brands up to 70% off retail at RueLaLa.com.
At Rue La La, you never pay full price. Seize the deals on top names before they're gone. Shop RueLaLa.com today.
Those were the sirens going off in Jerusalem earlier tonight. Sirens going off as Iranian drones and rockets, missiles, were flying over Jerusalem. We're watching all of this unfold in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv, in Haifa, and other cities as well. The Iranians launching more than 200, what the Israelis call killer drones, towards Israel. Most of them have been intercepted by Israeli air defense systems, and that system works to be well right now. I want to go to the Pentagon. Oren Lieberman is standing by. I understand you're getting some new information on the defense secretary's conversation with his Israeli counterpart.
Just a short time ago, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with his Israeli counterpart, Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant. The two have been in regular communication over the past days, weeks, and months, but obviously this is a very different situation, and they got off the phone just a couple of hours ago. In that call, according to a U.S. official familiar with the call, Austin asked Gallant to update the U.S. on what Israel's response would be and to notify them how and what that response would look like. This is obviously important. The U.S. and Israel have gone to great lengths to make sure right now they are on the same page, and Lloyd Austin trying to make sure it stays that way in terms of what happens ahead here with Israel's response to this Iranian attack. The context here is that the U.S. was not given a tremendous amount of heads up, barely any at all, in the Israeli strike on the compound in Damascus, that consular compound of Iran, which killed 7 Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps generals, including one of the more senior generals. Israel, according to a U.S. official, effectively only gave the U.S. notice when the planes were already in the air. So that message couldn't really be passed around and make the U.S. government aware of what was about to come. Here, the U.S. being much more forward and explicit, Austin telling his Israeli counterpart, please notify us, give us a heads up when you intend to carry out your response to this attack.
Interesting, very interesting. Did the defense secretary get a specific answer from Gallant? Would Israel, in fact, give the U.S. advance word on what it's planning on doing?
That's an excellent question. I don't know the answer to that at this point. We will certainly learn in the hours, perhaps days ahead, more about what this relationship looks like right now. Again, the two speak regularly, and given the level of coordination and cooperation right now, especially, for example, with General Eric Kirillo, the head of U.S. Central Command, not only in the region, but having spent a couple of days in Israel, it seems likely that Israel would notify and update the U.S. on its intentions here. Of course, the Biden administration is still trying to avoid a regional war in this certainly tense situation.
Very tense indeed, very dangerous situation. We'll see what happens, but I suspect you're right that the Israelis would give the U.S. advance word on what any military retaliatory strike would entail. Oren, stand by. We're going to get back to you. Right now, I want to bring in CNN senior political commentator, the former U.S. Congressman Adam Kinzinger. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, give us your reaction to this direct attack from Iran against Israel.
Well, Wolf, it's very serious. I mean, this is obviously a direct attack, as you mentioned. This is kind of unprecedented. It is unprecedented. But it was significant. And I think this attack was intended to not just do damage, but to kill Israelis. What Iran didn't count on was, frankly, how good Israel's air defense is. I mean, they shot a missile down in friggin' space, you know, and that we saw one of the Arrow missiles. There's video out there of it, which is incredible. They did not count on the U.S. and Israel's allies probably partaking as deeply as we did, being able to take out the drones that we have. But this was a significant attempt to kill Israelis. Israel has no option but to respond. And it's important to keep in mind in all of this debate, too, because this is, you know, obviously happening today and something that we're interested in. This is what Ukraine has to deal with every night. Every night they get Shahed drones sent by Russia, supplied by Iran, and ballistic and cruise missiles shot by Russia, in many cases given to them by Iran. So that could also help to tell what Iran's or Israel's response should be to Iran, for instance, going after their capacity to make the Shahed drones.
Congressman Jim Sciutto's with me here in Washington. He has a question for you. Go ahead, Jim.
Congressman, you may have heard Ambassador Bolton advocate for Israel to respond by striking Iranian nuclear facilities. I wonder if you agree and if you believe that if that were to take place, that the U.S. would be drawn into such a conflict.
I mean, it's possible. Look, I think the ambassador made solid points, which is Iran has shown a willingness and a capability to attack Israel. We know they're very close to a nuclear weapon. And I remember all my time in Congress being promised by every administration that if Iran actually does get very close to a nuclear weapon, that will be prevented. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. But, well, we're at that moment now. So while I'm not sitting here saying that maybe the right response on this is to attack the nuclear program, the question is, we are on the edge of that moment. And we have to accept as a country, we will either have a nuclear-armed Iran or we won't, and we may have to do something about that, us and Israel, probably largely on Israel. So is it the best response on this attack? I don't know. I'll leave that up to the Israelis. But I can tell you what certainly needs to happen, I think, is going after Iran's, but this is a very directly proportionate response, is going after Iran's ability to make the exact drones they sent against Israel and that they're supplying. This is a side benefit that they're supplying to Russia to attack Ukraine with.
All right, stand by for a moment, Adam. Jeremy Diamond, our correspondent, is in northern Israel right now, and there's some very intense developments unfolding where you are, Jeremy. Tell our viewers.
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. We are in northern Israel, and in just the past hour, there were 25 projectiles that were fired from Lebanon towards the Golan Heights. My team and I, as we arrived here, we actually were able to hear what sounded like multiple interceptions of those projectiles. The Israeli military is not specifying whether those were drones or missiles in this case, but we do understand that these were fired from Lebanon. Earlier this evening, of course, this area in northern Israel did get projectiles, again, unclear if drones or missiles that were fired from Iran as part of that large-scale attack that Iran carried out on northern Israel as well as in southern Israel. We also understand that Hezbollah claimed responsibility for firing multiple missiles, multiple rockets earlier this evening in the direction of the Golan Heights as well. And so this is what's critical about this part of northern Israel, is that this is really the intersection both of this proxy battle that Iran and Israel have been fighting for months now, as Hezbollah and Israel have been trading fire across the Israeli-Lebanese border for months now, since the beginning of this war, but also now the site of Iran's latest response and Iran's first attack against Israeli soil. Now, we do not have any reports of any of those drones or missiles that were fired by Iran actually hitting targets here in northern Israel. No reports of any hits on the ground. It appears that the majority of those projectiles were intercepted either here in Israeli airspace. We do have video of some of those intercepts happening over the Golan Heights, but also across the border in Syria. There were also multiple interceptions that were reported there as well. Wolf.
And those interceptions, I think, were largely done by the United States air defense system that's been working together with the Israelis to prevent these Iranian drones and these rockets and missiles, cruise missiles and others from coming into Israel. The U.S. is deeply involved in that. Jim Sciutto has a follow-up question for you, Jeremy. Go ahead, Jim.
Jeremy, I wonder, because that cross-border fire, both from the Lebanese side of the border, the Syrian side of the border, has been going on for some time, going back to October 7th, in fact, predating October 7th. Is the pace tonight at all increasing? Because, of course, the question has been, would Hezbollah get involved in any significant way, open up a northern front in this war, or is this more in line with what we've seen in recent weeks and months?
Yeah, you know, Jim, it's a great question, and it is really hard to tell at this point. I mean, you know, Hezbollah and Iran certainly do speak. They do coordinate their military activities. Hezbollah is one of Iran's most significant proxies in this region. But whether or not the barrage of rockets that we saw from Hezbollah earlier was coordinated with this Iranian attack on Israel is hard to tell. And actually, I'm seeing what looked like some interceptions in the other direction here, not hearing any sirens or the sounds of that, but I did just see some flashes in the air. And I would just note that this area, I mean, they are used to having these interceptions now. They are used to seeing these barrages of rockets coming from Lebanon over the course of the last several months. And they also are used to the sound of jets. And as I can hear here, jets just continuously flying overhead. And yep, I just heard the booms from what I thought were potential interceptions. And so the delay there, I don't know if you can hear that on my microphone, but those definitely sound like interceptions. The light obviously travels faster than sound, so you can see those first. And now I'm hearing that's the third boom that we just heard. It must be at some distance, so there is a possibility that that could actually be intercepted in Syria rather than in the Golan Heights. I'm just checking my phone to see, yep, there were some siren alerts in northern Israel, in the Golan Heights, indeed. Not too far from our position, actually, maybe a distance of 10 kilometers or so. So what's also interesting is that the Home Front Command here in Israel, actually before this latest barrage that we had over the past hour, they had actually told residents in both northern Israel as well as southern Israel who had earlier been instructed to stay near shelters that they could return to normal, indicating that that large-scale attack from Iran, that the threat, for now at least, was over. And yet what we are seeing instead is more rockets being fired from Lebanon, likely by Hezbollah, indicating that this is going to continue on as it has for months now, as you were just mentioning, Jim.
So it's Wolf again, Jeremy. I just want to be precise right now. So in addition to Iran launching all these drones and rockets and missiles towards Israel, it now looks like their proxy in southern Lebanon, Hezbollah, is beginning to do the same thing. You say at least 25 projectiles have been fired from Lebanon by Hezbollah, not the Lebanese military or the Lebanese government, Hezbollah forces. this Iranian proxy in southern Lebanon towards Israel. So it looks like they're getting involved directly in this Iran attack against Israel. But is that what I understand?
Yeah, and this was not the only barrage that we saw coming from Lebanon tonight. Earlier in the day, Hezbollah said that it had fired multiple rockets in the direction of an Israeli military base in the Golan Heights, where it has directed rockets in the past as well. Again, the question that Jim raised is a good one in terms of how much is this part of that Iranian response? How much of this is part of what we have seen over the course of months now, which is Hezbollah firing rockets into the Golan Heights, into northern Israel? That part is what's tricky to distinguish here. There's no indication that, even as Iran may have indicated earlier tonight, that this was its response to those strikes in Syria, that the response was over as far as it was concerned. There's no indication that that means that Hezbollah is going to stop firing rockets into northern Israel, nor does it mean that Israel is going to stop conducting airstrikes into southern Lebanon, which we have also seen at a similar clip over the course of the last 6 months.
All right, Jeremy, just be careful over there. We'll stay in very close touch with you. Jeremy Diamond is in northern Israel. It looks like Hezbollah is beginning to launch a lot of rockets and missiles towards Israel from southern Lebanon. We'll watch that unfold. This is quickly escalating, not just Iran launching rockets and missiles and drones towards Israel, but now their ally, their proxy in South Lebanon, Hezbollah, doing the same thing. So it's clearly escalating. I want to bring in Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York right now. He's a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee as well. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. How worried are you that this could explode into some sort of full-scale war?
Well, Wolf, the world is a tinderbox. As we've seen, China, Russia, and Iran have been working together in an unholy alliance to destabilize and undermine the United States, Israel, and the free world. When you look at what is going on right now in the Middle East, Iran is the greatest state sponsor of terror. They have funded Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and other terrorist organizations as their proxies in their war against Israel. They want to eradicate the state of Israel off the face of the earth. And obviously with this direct attack tonight, we see that they are finally putting their own missiles and rockets and drones behind this effort. And that is deeply alarming. It's why I have fought to get at Iran's funding by putting secondary sanctions in place on the purchase of Iranian petroleum, which is how they are funding so much of their war against Israel. The biggest purchaser of Iranian petroleum is China. It's why we passed the SHIP Act through the House in November, and I'm calling on Senator Schumer to pass this through the Senate immediately. We have to crack down on their funding source. $88 billion in increased Iranian petroleum sales since Joe Biden took office because they have weakened the sanctions against Iran. We have to crack down on this. So I'm deeply concerned about how this entire situation could explode and how Israel is going to defend itself on multiple fronts.
Yeah, very quickly, Congressman, before I let you go, what is a bigger threat to the population of Israel right now? These rockets, these missiles, these drones coming in from Iran, or potentially what Hezbollah is doing, the thousands of rockets and missiles they have in South Lebanon, which could not only hit northern Israel, Haifa, but reach Tel Aviv and all the way down to Eilat. What's a bigger threat to Israel right now, Hezbollah or the Iranians?
Well, frankly, Wolf, they're one and the same. Hezbollah is funded by Iran. And obviously, we need to be working with the Israelis to ensure they have all of the air defense capabilities at their disposal. And you see how important Iron Dome is. But this multiple front war, which is unfolding before our eyes, obviously is a great danger. And I listened intently to Ambassador Bolton. He is correct. We absolutely need to work with the Israelis to take out Iran's nuclear capabilities. This is a grave threat. The world is in the most precarious place since World War II. We cannot be a bunch of Neville Chamberlains in this moment. We must be Winston Churchill victory at all cost. Israel must defend themselves. And to all of my colleagues in Congress who have been calling for ceasefire for the past many months, that have been seeking regime change in Israel, enough. Get behind the Israeli government, work together to ensure the free world is victorious, because if not, the consequences will be dire across the globe.
Congressman Lawler, my colleague and friend Jim Sciutto is here. He has a quick follow-up for you.
Congressman, as you know, Republican Speaker Johnson has delayed putting the supplemental to a vote on the floor, which includes aid both to Israel and to Ukraine. Do you call on him now to do so this week?
Look, I believe very strongly we need to get aid to Israel, to Ukraine, and to Taiwan. It's why I've introduced Defending Borders, Defending Democracies, which would provide $66 billion in lethal aid, as well as border security here in the United States. We have to recognize the threat at our own southern border. But let me be very clear about this. House Republicans passed aid to Israel back in November of last year. Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats sat on that for months, refusing to take up that supplemental aid package for Israel. We obviously have to work together to get this done. So yes, I'm calling on Speaker Johnson to bring a bill to the floor this week. I'm calling on Chuck Schumer and the White House to work with House Republicans. We are in a divided government. We have to work together. There has to be compromise. We need to help Israel. We need to help Ukraine. We need to help Taiwan, and we need to secure our own borders. The world is under attack, and we all have a responsibility and an obligation to get this done.
Congressman Mike Lawler, thank you so much for joining us. We'll continue this conversation down the road, and we'll have much more of our special coverage straight ahead.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and a new fiber blend with a prebiotic.
What is Circle? Circle is the fuel you need to take flight. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle, available at Walmart and drinkcircle.com.
That fit drips. Okay, Carol, you can just tell her that she looks nice.
Ooh. No. Getting older can be hard. My job is to help women embrace their age.
Can we do this?
Oh, no, Sydney. That's a child. You are a
grown woman.
Exactly. That's just what we need. Very nice.
Laura Geller can't help you act your age, but we can help you own your age.
If you're 50 or over, you can be taking advantage of everything AARP has to offer right now. Join AARP for $12 for 1 year, and your second membership is free. Get instant access to discounts on everyday purchases, eye care and prescriptions, and tools and tips to help manage your money and maximize your health. Plus, AARP fights to protect your Social Security, Medicare, and more. Join and get an insulated trunk organizer free, plus AARP the magazine. Call or go to joinaarp.org now.
With the Freestyle Libre 3 system, know your glucose levels. No finger sticks needed. All with the world's smallest and thinnest sensor. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
You need T-Mobile home internet with 5G.
Wait, T-Mobile has home internet?
What a feeling to have T-Mobile now.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. Seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow. And I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
If you always wanted a sleeper sofa, now is the perfect time to shop at Rooms To Go. Start with a great-looking sofa at a great price. Then add a sleeper to the sofa for an extra $199. There are dozens of fabulous styles, colors, and fabrics to choose from. Buy your favorite sofa, then upgrade it. Add the versatility and function of a comfortable sleeper for an extra $199. Just $199. That's right now during the Rooms To Go Sleeper Sofa Sale.
I'm Jeff Zeleny on the campaign trail in Omaha, and this is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. We're following breaking news over the skies of Israel. A wide-scale aerial assault is going on right now with waves of drones and missiles streaming into Israel from Iran, directly from Iran. Our team's on the ground in Jerusalem and northern Israel. They've been hearing explosions above as U.S. and Israeli forces have reported intercepting multiple Iranian attacks. But we still do not know what the ultimate impact of this Iranian barrage will be, not the immediate damage inside Israel, nor the response that it might bring next. I want to go back to Jeremy Diamond, our correspondent, is in northern Israel right now. I take it you've heard the explosions, you've seen the fighter jets. All of a sudden, these rockets, these missiles are coming in to northern Israel from Hezbollah territory in South Lebanon, Hezbollah being an Iranian proxy. What can you tell us? Update our viewers, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. I was in Jerusalem earlier tonight when this Iranian response began. I heard multiple interceptions, saw those interceptions happening in the sky as Iran fired more than 200 projectiles, drones and missiles towards Israel. And just as my team and I were arriving here in northern Israel, we heard multiple interceptions overhead. And when we were speaking on air moments ago, I also saw and then subsequently heard a few moments later more interceptions happening in northern Israel about 6 miles away from here. We know that this latest barrage of rockets or drones, we're not quite sure at this point, we'll just call them projectiles for now, were fired from Lebanon, likely by Hezbollah, towards the Golan Heights as well as northern Israel. And so that's significant for a couple of reasons, because it raises the question, first of all, of coordination between what is one of Iran's biggest proxies in the region, Hezbollah, and Iran itself, or the possibility that this latest barrage is simply part of this cadence that happens here in northern Israel, as we have watched over the course of the last 6 months, as Hezbollah and Israel have traded fire back and forth over the Israel-Lebanon border since the beginning of this war. Now, interestingly, before this latest barrage happened, before the sirens sounded in the Golan Heights, the Israeli military actually changed its guidance to civilians who earlier tonight had been told to stay near shelters if they are living in this part of the country, but then were subsequently told that that guidance was no longer in effect, that they could return to life as normal. And it was only very shortly after that that first barrage came across the border from Lebanon towards the Golan Heights. And so this obviously gives you a sense that even as Iran indicates that its military response to the Israeli strike on that consular building in Damascus, they have indicated that that response is over, but still this cross-border exchange that has happened for months between Israel and Hezbollah is likely to continue. Wolf.
And Jeremy, a few months ago, as you and I well know, the Hezbollah was sending rockets into northern Israel, and the Israeli government decided to evacuate tens of thousands of Israelis who live in northern Israel, northern Galilee, and Kiryat Shmona, that town along the border, not too far away from Lebanon. And they've gone south, and they're living basically in hotels in various parts of Tel Aviv or Jerusalem or elsewhere. Is it still pretty empty up in the north of Israelis who are there? Have almost all of the Israelis left that area as a result of the Hezbollah rockets and missiles coming into Israel?
Yeah, well, there are still some roughly 80,000 Israeli residents who live in northern Israel who have been evacuated from their homes within a buffer zone, effectively, in northern Israel, evacuated from their homes. Most of them have not returned in the 6 months since this war began. A similar number of Lebanese civilians in southern Lebanon have also been forced to flee their homes and head north in Lebanon. And so even as this has been kind of a quietly simmering conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, it hasn't quite escalated to the levels of a full-blown war that some have predicted, that some have expected, and some have hoped would not come. Nonetheless, the impacts are very real on both the civilian population in northern Israel as well as in southern Lebanon. And it's also, Wolf, resulting in enormous pressure on the Israeli government to conclude this conflict with Hezbollah one way or another, either through a diplomatic path or through a military solution that would see Hezbollah forces pushed further north in Lebanon, out of reach of Israeli towns in northern Israel. And so what we're witnessing here is really the crux of this intersection between the conflict between Israel and Iran, as well as Israel and one of Iran's biggest proxies in the region, which indeed is Hezbollah. And while we've expected that if this conflict were to blow up into a much broader regional conflict, it would come because of those constant exchanges between Israel and Hezbollah, we've seen tonight that the risk has indeed come directly from Iran with this massive attack that it carried out on Israel, more than 200 projectiles fired in the direction of Israeli territory. The question now, of course, Wolf, will be how will Israel respond and whether or not this will escalate into that broader regional conflict, that full-blown war between Israel and Iran that many have feared.
And just to be precise, I'm going to let you go in a second, but Jeremy, just remind our viewers, Hezbollah in South Lebanon has a stockpile, an arsenal of thousands of rockets and missiles ready to be fired at Israel. Is that right?
That's right, Wolf. And Israeli military and political leaders are well aware that as they talk about the prospects of war with Hezbollah, they understand that it will be a very different kind of war than the one that they are currently fighting in Gaza with Hamas. Hezbollah's arsenal of rockets is not only larger, but it is far more sophisticated, has a much larger reach, bigger payloads than Hamas's rocket arsenal in Gaza. And so as Israeli leaders have talked about the possibility of war with some Israeli officials in recent months, putting that chance at more than 50% in conversations that I've had with them, they are also well aware that it would likely result in significant damage inside of Israel, far more significant than the kind of damage that Hamas has been able to deal to Israel, certainly in terms of infrastructure within Israel.
Yeah, a lot of those rockets and missiles that Hezbollah has in South Lebanon, they have enormous range. They not only could reach Haifa in northern Israel, but even Tel Aviv, and maybe even as far south as Eilat, the southernmost town in Israel right now. So the Israelis are really, really focusing in on that. We'll see how they respond to this latest threat. Not only a direct threat from Iran, but from the Iranian proxy, Hezbollah in South Lebanon. We'll watch that very closely. Stay safe over there. Jeremy Diamond, appreciate it very much from northern Israel. I want to go to Jerusalem. Nick Robertson is there for us. Remind our viewers what has been going on in Jerusalem over these past few hours, Nick.
Yeah, Wolf, it was a very intense period when the missiles started coming over Jerusalem. I don't think anyone expected to see so many dangerous munitions over such a densely populated area. And it was really the first place in the country outside of the north, right along the border there where Jeremy is, that the Israeli citizens were getting to experience the first taste of what Iran's response was going to be, the leading edge of those 200 killer drones, cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. And the interceptions that we saw here were coming from multiple directions. We can take a look at that again now.
These rockets and missiles, you're getting some new information. What else are you learning? What else are you seeing right now?
Yeah, I'm hearing fighter jets off in this direction. I was just telling you a few minutes ago about fighter jets that were circling above us. But what we saw about a minute ago was a bright red light shooting off in that direction. and then you could hear the sound of a fighter jet sort of turning on its afterburners, it appeared, and zooming off towards the distant horizon. It gave the impression that the fighter jet had just got instructions. There's something out in that direction. Get out and meet it fast. And I'm hearing the sound of the jet again. So it could be that the jets that we're seeing here are moving off to another area to where they're seeing another wave of drones coming in. But there are several jets I'm hearing circling here at the moment. So some of those intercepts, obviously the IDF has been telling us they wanted to intercept a lot of the missiles outside of Israel's territory. They say that they were able to intercept at least 10 cruise missiles. Dozens of other of those slower moving drones were intercepted outside of Israel's airspace. One of the logical places between Iran and Israel to the east of here is Jordan, and residents of the capital there, Amman, did report seeing flashes in the sky, indicative perhaps of what we were seeing here as well in Jerusalem, that there were intercepts there. And I think this gets to how dangerous potentially what has happened tonight can be for the region. Certainly if Israel responds and Iran responds again, because this is a very fragile mix of emotions in the region at the moment. And for many Jordanians, they really do not like the way that Israel is treating the Palestinians inside of Gaza. So they don't want to see missile intercepts above their heads, intercepting missiles that Iran is firing towards Israel, because they don't support Israel. Of course, the leadership in Jordan has a relationship with Israel, an established relationship that has its ups and downs, and they have common security interests. But that's not necessarily how the majority of the population feel. So if there are repeated waves of what we've witnessed tonight, with not just interceptions in the skies above us here, but interceptions in the skies above neighboring countries like Jordan, this is going to make the dynamic and the pulse and the fragility of security in the region even weaker. So when you look at how, and when President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu speak about how or if Israel should respond to this disproportionate response that the White House says has come from Iran tonight, there are more factors than just Israel and Iran in the dynamic of the equation. As Jeremy was explaining, Hezbollah in the north in Lebanon, but there are countries that are not in the fight, where tensions can rise, and that would lead to a broader instability, Wolf.
Yeah, that would be Jordan as well, and it's very significant. And Nick, Jim Sciutto is with me as well. I want to bring him into this conversation. Jim, I know you have a question for Nick as well, but in Jordan, for example, if rockets or missiles are coming in from Iran towards Israel and going over Jordan, it's not the Israelis who are intercepting those rockets and missiles over Jordan. It's the U.S. that is doing so from various bases that the U.S. has in the region.
That's right. And I think, Wolf, to your point, and I was going to ask Nick about this as well, that you have partners like Jordan, Saudi Arabia, both with an Iranian attack like tonight, but also the Houthi attacks, for instance, in the Red Sea, that, Nick, as you know, they oppose those attacks and sometimes take part in defending against them without advertising that participation, because they're concerned about being seen publicly supporting U.S. military action in the region or being perceived to help defend Israel. I wonder, have you seen any reaction so far in the region from countries such as that to Iran's attack on Israel?
You know, I think the language that we've heard the Saudis use this evening is, again, a cautious language, and it's symptomatic of the language that they've been trying to use around the conflict in Gaza at the moment. And it's language that tries to recognize that they have a role to play in peace and stability in the future in the region, and their population perhaps doesn't support Israel strongly strongly at this time, and so that their language is cautious around that. But I think when it comes to Jordan, if we go back just a few months when there was that strike on the U.S. base right in the very eastern corner of Jordan, right up close to the Syrian border, there was a short period there where the Jordanian government sort of were trying to say this actually happened inside Syria, and that gets to the sensitivities of the U.S. presence and role inside of Jordan, even though these countries are strong allies, even though the United States supports financially the Jordanian government. And when you consider Jordan's interest in the stability in Gaza, it's an extreme one, because they don't want to see waves of Palestinians coming out of Israel or coming out of the West Bank and moving into Jordan, because it would be very destabilizing in Jordan. We know that the security services in Jordan play a role with the Palestinian Authority and play a role with the Israeli government, one that's not talked about, but one that happens quietly behind the scenes to try to keep on top of Hamas, for example, in the West Bank. So these are delicate sensitivities. But when the peace and stability dynamic changes as significantly as it could through the momentous events of Iran for the first time ever striking Israel and how things play out from there, that balance, that delicate balance, can get out of kilter, and that means that means much harder for the U.S. to see its interests furthered in the region.
Nick Robertson in Jerusalem for us. Nick, stay safe over there. We'll be in close touch with you. Appreciate all your excellent reporting. I want to go to Fred Pleitgen right now. He's our expert on what's going on inside Iran. Fred, set the scene for us. It looks like the Iranians have launched hundreds of these drones and rockets and missiles towards Israel. Many of them have been intercepted either by the Israelis over Israeli airspace or by the United States. And some of these rockets and missiles coming in from Iran, directly from Iran, flying over Iraq or Syria or Jordan towards Israel. What's your understanding right now, and you're well-sourced, on what's happening inside Iran several hours after this latest conflict erupted the way it did today?
Well, first of all, I think it's a variety inside Iran. I certainly know from speaking to people on the ground in Iran over the past couple of days that many of them were concerned that the situation between Iran and Israel could really spiral out of control or get out of control, and the United States become very much involved in it as well. There were many Iranians who were fearing that this could become a much larger confrontation that, of course, could end militarily, and that's certainly something where I did feel from a lot of Iranians that it's definitely not something that at this point in time would have been in their interest. It's been quite interesting to see the response from the Iranians, Wolf, where they believe that this was actually a fairly measured one by them. The foreign ministry came out with a statement just a couple of hours ago saying that they believe that this was self-defense, and also saying, as they put it, they believe that this could be the end of the matter now. But of course, all of that depends on Israel. But if you look at some of the things that have been going on tonight and the hours leading up to this, it is quite interesting inside Iran. First of all, the Iranian currency, the Toman, took a nosedive over the past, I would say, about 36 hours ago, which obviously goes to show that these tensions between Iran and Israel and Iran and the United States were definitely something that were weighing on the Iranian economy, even as it, of course, has been buckling from those sanctions. It's an economy that's been in a lot of trouble anyway, but this is certainly something that has been weighing on it even more. At the same time, you do have a show of force from the Iranian government, from the leadership, and from those supporting it as well. In fact, tonight, as those strikes were being launched, there were pro-Iranian, pro-Palestinian demonstrations that took place in Tehran and then also in the city of Qom, which is, of course, one of those really strong points for the religious leadership of the country. So the Iranians feel that they've demonstrated today that they are in a fairly powerful position, but at the same time, they do want to stop this from escalating any further, is certainly the messaging that we are receiving from this. But I think one of the things that really stands out for the Iranians as well was the size of the attacks that happened tonight, the fact that you did have hundreds of drones and missiles, ballistic missiles and cruise missiles that were involved in all of this, obviously showing this is something that would have been planned for very meticulously and for an extended period of time. And then also that a lot of these weapons did manage to penetrate deep inside Israeli airspace, deep inside the territory of Israel. I think a lot of people wouldn't have believed that the Iranians would have been able to pull that off, especially in light of the fact that we knew that it wasn't just the Israelis who were going to help shoot these missiles down, but also that the U.S. and maybe some other nations would be involved as well. So I think by and large, the Iranians believe that for their purposes, that they achieved what they wanted to achieve, at least so far. But of course, they do still understand that it's a very, very precarious situation right now in the greater Middle East, and that all of this could still go in a very bad direction that could be very violent, Wolf.
All right, Fred Plaitkin with the latest on what's going on inside Iran in the aftermath of their decision to launch this retaliatory strike against Israel. We're watching all that very, very closely. Everybody stand by. We're going to speak to the former U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Esper when we come back. Our special live breaking news coverage of what's going on in this latest conflict between Israel and Iran. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Houston, you are go for the burn.
There's debris in the sky.
Parents, husbands, and wives gone.
If you work in spaceflight, this is the worst possible thing that could ever happen.
Thousands of pieces of debris are now pieces to a puzzle. They should have had that test on day one.
I wish I could have done something differently, but I can't undo that. You can just make it better for those that follow.
Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight, 2-part finale, tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
What's up, Ruth Annette? Ruth, who is this for?
My followers.
Oh, my Lord. Okay, let's just, honey, focus on the workout.
No. Getting older can be hard. My job is to help women embrace their age.
Can we do this?
Oh, no, Cindy. That's a child. You are a
grown woman.
Exactly. That's just what we need. Very nice.
Laura Geller can't help you act your age, but we can help you own your age.
They need their lawn back fast. And you need Scott's Turf Builder Rapid Grass. It grows grass 2 times faster than just seed the lawn. Giving you a stronger lawn. Smell that freedom, eh?
Get Scott's Turf Builder Rapid Grass today. It's guaranteed.
Feed it, lawn. Feed it.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to nirmatrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid. File 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
I tried a bunch of different probiotics before seed.
And they didn't help. It addressed my bloating and my irregularity.
It's really helping my daily bowel movements and keeping me pretty regular. I started feeling better and less bloated, felt flatter, lighter. I just keep going back to Seed because it actually works.
Now I walk around and smiling every day because I don't get bloated anymore.
Make your first move with battery power made by Steel. Right now, save $50 on the RMA 510 battery mower, plus get a free extra battery. Real STIHL. Find yours.
Call it a
علينا يا ولاد يا ولاد يا ولاد يا ابوي على المكلتين على المكلتين خبط في دار.
These are pictures from a little while ago in the Negev. In Israel, Iranian rockets and missiles coming in, being intercepted by various air defense missile systems that Israel has, but you can see some of the debris going down, and it could be very, very dangerous indeed. We're watching all of this unfold in this latest escalation of this conflict between Israel and Iran. I want to bring in CNN Global Affairs analyst Mark Esper, who served as defense secretary under former President Trump. He also works with some aerospace and defense technology companies. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. Give us your immediate reaction to this direct attack from Iran against Israel, launching all of these drones, rockets, missiles, going after various targets in Israel.
Sure, Wolf. It's good to be with you, first of all. Look, I'm a little surprised by the scale and scope of the Iranian attack. It's clearly disproportionate. I expected to see something much smaller and maybe something that did not hit Israel proper. And so this is a really significant escalation. And when you step back and look, over the decades, you could see, since the Iranian Revolution in 1979, when Iran and Israel broke off relations, this is the first time that I can recall of a direct confrontation between these two countries, and a major change, of course, in the proxy wars the last 20 years between the two. So I think we're seeing a major historical point in the Middle East, certainly between these two countries. And I think it's unclear where this goes from now. I suspect, I'm fairly confident Israel will respond, but how each side moves back and forth up the escalation ladder from there it can really open it up into a much wider regional war.
Jim Sciutto and I spoke a little while ago with John Bolton, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, former national security advisor to then President Trump. He said that what Israel and maybe the United States should think about doing is, at least in the short run, is try to destroy whatever nuclear capabilities the Iranians might have, because he's concerned if Iran were to build a bomb and put it on one of those rockets or missiles, it could be devastating. That Israel, at least Israel, should think about going in, launching an airstrike, and destroying Iran's remaining nuclear capability. What do you say to that?
I'd say first, when I was in office in late 2019, early 2020, when we looked at options, of course, you always present the president a number of options, and some of them can be quite tactical, and some of them can be very strategic. Now, in this case, clearly the ball is in the hands of the Israelis. I'm sure Prime Minister Netanyahu is now working with his war cabinet, trying to figure out what to do next and looking at a similar set of options. I suspect they will be discussed with the United States. And he has to ask himself, what does he want to do next? Clearly, the Iranian nuclear program would be a strategic target of great value, but it's a very difficult one. It's in the interior of the country. It's well defended, a little bit hard to get to. The Israelis may look at something operationally more easy and could open up the door to other things. So, for example, taking out the Iranian air defense systems on the eastern side of the Persian Gulf, which would open up a door, so to speak, to attack other targets within the country. Or Israel may say, look, I want to go at some of their defense industrial base. For example, it's fairly well known where they produce their drones and items like that, cruise missiles. Maybe they want to take out a major factory. So it depends on what you want to accomplish with this next strike, because you don't know whether it will be your last one or whether it will be one of many to come. And so I think those considerations get weighed out. Now, a part of this problem, too, though, Wolf, is, Israel has a very capable Air Force. And the challenge will be will they get overflight rights, for example, to fly across Iraq and Jordan and Saudi Arabia, wherever the case may be, to attack Israel if they want to do it through airstrikes as compared to missile strikes? I suspect the Arab countries will say no, because they don't want to get involved in this as well and be complicit in what would look like will clearly be an Israeli counterattack. So there are all these different issues you have to figure out. What do you want to strike? How do you want to go about doing it? What forces can you commit? Will the United States support? What type of support from the United States do you need? I think all those things are now being discussed in a lot more detail.
Stand by for a moment. Jim Sciutto's with me, Mr. Secretary. He's got a follow-up question for you.
Mr. Secretary, if Israel were to make that strategic decision to strike Iranian nuclear assets, would that, by definition, involve the U.S.? For instance, there's been discussion that Israel could not penetrate Iranian air defenses. You would require U.S. help there. But even separating that out, would the U.S. effectively become involved because Iran would hold the U.S. responsible and strike back? I mean, the question is, if Israel were to make that decision, would it be making the decision for the U.S. as well?
You know, Jim, it's a great question. I don't want to get too much into it. It's fair to say in many of the options that will probably be presented to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, some U.S. resistance will be required, some more than others in different scenarios and situations. In all cases, of course, when Israel responds, the United States want to make sure its defenses are up, it's well dispersed, and prepared for a strike by Iran against the United States, because I think clearly at that time, Iran will begin blaming the United States as well for any complicity in an Israeli counterattack.
What do you think, Mr. Secretary, if you had a guess, what do you think the Israeli response is going to be?
Yeah, look, I think they have, again, a very capable Air Force. That would be an option out there. But I think missile strikes into the interior of Iran, looking at strategic targets, possibly parts of the Iranian nuclear complex, again, maybe part of their missile complex as well, to knock out some strategic sites, to knock them back a while. There may be some other targets where they see that are useful to Iran as they support proxy forces like Hezbollah and the Houthis. So I think all those different options are on the table, but clearly they're going to strike back. They're going to strike into the heart of Iran. Look, they may go after the leadership as well. Who knows? And so this is where it gets really tricky, because it's hard for me to see Iran not striking back at that point in time. It would be the first time, again, that I can recall that another nation, aside from the Iran-Iraq war, that Israel at least has struck into the interior of Iran. And to me, I think the Iranians would be compelled to strike back again. So here you go, back and forth up the escalation ladder. So this is where it gets really dangerous. And again, the potential of a wider war really becomes far more likely.
I got one final question before I let you go, Mr. Secretary. Our Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon is reporting that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has asked his Israeli counterpart, Yoav Gallant, the Israeli Minister of Defense, to at least give the U.S. advance word on when the Israelis are going to respond. Do you think that's realistic?
Yes, I do. We always had close communication between us and Israelis, me and my counterpart, who at the time was Benny Gantz, who is now a member of the War Cabinet. And of course, our militaries work very closely together. We definitely want to know what they're doing, what they're planning, for any number of reasons. Again, to make sure that not just our troops, but Americans in the area are safeguarded if that's necessary. We'd want to make sure that our forces are properly positioned to respond, or at least be in a defensive posture. And look, there may be ways we can help them. I'm sure right now we're sharing intelligence about various things. And so I do think it's very realistic. I think you'll see a lot of coordination, and not just with them. I think the United States will also, at least should be, talking to our Arab partners in the region as well. They have a lot of interests here. Nearly every Arab country in the region houses some type of American troops, in the thousands in many cases. And so there's very close cooperation between these two. It'll be very interesting to see how Arab capitals and Arab leaders play this out in the coming days, because look, they're no fans of Iran. And this is part of the reason why, going back to October 7th, why I believe October 7th happened, because we were beginning to see the potential of a normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel against Iran that could eventually bring in other Arab Gulf states. So the bigger strategic picture and the historic picture is very important here.
All right, Mr. Secretary, thanks very much for your analysis. We appreciate it. And our special live coverage will continue right after a quick break.
Tomorrow, a night of space. First on The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, the James Webb Telescope, Are We Alone? Followed by the two-part finale of Space Shuttle Columbia, The Final Flight. Tomorrow, starting at 8 on CNN.
What is Circle? Circle is the fuel you need to take flight. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for when life tosses lemons your way. Circle, available at Walmart and drinkcircle.com.
Known as a loving parent. Known for lessons that matter. Known for being a free spirit. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer, FDA approved for 16 types of cancer. One of those cancers is advanced non-squamous, non-small cell lung cancer, where Keytruda is approved to be used with certain chemotherapies as your first treatment if you do not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, headache, light sensitivity, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems. If you've had or plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant, receive chest radiation, or have a nervous system problem.
Depending on the type of cancer, Keytruda may be used alone or in combination with other treatments, and is also being studied in hundreds of clinical trials exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true, Keytruda from Merck. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you.
With the push of a button, Constant Contact's AI tools help you know what to say, even when you don't. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
At Spectrum Enterprise, we give over 80% of the Fortune 500 the technology solutions they need to meet their growing business demands. Whether it's ultra-fast connectivity, seamless transactions, safe and secure data, or reliable always-on technology, these businesses demand better, and we're here to deliver it. Demand better, and when they call you unreasonable, call us. Get a network you can count on with our 100% uptime SLA guarantee.
H&R Block's tax pros average 10 years of experience, and we'll do your taxes for you from start to finish. You know, for nearly 70 years, we've prepared more than 800 million tax returns worldwide. I should know, I'm H&R Block's Chief Tax Officer, Kathy Pickering. For us, expert help isn't new. So when every dollar matters, get your max refund guaranteed with an H&R Block Tax Pro.
I'm Caitlin Polance in Washington, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by hands-free Skechers Bobs for Dogs footwear.
It's never been easier to put on your shoes and help pets in need at the same time. With new hands-free Skechers Bobs for Dogs sport slip-ins, just slip in and go. And they've already helped save over 2 million pets.
Welcome back to the breaking news coverage. The latest developments between Israel and Iran. Iran has been launching hundreds of rockets and missiles and drone strikes against Israel. Oren Lieberman's over at the Pentagon for us, getting new information. I take it the wave of Iranian strikes coming into Israel seems to be slowing down a bit. Is that right, Oren?
Very much so. We're hearing that according to 2 U.S. officials who've been monitoring this from the very beginning, and they say that it appears the wave of Iranian attacks that has included drones and missiles has subsided. It lasted approximately 5 hours from the reports of the first Iranian drones that were launched until the U.S. and Israel, which have been monitoring this, saw effectively the number of launches dip and begin to ebb. Now, of course, the officials I spoke with also cautioned that it is a very volatile, dynamic situation, so it doesn't mean this is over right now, and the U.S. is still very carefully watching what's going on. There is at least an indication that Israel believes the immediate threat has passed as well, and that's because the IDF's Home Front Command lifted the request for citizens to remain near bomb shelters. That's a request that's only lifted when the IDF believes the imminent threat has passed. So an indication from the Israeli side and 2 U.S. officials from here effectively saying that from what they're seeing, and they have been monitoring these attacks from the very beginning, it looks like these waves of attacks of drones and missiles have, at the moment, subsided. That being said, U.S. forces, which have helped intercept many of these drones as they were on their way to Israel, they're still looking out for any possible launches coming from Iran. And of course, this doesn't mean that everyone has stopped attacking, because after we saw the Iranian attacks subside, we saw Hezbollah, an Iranian proxy in Lebanon, launching weapons, I should say, rather, at northern Israel. So, not to say in any way the situation has ended or is calm here, but at least from the U.S. perspective, officials we've spoken with have said they have seen specifically the direct Iranian attacks subside, at least as of right now, Wolf.
Very interesting. The U.S., as we know, has intercepted a lot of these incoming Iranian rockets and missiles and drones outside of Israeli airspace as they're approaching Israel from Iran, going over Syria or Iraq or Jordan or whatever. Has the Pentagon officially confirmed that the U.S. has engaged together with Israel in intercepting incoming Iranian missiles and rockets?
They have not yet said missiles. As of right now, the intercepts, the engagements have been focused on drones, but they have confirmed that here. A defense official, as well as two other U.S. officials, saying that U.S. forces in the region, and there are forces throughout the region, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and beyond, have indeed engaged and intercepted Iranian drones that were launched towards Israel. We don't yet have a number on that. There were dozens, if not more than 100, launched at Israel, so that number could be anywhere in there. That's information we're still looking for, and we don't yet know how they were intercepted. Was it U.S. fighter jets that were likely up throughout the course of these 5 hours or so? Was it ground-based aerial defense systems? Both are very much a possibility. And then, of course, as you point out, Wolf, this was a defensive, essentially, array that was coordinated with Israel. Israel has its own very capable aerial defense systems, from long-range, mid-range to short-range, but they relied as well on the U.S. to try to intercept as many of the incoming launches as possible.
Yeah, the Israeli air defense missile system, whether the Iron Dome or any of the others, that they really work well once these rockets and missiles are over Israeli airspace. But outside of Israeli airspace, they're relying on the United States to get the job done, and clearly the U.S. is doing so in coordination with the Israelis. Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon, thanks again for your excellent, excellent reporting. And we'll take another quick break. We'll be right back.
Houston, you are go for the burn.
There's debris in the sky.
Parents, husbands, and wives gone.
If you work in spaceflight, this is the worst possible thing that could ever happen.
Thousands of pieces of debris are now pieces to a puzzle. I should have had that test on day one.
I wish I could have done something differently, but I can't undo that. You can just make it better for those that follow.
Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight, 2-part finale, tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
When Barbara switched to TurboTax,
I broke 4 generations of family tradition.
Ma, I want to make perfume.
So I made Barbara's new sidekick count by guaranteeing her maximum refund. Intuit TurboTax.
That colonoscopy for getting screens while I'm delaying. I heard I had a choice. I know the name. That's what I'm saying.
Cologuard? Cologuard.
Cologuard.
Screen for colon cancer.
At home, like you want.
You the man.
Actually, he's a box.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
If you max out your IRA contributions for 2023 by April 15th and for 2024, you get $405 in match.
Roger that.
Robinhood Gold gets you the biggest match of any IRA on the market.
I have relapsing MS, but I still want to spend my time my way. I chose Kesimpta because it works for me and my schedule.
Kesimpta is an RMS treatment that had powerful results, a reduced rate of relapses, and slowed disability progression.
I take it myself once a month at home or on the go. So my time is up to me time.
Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including fatal infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions. Ask your doctor about Kesimpta for RMS.
I feel like new sunglasses, like a brand new pair of jeans.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. Seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
Go! Go right now to the Rooms to Go store-wide mattress sale. Do not miss this very special offer. Buy the Sealy Posturepedic, Therapedic, or Beautyrest Select mattress in your choice of sizes for just $5.95. That's 3 great brands, any size, one low price. Twin, full, queen, even a king-size mattress, only $5.95. Plus, check out all our other great mattress buys at the Rooms to Go store-wide mattress sale going on now.
I'm Arlette Saenz at the White House, and this is CNN.
It could be the start of a full-scale war between Israel and Iran. This is what happened in the Negev just a little while ago. Rockets coming in, Israeli air defense systems going up, like the Iron Dome, intercepting and causing those explosions. The sirens going off even in Jerusalem for several hours earlier tonight as well. Jim Sciutto, this is clearly a delicate, very delicate moment in the Middle East right now. It could calm down. On the other hand, it could escalate into a full-scale war.
We are in the midst of what they call an escalation ladder, right? Just as Mark Esper was saying a short time ago, you had the presumed Israeli strike on an Iranian target in Damascus just a couple of weeks ago, which Iran said it was going to retaliate for. Now we have the retaliation, which the U.S., as MJ was describing earlier, says is disproportionate, right? To have this massive attack on Israeli territory itself is a step up. So then the question is, how does Israel respond? You know, the whole thing about escalation ladder is that each step can be bigger than the last one, right? And when you have, for instance, folks like John Bolton calling now for strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, that's not to say that Israel will choose to do so, but you do have that option. And that's the difficulty and the danger of escalation ladders, is that they can expand by nature as they go on, and sometimes beyond the limits of what either side wants, right? Because we were discussing this earlier, that from the early days of this conflict, going back to October 7th, of course, a horrific attack, an escalation of its own, there had been some assessments that Iran did not want a direct conflict with Israel, and certainly not a direct conflict with the U.S. But since then, actions have taken on a life of their own, and they're at least setting up the circumstances for exactly that. And that is the danger of this, that whatever your intentions are or limitations that one side might want to place going in as they consider their range of options, you can easily lose control of that. And that's where we find ourselves right now.
Yeah, it's a delicate, very sensitive moment. I want to bring in former Director of Communications for the U.S. National Intelligence Service, Sean Turner, is joining us. Sean, thanks very much. What's your immediate reaction to this direct attack from Iran against Israel involving more than 200 drones and missiles, that according to the Israel Defense Forces?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. You know, like a lot of people have said tonight, I think that when we look at this, we look at what happened prior to this and the proportionality of this attack. I think a lot of us are a little taken aback. But, you know, Wolf, a lot of folks have been on tonight and they've been talking about the idea that this is the time to deal with Iran sort of once and for all. And I think a lot of people are sort of feeling the heat of the moment. I think we can't lose sight of the fact that as we talk about escalation, as Jim was just talking about, as Mark Esper talked about, we've got to remember that, you know, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Israel and Hamas and that war, that fight. To the degree that this escalates, Israel could find itself in a situation where it's really fighting a perhaps even a three-front war as Hezbollah looks to get into this. So my immediate reaction to this is, yes, this was an unprecedented attack. To see Iran attacking Israel from Iranian soil directly into Israel, unprecedented. And when we look at the number of rockets and missiles and drones, but we've got to remember that for Israel has to respond to this. We have to take a step back and look at the type of targets they might respond to and what those targets look like, because Israel has a fight that it has to deal with in Gaza and Hamas.
Given the scale of this Iranian attack, retaliatory attack against Israel over these past few hours, what kind of response, Sean, would you expect to see from Israel?
Yeah, there are a couple of different factors I think impact that, Wolf. I want to, earlier tonight, Jim asked Secretary Esper about whether or not that strategic response of attacking nuclear facilities in Iran is the kind of thing the United States will be drawn into. I want to answer that question very directly and say absolutely yes, it would be. And that's why I think that it's important for Israel to look at some of the other potential targets in Iran that do a couple of things. One, deal directly with Iran's capability, with their military capability. Now, there are lots of targets there that could deal with, as Secretary Esper said, drones, their ability to manufacture missiles and rockets, and I think all of those things are fair game. But it's also the case that we have to remember that the global sort of reaction to Israel's actions in Gaza as it relates to the Palestinians has shifted. And so when we look at targets in Iran that might impact the Iranian people, that has to be something that's considered. So I think that the response needs to be one that sends a clear message to Iran that Israel is not going to allow it to have the capability to launch the kind of attack we saw tonight. But it also has to be the kind of attack where the United States steps in and says, look, we can't continue to escalate this. Everyone knows that no one has better intelligence on Iran's nuclear capability and those facilities than the United States. So if Israel decides to attack those capabilities, the United States is definitely going to be drawn in, and we've got to avoid that.
All right, Sean, stand by. We're going to get back to you. We're going to continue our special coverage just ahead. We're now getting word there's new reporting coming out of the White House. We'll share that with you right after this.
What is it about the Titanic? Why are we so obsessed with this ship?
Every piece of evidence tells a story.
100 years later, it's still leading people to their death.
The special 2-hour Titanic premiere of How It Really Happened. Sunday, April 28th at 9 on CNN.
Do you think that our democracy is at risk?
We have to be very concerned.
Why do you think he's doing this, and can he be talked out of it? Do you think he's guilty?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, weekdays at 4 on CNN.
You got better things to do than clean out clogged gutters. Call Leaf Filter today and never clean out clogged gutters again.
Leaf Filter's technology keeps debris out of your gutters for good. Guaranteed. Call 833-LEAF-FILTER today or visit leaffilter.com.
I've got 2 kids with another one on the way, which means I'm at the pharmacy a lot. Insurance helps to cover the cost, but not as much as you would think. Fortunately, my pharmacist told me about Single Care. It's a free service that gets you discounts at your local pharmacy. Now, I always check Single Care to see if it beats my insurance, and then I just choose the option that gives me the best price. When you're managing a growing family, there's no reason to spend any more than you have to. Visit singlecare.com and start saving today.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she leaving?
Yes. Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
Weeds. I have you surrounded. Take your lawn back! With Scott's Turf Builder Triple Action, it gets 3 jobs done at once. Kills weeds, prevents crabgrass, and keeps it growing strong.
Get a bag of Scott's Triple Action today. It's guaranteed.
Feed it, lawn. Feed it.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. It's critical to tell your doctor about all the medicines you take because certain tests or changes in their dosage may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to become pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if you're allergic to nirmatrelvir, ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe, like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
Commercially insured patients may pay as little as $0, and the U.S. government is making Paxlovid available to Medicare, Medicaid, and uninsured patients for free. Terms and conditions apply to both programs. Learn more at Paxlovid.com/Paxess and ask your doctor today.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
I met with the TurboTax expert because I had 2 full-time jobs, lawyering and lambing.
Count on me, Mia. I'll file your taxes for you with 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Let a TurboTax full-service expert do your taxes as soon as today.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
Our firm only represents mesothelioma victims and their families. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now.
We're just getting a statement in from the White House right now. MJ Lee, our senior White House correspondent, is joining us from the White House. What is the president saying, MJ?
Well, we've been waiting for this readout of the president's phone call with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And let me just read for you a part of the statement that discusses that phone call. It says, "I've just spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu to reaffirm America's ironclad commitment to the security of Israel. I told him that Israel demonstrated a remarkable capacity to defend against and defeat even unprecedented attacks, sending a clear message to its foes that they cannot effectively threaten the security of Israel." So, Wolf, we're getting the first sort of clear indication of how the U.S. is discussing with Israel these Iran attacks against Israel. I'm also learning from a senior administration official, Wolf, that in this phone call with the prime minister, the president made clear to his counterpart that the U.S. will not participate in any offensive operations against Iran. So that is really significant, drawing a line on what the U.S. is not willing to do, given what we've seen tonight with the U.S.'s involvement here in helping to knock down some of these weapons that Iran had launched. And in fact, according to this same senior administration official, Wolf, the U.S.'s assessment earlier this evening was that almost all of the drones and missiles, I'm told, including more than 100 ballistic missiles launched by Iran, had been knocked out of the sky, and that no cruise missile made impact in Israel, according to this official, and that nothing of value was hit. You know, we were talking about earlier in the evening how the process is still unfolding of getting a full assessment of Iran's attacks against Israel. And this is the assessment that we are getting right now, that the president, in fact, told the prime minister that the assessment is that, you know, he should take this as a win, because the U.S.'s assessment is that, largely speaking, Iran's attacks and attempts to hurt Israel had been largely unsuccessful. So this is a pretty critical piece of reporting, our first piece of reporting, sort of getting a really clear sense of what the U.S.'s assessment is of Iran's attacks, and also how the president is viewing all of this and how he spoke about this with the Israeli Prime Minister, Wolf.
A very, very strong statement of support for Israel from the President of the United States following his phone conversation tonight with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We're, of course, going to stay on top of this. MJ, thank you very much for your reporting. And to our viewers, thanks very much for joining me. Our special live coverage will continue with Jim Sciutto right after this quick break.